Chapter 895. It would take at least a few months or even half a year from exploration to actual mining. Besides, only spirit stones could be mined from the spirit stone mine, and Lucien didn't need spirit stones to make cash extraction scrolls. He had to wait for a large number of Earth Talisman Masters to come to the fifth heaven. Thinking of the final battle, Lucien knew that he couldn't wait that long. He didn't have time to wait for the harvest of the 20% he left behind. Most of it would be left for Lu Yi and his friends, so he didn't care about how much he got. At dinner, Lucien was a little drunk after drinking with his friends. Speaking of which, after his physique was enhanced, his alcohol tolerance seemed to have increased as well. Those guys couldn't get Lucien drunk. A bunch of rookies want to get me drunk. Humph! Lucien sat alone on the hillside and looked at the mine below. It was already night time, but the natives' enthusiasm for work didn't decrease at all. There were lights everywhere, and countless figures were still working hard. For them, it was also work, but this time they were working for themselves for the first time. With hope and without hope, their motivation was naturally completely different. Inadvertently, Lucien saw a familiar figure not far away. Although he looked small, he was more motivated than anyone else. Ergo? Lucien smiled and flashed in front of Ergo. Ergo was waving a hoe and working hard to dig the rocks underground. When he noticed someone behind him, he didn't even turn his head. Okay, I'll go eat when I dig 2 more meters down. Lucien smiled. This guy thought that he was the one who urged him to eat. Ergo! Lucien called. Ergo suddenly felt like he was electrocuted. He hurriedly turned around and looked at Lucien in shock. Original God. Lucien smiled and walked over. I have something to give you. Original God. Ergo was at a loss. Lucien took out the wheelbarrow that he had been treasuring for a long time, looking at the 2 wheelbarrows. Ergo suddenly burst into tears. The things in the car were almost untouched. There were clothes and necessities for his mother and Aria. Seeing these, he couldn't stop crying. Lucien walked in front of Ergo, helped him sit down, and said softly, your family's wheelbarrow helped me a lot. Without it, I might not have been able to come back in time. Really? Ergo didn't believe it. Lucien then told him about the few times he had used the wheelbarrow to successfully cross the border. Lucien patted Ergo's shoulder and placed his Origin God token in his hand. Ergo, I also have a little sister. I know you must be blaming yourself. You also want to become stronger. This Origin Divine badge was given to me by a good friend, but he's no longer around. Now, I'm giving it to you. If you want to protect the people you care about, you must be strong enough. Ergo carefully took the Origin Divine badge, looked at Lucien, and nodded. Origin God, I will definitely become someone as strong as you. I want to protect the people I care about. I want to protect the natives and never let them be bullied again. Lucien smiled. A mortal's body can also defy the heavens. Oh, right. I took a few sets of clothes from your luggage for Little Beast to wear. You're talking about your son. Lucien had no choice but to nod. Now, everyone knew that Little Beast was his son. Ergo was very excited. Little Beast had worn his clothes. With such happiness, the sadness from before was diluted, and the little guy suddenly became more talkative. They chatted for a long time. A month later, the mining area had begun to take shape. The elders also gave Lucien the complete survey results of the mine. Lucien marked out the entire mountainous area, as well as the surrounding areas suitable for living and planting. With the new map, Lucien returned to Dongyu Nation. The monarchs of the 7 nations had been waiting for Lucien here for more than 2 months, but without Lucien's permission, they did not dare to leave. Now that Lucien had finally returned, they hurried to the Dongyu Palace. This is the result of the redivision of the fifth heaven. Lu Chen held the map and said to everyone, "The Western Kingdom, Panlai Nation, the four nations of the Great Wilderness, and Dongyu Nation will each take a part of their territory and establish a new nation here. A nation dominated by the natives. In addition, Baishur Nation, Yumo Nation, and Buzhou Nation will take a part of their territory to supplement the territory of Dongyu Nation." When the monarch of Baishur Nation saw the map, he almost vomited blood. Baishur Nation had taken the most territory, although Dongyu Nation had also taken a part of their territory. After all, it was close to Lu Chen's mine. But with this compensation, their territory had increased. Origin God, we have no objections to you seeking benefits for the natives. If it weren't for you, the fifth heaven would be gone. But why is Dongyu Nation's territory increasing instead of decreasing, while our six nations' territories are decreasing so much? The monarch of Baishur Nation couldn't help but question. That's right, Origin God. Even if you represent the natives, you are still a cultivator. You can't always think of the natives. Suddenly, there was a faint flow of spiritual qi in the Dongyu Palace. In the sealed room, a strong wind began to blow. Everyone looked nervously at Lu Chen. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and slammed the table, causing it to shatter. Dongyu Nation is the only nation that protects the natives. What's wrong with increasing their territory? Don't you remember how you treated the natives before? I'm already being lenient by leaving your territory. Even now, you still want to protect your own interests? Don't push your luck. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the room. The monarch of Baishur Nation, Yumo Nation, and the rest immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound. In front of this person, all the monarchs and experts didn't dare to talk back. If anyone has a problem with my distribution, I don't mind increasing the territory of the natives. The last sentence sent a chill down everyone's spine. This was the final warning. In other words, the solipsistic emperor would destroy any country that didn't agree with his decision. The monarch of Baishur Nation felt even more guilty. When the solipsistic emperor appeared on the battlefield, the first thing he killed was the Lion King. The solipsistic emperor was right. He was already thankful that he could leave Baishur Nation behind. If he asked for anything else, he would be angering the solipsistic emperor. After weighing the pros and cons, the monarch of Baishur Nation cupped his fists and said to Lu Chen, "Origin God, please calm your anger. I didn't know how to appreciate your kindness. We will do it now. Origin God, please calm your anger. We will immediately send the order to redraw the borders." The monarchs of the six nations left, leaving only Lu Chen and Luo Yao in the palace. "You were a little scary just now," Luo Yao suddenly said. "I've never seen you so fierce." The killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes had already faded. He turned and smiled at Luo Yao. "You didn't tell me that you were the East Mountain Yao Empress. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you any roasted meat back then." Luo Yao pursed her lips and held back her laughter. Step by step, she walked towards Lu Chen. Her pair of clear eyes looked straight into Lu Chen's eyes. A faint fragrance wafted over, and the air was filled with ambiguity. "Then you won't have the chance to peek at me changing?" Lu Chen blinked. Luo Yao still remembered this. Not good. This woman was talking, but why was she getting closer and closer? This posture, this atmosphere, this tone, this gaze. Luo Yao's lips were as tender as strawberries waiting to be plucked. I, Lu Chen, have roamed the pugilistic world for so many years. Could it be that today I'm finally going to have a beautiful encounter? Dad, the door of the palace was suddenly pushed open. Didn't you say you would come out soon and bring me to buy some clothes? What are you doing? Little beast god tilted his head and looked at Luo Yao and Lu Chen. Chapter 896. Lu Chen looked at the little beast god beside him, who was jumping around in high spirits and had an innocent look on his face. He really wanted to kick it to death. This was a rare opportunity, but it was ruined by this guy. After casually buying him 2 sets of clothes, Lu Chen could only go to an inn. Tomorrow he would go to the magical beast lair. Standing alone in front of the window, Lu Chen gazed at the distant Dongyu Palace in a daze. The originally ambiguous scene had suddenly turned into a farewell ceremony. Although he was moved by Luo Yao, their statuses had determined that Luo Yao would not challenge the Tower of Babel in the short term, and Lu Chen could not stay in the 5th layer of heaven forever. In fact, Luo Yao was also aware of this point. As the ruler of the Dongyu country, she could not abandon the country and leave with Lu Chen when it was time to rebuild it. Sigh. Lu Chen sighed in melancholy. He was not good at getting along with girls, and now with the addition of the beast god, it seemed that his love life was going to be very bumpy. Forget it. Let's talk about it after everything is over. Lu Chen shook his head and returned to the table. Unable to sleep at night, Lu Chen took the little beast god and left Dongyu City under the cover of the night. The magical beast lair was located to the west of the Buzhou country, so Lu Chen brought the little beast god there. Dad, aren't you going to greet Sister Luo Yao? She seems to be very sad. The little beast said. Lu Chen said angrily, You still know that she is sad. Do you know how many years your dad has been waiting for this opportunity, yet you forcefully ruined it? Dad, you can't blame me for this. I saw that the others have been out for a long time. I was just worried about your safety. What's there to worry about? Are you afraid that Luo Yao will eat me? The little beast lowered its head, looking as if it had made a mistake. Lu Chen shook his head. Since it was already too late, there was no point in scolding the little beast. Forget it. Sigh. Maybe this is better for her. I will leave sooner or later. Let's go. I still have a lot of things to do. I've been in the 5th layer of heaven for almost 3 years. It's time to go to the 6th layer of heaven. A month later, Lu Chen crossed the Buzhou country and entered the magical beast lair. When Lu Chen stepped into the magical beast lair, a large number of magical beasts rushed out from the surroundings. But when these magical beasts saw Lu Chen, they immediately became docile and stood there, not daring to move. Lu Chen said coldly, Take me to see the 7 magical beast generals. The 7 magical beast generals came out to greet them from afar. With the 9-headed dragon leading the way, the group headed towards the Devil Beast Mountain. Walking on the small path of Devil Beast Mountain, Lu Chen saw a towering pagoda dozens of miles away. It was as if it stood between the heavens and the earth. He couldn't see the top of the pagoda because it was obscured by the clouds. Even though Magical Beast Mountain was the tallest mountain in the area, it was still far inferior to that tower. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He couldn't be more familiar with this tower. Tower of Babel. In front of a huge cave halfway up the mountain, the 7 magical beast generals stopped. The 9-headed dragon said, Lord Origin God, please come in. With that, the 7 magical beast generals transformed into their human forms and led Lu Chen into the cave. You can transform into human forms too. Lord Origin God, we are only 1 step away from becoming divine beasts. We can control our body's appearance, but we can't maintain it for long. The 9-headed dragon transformed into a middle-aged man. When he spoke, his expression was a little unnatural. Perhaps he was still not used to his human form. Light came from somewhere deep in the cave, allowing the vision in the tunnel to be unobstructed. Lu Chen followed the 9-headed dragon into a tall and spacious room. This room reminded Lu Chen of the boss's room in the 4th heaven. It was especially spacious and tall. On the walls around the room, there were many drawings of ferocious beasts. torch dragon, winged dragon, and even the ancestral dragon, black qilin, white skin, soaring snake, white fun, and so on. Every one of them seemed to be alive. Lu Chen suddenly stopped in front of the picture of winged dragon. He touched the wall with his hand and realized that there was spiritual energy flowing slowly in the murals. These murals? Lu Chen looked at the nine-headed dragon in astonishment. Lord, Origin God, they are all painted with their corpses. This is the tradition of our magical beast clan. The dead continue to exist in this way. Lu Chen took a deep breath. This tradition was a little strange. Where are your soul contracts? Lord Origin God, please come this way. The nine-headed dragon led Lu Chen to a huge stone table in the room and took out 7 dominoes. On each of the dominoes, there was a carving of one of the 7 magical beast generals. 9-headed dragon, 9-eared macaque, 9-winged shark, 9-winged emperor river. Not a single one was missing. This is the soul pact of the 7 beasts. Lord Original God, there are some magical beasts that are not under our jurisdiction. There are also some that are scattered all over the place. If they continue to multiply like this, then we will not be able to completely stop the magical beasts from harming people. What we can guarantee is that within 1,000 years, our magical beast army will not organize any operations to attack the 7 nations. Lu Chen frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, the magical beasts were also a part of the 5th heaven. The real threat to the 5th heaven was the magical beast army led by the magical beast sovereign. It was reasonable for the other magical beasts to exist in the 5th heaven. Lu Chen said, just look after your people. Also, in the future, the 5th heaven will not only be the 7 nations, it should be the 8 nations. The 7 magical beasts immediately picked up their dominoes and made a new oath. Not long after, the contents of the soul contracts were modified. The 7 magical beasts handed their dominoes to Lu Chen. Lord Origin God, this is our soul contract dominoes. Please sign the contract as soon as possible and destroy the dominoes. Otherwise, if it falls into the hands of others, Lu Chen naturally understood. Don't worry. At this moment, 4 Kuei cows carried a huge box into the room. They placed the box in front of Lu Chen and retreated. Lord Origin God, this is a gift to thank you for letting us bring back the corpses of the sovereign and the 4 heavenly kings. Please take a look. Lu Chen stood up and walked in front of the box. Opening the box, there was a cluster of black crystals inside. The crystal was as long as a person. The cut surface was shining brightly. The whole thing was diamond-shaped, and upon closer inspection, it was made up of many small diamond-shaped crystals. Every small crystal seemed to have liquid flowing in it, making the whole crystal seem to be alive. Lu Chen was a little curious. He placed his hand on the crystal and poured some spirit energy into it. Suddenly, this compact crystal cluster opened. It instantly broke down into small crystals. The distance between them was pulled apart, but it did not completely lose control. When Lu Chen retracted his spirit energy, the small crystals returned to their original state and were tightly embedded together. What is this? Lu Chen could not help but ask in surprise. He had never seen such a strange crystal before. This is a drop of the dragon god's blood. Dragon god's blood? Lu Chen looked at the 9-headed dragon in shock. That's right. The dragon god's blood originates from the strongest dragon god. The 5th heaven magical beasts are all called dragon species because we more or less have the dragon god's blood in our bodies. Every time we die, the dragon god's blood in our bodies will burn a little, stimulating more potential. Although we can recover the concentration of dragon god's blood afterwards, burning the dragon god's blood will cause quite a bit of damage to our bodies. So when we reach our level, we can directly stimulate the potential of the dragon god's blood. The four heavenly kings and Jizun can always maintain their strongest state. And if we don't have the dragon god's blood, fusing with this drop of dragon god's blood, the concentration of dragon god's blood in our bodies can even surpass the strength of Jizun's blood. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The fifth heaven also has a bloodline. The key is, it's such a strong bloodline, right from the start. The dragon god's bloodline. If it's so strong, why didn't the magical beast, Jizun, fuse with it? Lu Chen suddenly asked. It can't fuse with it. The nine-headed dragon said, in fact, as long as it's a dragon god's blood, it can't fuse with a new dragon god's blood. Our bloodline also comes from the dragon god, but it's too mixed. It's hard to maintain its original purity. If it fuses with this drop of pure dragon god's blood, it will clash with each other and explode. Why did you give such an important thing to me? Lu Chen didn't believe it. It was understandable if they casually gave him other treasures, but taking out the dragon god's blood was really a little illogical. To be honest, Origin God, this is not our wish. The dragon god once left behind a last wish to leave the dragon god's blood to the strongest person in the fifth heaven. No matter if it's a friend or a foe, it can't be treated differently. And you are worthy of the 3 words strongest person. Chapter 897. After obtaining the 7 beasts' soul contracts and the dragon blood crystal from the magic beast nest, Lu Chen temporarily left the nest. He still didn't quite believe the magic beast's words. Even if what they said was true, Lu Chen wouldn't merge the dragon blood in front of them. In the mountains of Buzhou country, a winding river converged into a huge lake. There was a house next to the lake. It should have been a hunter's home in the past, but the house was in a mess now. It looked like they had fled when the magic beasts invaded. Lu Chen was temporarily staying here. A few days ago, Shui Air sent a message saying that the 7 countries had readjusted their border deployment. Now, the territory that Lu Chen had set aside for the Aboriginals was independent. Shuang Ling, the Saintess, and the others led the Aboriginals to build a simple border fortress. In addition, the news of the Spirit Vein mine had also spread. Now that the 7 countries were lacking in spirit stones, no one dared to have any ideas about this huge spirit stone mine. They only sent out envoys to discuss matters of purchase. It looked like the Spirit Vein mine hadn't started operating yet, so there was no need to worry about not being able to sell it. Lu Chen put away his fishing rod and looked at the fish basket. It was another full day of harvest. Looking at the lake in front of him, Lu Chen looked pensive. Little guy, I won't be staying in the 5th layer of heaven for long. If you don't appear soon, we won't even have a chance to say goodbye. Saying this, Lu Chen shook his head and carried the bamboo basket home. Back at the residence, Lu Yi and Xiao Min cleaned up the house. Although the small mud house was clean, it was still very cozy. Lu Yi cooked a few dishes. There were bowls and chopsticks on the table. Only Lu Chen's main dish was left. As a 9-star chef, Lu Chen quickly cooked the black-scaled fish and brought the dishes to the table. Rhubarb, Little Furball, and Little Critter went out to play. Lu Chen was too lazy to call them. After all, they wouldn't come back even if he called them. At this moment, the fence in front of the courtyard was pushed open, and a man walked into the courtyard with a smile. I say, Lu Chen, your life is getting more and more comfortable. So many dishes. Lu Chen looked up curiously, but when he saw this person, Lu Chen was stunned. Mountain people. The person was wearing a bamboo hat, but Lu Chen recognized him at a glance. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Lu Chen felt that the mountain man had always been by his side. On the eve of the decisive battle between the 4th layer of heaven and the moon nether glow, It was the people in the mountains who asked Lu Chen to go to the Stardust Waterfall to cultivate and comprehend the spirit chi subtlety. The mountain man took off his bamboo hat, put it on the table, and sat down without hesitation. Come, come, come. I'll try your cooking and see if it's good enough for the wine I brought. Lu Chen smiled, put a plate of fish on the table, and sat down as well. The mountain man put a piece of fish into his mouth, shook his head, and tasted it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The fish is fine, but not mushy. The soup is just right. It's really good. Where's the wine? Lu Chen smiled. You're really thinking about my wine. Let me tell you, this wine is called Drunken Immortal. 1 cup costs 100 spiritual energy. 1 pot costs 1 million spiritual stones. The mountain man said smugly. 1 cup costs 100 spiritual energy. Lu Chen frowned slightly, then said, Wait for me. He ran out of the room and took out 2 big bowls, placing them in front of the mountain man and himself. A rough person like me doesn't drink from cups. Use these. Fill them up. Looking at the 2 big bowls, which were like small basins, the mountain man's hand that was holding the wine pot trembled. You're using these to drink such good wine? My pot isn't even enough to fill your basin. Even wool needs to be cleaned slowly. You're going to be bald in one go. Lu Chen didn't say anything. He just held the bowl and waited. That jug should have at least 2,000 spiritual energy. Hey, you, I'm here to see you. I have to pay for my own travel expenses, and I have to pay a few million spiritual stones. The mountain man glared at Lu Chen, took out another pot, and filled both their bowls. I'm telling you, drink slowly. It's really expensive. The mountain man was losing money the moment they met. Why didn't you fuse with your dragon blood? The mountain man asked casually. Are you afraid they're lying to you? Lu Chen picked up some food. This thing looks quite strange. You said I killed their boss, but they still gave me dragon blood. I felt a little guilty accepting it. Kid, there's a reason why you're still alive. It's better to be safe than sorry. However, they didn't lie to you. That is indeed the blood of the dragon god. It's just that this drop of dragon blood exists in the form of a crystal and is extremely concentrated. With your current body, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Then, when will I be able to fuse with it? The strength of a demonic beast's body surpasses spiritual energy by at least 7 to 8 times. After you've been strengthened by the origin crystal, you can reach 15 times. Logically speaking, as long as you reach Theo, the Great's level, you can attempt to fuse with it. However, your body is damaged. Even with the addition of the All Things bloodline, you'll need to reach at least the human king realm. Oh, I forgot you're an unorthodox cultivator. You haven't even recognized all the realms. After Theo the Great is the human king realm. Human king realm cultivators can't rely on attributes to reach that level. They must have at least a 3rd level intent realm to qualify as a king among men. Lu Chen unconsciously put down his chopsticks. Intent realm, spiritual essence, anatta, and Genesis are all already there. However, they're too low. For a supreme demonic beast, they may be unbreakable moves. However, you should also understand that if you meet a true powerhouse, breaking your Genesis is as simple as breaking the resonance of stars. After saying this, the mountain man took out 2 tokens, placed them on the table, and pushed them in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen picked up the tokens and looked up. What is it? 6th Heaven's entrance tokens for the 2 great academies. When the time comes, you can choose one. I can give you the token, but I can't tell you the specific differences. Lu Chen nodded. After all, it was something from the 6th heaven. Even the mountain man couldn't reveal it. Since the mountain man gave it to him, It must be useful. Lu Chun carefully put away the 2 tokens and didn't ask more about the 6th heaven. However, the mountain man reminded him, "Kid, at the 6th heaven, you need to restrain yourself a little. You don't have much time. The opportunities and challenges in the 6th heaven are incomparable to those in the 5th heaven." Lu Chun secretly noted it down. After 30 days, Lu Chun forced the mountain man to take out 2 pots of drunken immortals. Now, he had 4,000 spiritual energy points. "Well, I should go. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll go bankrupt." The mountain man stood up shakily. Sure enough, even immortals would get drunk after drinking this wine. Before leaving, the mountain man turned back and said, "Oh, you're still waiting for the little golden carp. It has already gone to the 6th heaven. You have a good fate with it. Make good use of it. Hey, when will you come and drink with me again?" "I'll come again after I finish a year's work." In the blink of an eye, the mountain man had disappeared. Only Lu Chun was left at the table. He knew that the mountain man came this time not only to give him the tokens, but also to urge him. Going to the 6th heaven earlier seemed to be the fastest way to become stronger. Chapter 898, Earth. The video of Mad God's final battle had been sent back, and it had quickly become a hot topic on the internet. The number of views on various major websites had been at the top of the list for several months. This is a real battle. Does this mean that Mad God is already so strong in reality? Mad God is too awesome. He killed the Warcraft 4 Heavenly Kings and Warcraft King in seconds. He alone deterred millions of Warcraft army. I can only say that we are lucky to have Mad God. Now, I am more and more confident about exploring Jiutian. People were more and more admiring of Solipsistic, regardless of nationality or race. At the same time, after witnessing Solipsistic's incredible combat power, almost everyone's desire to improve their strength became stronger and stronger. At this time, the Earth United Front Alliance was holding an emergency meeting. The Level 5 powerhouses had already reported the matter of the Origin God Mine. Now, a gold mine was right in front of the people of Earth. This was extremely important for Earth. The guide plan has now shown its effect. Now, we need to send more people to the Level 5 to start mining the Origin God Mine, especially the Talisman Masters. We have already contacted Dongyue country. As long as we have enough Talisman Masters to go to the Level 5, they will send people to guide us on how to make the extraction scroll. That's great. We finally have resources that belong to us. With the mine, our development will be dozens of times faster than now. By the way, Mr. Lu's personal safety must be ensured. The representative of the United States emphasized his proposal was quickly approved by the representatives of other countries. Yes, Mr. Lu is the guide of the entire Earth. Without him, we would not have reached this point. His personal safety must be prioritized over all other standards. The representative of Hua Xia's military, the Great Wall of Iron and Blood, frowned. They had never neglected Lu Chen's safety. The residential area where Lu Chen lived was now almost a military base. What kind of concept was that? Hundreds of thousands of the best soldiers were protecting his safety at all times. However, the representatives of the various countries brought it up again. It was not a cliché. Almost no one on Earth could threaten Lu Chen's safety, but Jiutian could. The Level 5 could allow interstellar travel. Currently, players were unable to check the coordinates of their own world. Unless they personally brought people in, they did not have to worry about others knowing the coordinates of Earth. However, everyone knew that Lu Chen would definitely go to the 6th heaven. One heavenly domain, one heavenly layer. Who knew what the 6th heavenly layer was like? What would happen if he destroyed Lu Chen's gaming cabin? This should be what they were worried about. We are already strengthening our defenses. We will protect him at all costs. At the same time, we also hope that other countries can contribute advanced weapon systems to help us protect Mad God. We will not shirk our duty. After a month of leisure in Buzhou, the natives and the regional countries were developing steadily. The first transaction of the mine had been completed. Naturally, it was sold to the Eastern Peak Nation. Considering the relationship between the Jade Emperor and Lu Chen, as well as the Eastern Peak Nation's protection, the price was set according to the original price. But only the Eastern Peak Nation had this kind of treatment. The prices of the other 6 nations had been raised to 8 times the previous price. According to this situation, the Eastern Peak Nation would develop faster than the other 6 nations in the future. This was what Lu Chen wanted to see. When the Eastern Peak Nation became stronger, it could help the natives pass the initial stage. It's almost time to go. Lu Chen put away his fishing rod. Little Green, Xiao Min, pack up and get ready to go. Little Beast God had grown a lot after swallowing the 5 beast cores. Now, he looked like a teenager of 13 or 14 years old. He liked to wear white clothes. No one knew who he learned it from. Anyway, it did not look like Lu Chen's style at all. He helped Lu Yi and Xiaomin pack up. Little Furball, Rhubarb, and Little Originator did not know how to help at all. They were running around the yard. "Boss, where are we going?" Lu Yi asked while packing up the herbs. Tower of Babel. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the 3 little guys immediately rushed to Lu Chen's side like a swarm of bees, eager to give it a try. Lu Chen smiled. "I know you're bored. It's time to go to the 6th heaven." Half a month later, Lu Chen stopped in front of a huge tower that towered into the clouds. There seemed to be a faint sound coming from the Tower of Babel. Gradually, the faint sound became a loud rumble. It seemed that the guy inside also felt Lu Chen's arrival and began to be impatient. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised. "Are you also waiting anxiously? Don't worry, I'm coming." After that, Lu Chen stepped into the Tower of Babel. This was already the 5th floor of the Tower of Babel that Lu Chen had entered. The space here was far more spacious than the previous 4 floors. It was more like a starry sky than a floor of the tower. The surroundings were dark. The surrounding starlight allowed Lu Chen to see the surroundings, but he couldn't see the walls or the ground. In front, there was an area that was especially dark. It was as if light couldn't travel here. It was like a black hole in the universe. Suddenly, the black hole opened its eyes. A pair of huge green eyes turned towards Lu Chen's direction. Then it stood up. It turned out that it wasn't a black hole, but its body. Because it was nestled there before, it looked like a black hole. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Was this heaven domain boss a black dragon? However, on the other side, there was another area hidden in the starry sky that was changing. Heaven's eye. Lu Chen directly opened his heaven's eye. With this look, Lu Chen realized that there were a total of 4 giant beasts here. After seeing the 4 giant beasts clearly, Lu Chen's eyes were full of shock. Forget about the other 3, but one of them was the supreme beast that Lu Chen killed before. Winged dragon. This is the winged dragon that I killed. Why is it here? Lu Chen's mind was in a mess. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out from behind the black dragon. Lu Chen could see that his body was emitting a terrifying spiritual energy. He didn't seem to be a real human, but just an illusion. Solipsistic, you're finally here. That's right, it's the winged dragon that you killed, but it's now my puppet. That person smiled. And these 3, green ancestral dragon, torch dragon demon monarch, ancient Kuei Cow king. You should have seen them in the murals of the Beast Clan. They were all supreme beasts of the past. That person's tone was calm, and his expression was relaxed. The traditions of the Beast Clan were set by me. As for the purpose, you should already know by now. That person walked towards Lu Chun with a smile on his face. You think everything is over? Ha ha, you're so naive that it's a little cute. You think the prophecies of the oracle are all groundless? The fifth heaven's tribulation has been resolved, but you're not, hasn't. So, the game has just begun. Chapter 899. You can change the fate of the fifth celestial layer, but you can't change your own fate. That person walked over with the four beasts following closely behind him. Lu Chun frowned. You're a puppet master? Heavenly puppet master. That person corrected. Lu Chun nodded. All right, the evolution of professions was getting more and more complicated. He could barely remember the various branches of professions. Do I have to kill you before I can go over? That person smiled. Others don't need to kill me. Of course, they can't kill me either. But I think you should know that your treatment is different from others. It seemed like it was going to be another battle to the death. Lu Chun shook his head and sighed. He helplessly pulled out his limitless sword. All right, then let's hurry up. The main academy in the sixth celestial layer has already started to recruit disciples. I have to hurry over. That person laughed. Solipsistic, you're about to die. Why are you still so arrogant? I've seen your battle. Now, your dual heaven's might is useless. My puppet technique allows the puppet to display even more terrifying strength than when it was alive. Against the four supreme magical beasts, what chance do you have of winning? Lu Chun coldly looked at that person. Is it because the puppet master doesn't have anyone to talk to? Is that why you talk so much nonsense? You, brat, you still dare to be arrogant? I'll make you wish you were dead. Soul and body as one. Heaven, earth, black, yellow, for supremes, soul integration. Hell awakening. With a boom, the four supreme beasts erupted with terrifying spiritual energy and entered their divine beast state. Did you see that? Their strength is not inferior to their peak strength when they were alive. Without dual heaven's might, you're dead for sure. The puppet master roared, his eyes filled with excitement. I'll be free after killing you. Go to hell, solipsistic. Little beast god stood behind Lu Chun and vigilantly looked at the winged dragon and torch dragon. Dad, how do we fight? You deal with two, and I, little furball, rhubarb, and I will deal with one. You guys deal with four, Lu Chun indifferently said. Dad, isn't this inappropriate? What's wrong with it? Did I give you the beast core for nothing? I'm not afraid. We're dealing with four of them. What about you? Are you the dad, or am I the dad? Why do you care? Do you think it was easy for me to raise all of you? When it comes to fighting, you're not going to fight. Are you waiting for me to do it? But Dad, Lu Chun waved his hand, and Furry, Rhubarb, and Originator all jumped out. The little furball immediately entered battle mode, and its body enlarged. Staring at the kuei in front of it, Originator also transformed into a giant kuei. Rhubarb shouted at the four supreme magical beasts, as well as the puppet master. He quickly hid behind the small furball, not giving them any chance to launch a sneak attack. Rhubarb, it's rare to have a teammate like you. Lu Chun shook his head. This guy held the 9 revolving black gold mirror in his mouth every day, as if he was comprehending something, but he hadn't made any progress. The only change was that the little furball and the others were getting stronger and stronger, and he was getting bolder and bolder. Now that his dad had spoken, the beast god didn't refuse anymore. His eyes lit up, and his body was wrapped in colorful flames. Behind him, 18 divine beasts flashed past. Then, the beast god shouted in a low voice, "Extreme mysterious heavenly fire armor. Spring of life." A red flame shield enveloped the 3 divine beasts at the same time. This should be a kind of spell talisman, which increased the team's defense and healing. Although the sub-originator had turned into a Kuei cow, its skin was crystal clear. Inside, it was not a fleshly body, but a liquid that was constantly flowing. It was highly condensed spiritual energy that flowed rapidly, making it look like blood. Originator hadn't fought alongside Lu Chun for a long time. In fact, Originator had been very strong before. It was immune to physical and spiritual attacks, and could even absorb spiritual attacks. Now that Originator had intelligence and a physical body, its strength had gone further. It was formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now, it could control its own body very skillfully, which meant it could control the flow of spiritual energy. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Originator's affinity with spiritual energy is stronger than mine. In other words, after having a physical body, Originator's future potential is unpredictable. Father, we can only deal with 3 at most. The last one is for you. Let's go. After saying that, the 3 divine beasts rushed out. The little fur ball used bloodline bond to heal itself, Originator, and the beast god. Then it turned into a white light and rushed toward ancestral Graygon. The beast god's figure was like lightning. His figure couldn't be seen clearly, but wherever he passed, a long black flame tongue was left on the ground. That should be the black flame of the Black Flame Dragon Emperor. Originator's huge body directly rushed toward the Supreme Kuei. Kuei's attack leaned toward the physical type, so Originator was able to suppress it. These 3 beasts were not useless in their usual fights. Now, their cooperation was extremely tacit. Their skills were coordinated with each other, and their positioning was exquisite. They could both attack and defend. However, there were only 3 of them. There was still 1 winged dragon left, which no one cared about for the time being. Lu Chun looked at Rhubarb, and Rhubarb also looked back at Lu Chun. "Rhubarb, you..." Before Lu Chun could finish his words, Rhubarb ran away. Lu Chun shook his head. This guy was quite self-aware. If the beast god wanted to win, it might not be enough, but those 3 beasts could at least delay for a while. And this period of time was crucial for Lu Chun. God and demon symbiosis, god of war possession, demon transformation, 3 lives reincarnation. Lu Chun activated his various buffs one after another: place of death, dragon blood boiling, soul and body fusion. Lu Chun directly activated soul and body fusion. His attributes directly soared to millions. His 3 dimensions reached 2, 5 million, and his spiritual force reached 4, 5 million. 9 steps in the void. Lu Chun shouted. He had already dashed toward the winged dragon. The puppet master snorted. At least you have some self-awareness. You know that you can't bypass the puppets and kill me directly. You want to stall my 3 celestial beasts with your 3 battle pets so that you can quickly kill the winged dragon and then kill me? Ha, 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 ha. You are completely wrong. Do you think the winged dragon I have is still the piece of trash you killed? Most people would try their best to kill the puppet master in person when fighting against him. The better the puppet master was in actual combat, the better the puppet master could protect his own body. Expert puppeteers were existences that could be seen but not touched. They could use puppets to restrain the other party completely. The solipsistic dragon didn't intend to attack his own body at all. He went straight for the puppets, probably because he knew that he couldn't get close to Lu Chun. Unfortunately, your heaven-piercing sword is too slow. Genesis needs to seize the best opportunity to use the move in advance. I have seen those 2 moves. I won't give you the chance to use them. The winged dragon had entered the state of a second-rank divine beast. It was moving quickly before Lu Chun could get close. Dragon of 9 worlds. While moving quickly, the winged dragon's puppet suddenly disappeared into the void. Not even the heavens. I could see it. 9 dragons clone. All of a sudden, 9 figures dashed out from the space behind Lu Chun and slapped at Lu Chun at the same time. The clones in the void made it difficult for Lu Chun to tell which one was the real winged dragon. At the same time, the 9 winged dragons were charging at Lu Chun at the same time. Lu Chun was enraged. The winged dragons were too fast. If it weren't for the fact that Genesis had trapped the winged dragon, he wouldn't have won that easily. Go to hell, solipsistic dragon. Dark golden dragon claw. The 9 winged dragons were very close. Chapter 900. The strength of winged dragon's body was indeed much stronger than Lu Chen's. Its speed had already exceeded the limits of a human's reaction. Lu Chen originally thought that the puppet master might not be able to use a puppet better than winged dragon when he was alive. However, he had been careless this time. The puppet master's control skills were simply incomprehensible. Controlling 4 supreme stage puppets at the same time and still being able to unleash their power to such a terrifying extent, using the 9-world roaming dragon at the same time, and using the 9-world roaming dragon at the same time, Lu Chen even suspected that this guy was not just a puppet master. Godly devil astral body. Lu Chen shouted in a low voice. His attributes instantly increased by several times, and at the same time, he was in a state where he could not be targeted. The godly devil astral body was extremely powerful, but it only lasted for 8 seconds. 8 seconds. He had to kill the puppet master. In an instant, Lu Chen broke away from the 9 dragons' attack and instantly teleported in front of the puppet master. You're already dead. Lu Chen snorted coldly and stabbed at the puppet master with limitless sword in his hand. Sky-piercing sword. Under the godly devil astral body, the speed of the skill was greatly increased, but logically speaking, it could not be used instantly. The puppet master narrowed his eyes slightly. Formless. This person's eyesight was not bad. He could actually see that Lu Chen had merged formless into the sky-piercing sword. Unfortunately, solipsistic, you underestimate me too much. Even using the godly devil astral body, it seems like you're not far from death. After saying that, the puppet master's hands quickly flipped and formed seals. Seeing the puppet master's actions, Lu Chen's heart tightened. Not good. This guy was also a talisman array master. Usually, many experts chose to cultivate several professions to complement each other's weaknesses, using other professions to make up for the shortcomings of the original profession. However, the combination of a puppet master and a talisman array master was extremely rare. A puppet master needed to control puppets, which was already multitasking. Professions were most afraid of being close to their main body. A talisman array master needed a lot of brain power to set up various arrays and use talismans. At the same time, a talisman array master was afraid of being close combat professions. It seemed that these 2 professions could not complement each other's weaknesses. But there was another possibility if he had enough confidence in his puppet control technique, and at the same time could ensure that he could multitask, then the combination of these 2 professions would have an extremely terrifying effect. With the puppet's distraction, the talisman master would have enough time to set up the array, using the formation to prevent others from getting close to him. He made up for the weaknesses of both the puppet master and the talisman master. In addition, on the offensive side, the talisman seal and the puppet could completely achieve a perfect suppression effect. It could be said to be one of the most perfect combinations. Of course, it was extremely difficult to cultivate both at the same time. Other than having to have a clear mind, one's reaction, timing, control, positioning, and other combat skills had to be mastered to the extreme. Unfortunately, the nameless puppet heavenly master in front of him seemed to have done it. Spirit-body exchange. Fiend God trap formation. Activate. The hand seals were quickly completed. The puppet master looked at Lu Chun with a mocking gaze. "You're finished, solipsistic." With a loud bang, Lu Chen's heaven-piercing sword seemed to have pierced something, causing a violent explosion. Lu Chen hurried to dodge. At the same time, the puppet master's true body had disappeared. Impossible. Lu Chen's eyes widened. His fiend god astral constitution could restrain the astral constitutions of other classes. How could that guy disappear? Lu Chen activated the heavens, and even searched with his spiritual energy. He didn't find the puppet master, but he did find the spiritual energy around him strange. He couldn't even see the little beast god and the others. He was trapped in the fiend god trap formation. Suddenly, the puppet master's voice came from around him. "Don't worry, I'll let you out soon. Wait until I kill your battle pets first. Oh, don't worry about them. I'll make them into puppets so that they can live forever as puppets." Solipsistic. I heard that you've never been defeated. TSK, TSK, TSK. You didn't expect to die in my hands, did you? Do you think you're invincible in the level 5 heaven after killing Winged Dragon? Don't forget that I'm the guardian of the level 5 heaven. I'm the ceiling of the level 5 heaven. Ha 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 ha. Heaven-piercing sword. Creation? So what? So what if you have a fiend god, astral constitution? You'll still die in my hands. Ha ha ha. The 8 seconds of the fiend god astral constitution were soon over. The moment the fiend god astral constitution ended, the formation was suddenly deactivated. As soon as the formation was deactivated, Lu Chen saw that the little beast god and the others were besieged by the 4 celestial beings. "Father, be careful of the puppet master. His puppets are very strong." The little beast god was still trying to warn Lu Chen. It seemed that he had also sensed the strength of the former celestial beings and knew that they couldn't be underestimated. Right then, the puppet master smiled and moved his fingers gracefully. Then, a few more puppets appeared in front of him. These are clones of the 4 celestial beings. They're not as powerful as the puppets made of their corpses, but they should be able to make your battle pets give up sooner. 4 more puppets joined the battle, making the beast god, and the others even more perilous. The puppet master stood in front of Lu Chen without any scruples. "Do you have more fiend god astral constitution? I've seen all your opportunities in the level 5 heavens. You've made me wait for 3 years. Do you think I'll give you any chance after 3 years of preparation?" Lu Chen glared at the puppet master coldly. That guy had exceeded his expectations. The puppet master knew what he was capable of. Heaven-piercing sword, creation, and fiend god astral constitution. No wonder the people in the mountain had urged him to challenge the tower. They probably didn't want him to go to the level 6 heavens to improve his strength. The longer the puppet master prepared, the less likely he would be to win. That was the key. However, Su Ping was already in a critical situation. "Oh, right. You still have Inner Demon and Lotus Heart. Why? Are you going to turn the tables with those 2 moves?" The puppet master didn't seem to be scared at all. Instead, he was getting more and more excited. "Come on, use them. I can't wait. The game will only be interesting when you're trying your best. Otherwise, I won't have any fun." "Oh, I see. It must be because you still have fantasies about your battle pet, right? It seems that I have to force you into a corner." All of a sudden, There was a horrifying explosion in the distance. Then, spiritual energy swept across the sky. If they weren't in the sky tower, the entire lair would have been flattened by that horrifying explosion. Ha, ha, ha! Isn't that awesome? I simulated the explosion of the Emperor Cultivation Elixir. The puppet master was mad. It's not as powerful as the explosion of the real Emperor Cultivation Elixir, but it shouldn't be hard to kill those little guys. The spiritual energy dispersed. Lu Chen looked at the little beast god in horror. At the moment, the little beast god and the furball were both covered by a shield, but the originator was nowhere to be seen. Little originator. Lu Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his mind went blank. Chapter 9:01. Surrounded by the turbulence of spiritual energy, Lu Chen could no longer tell which cluster was the suboriginator's body. The suboriginator had shielded the little beast god and the furball from the explosion, but they were still heavily wounded. Still, they had managed to survive. The furball tried to stand up and look around. Roar, it roared. The furball was looking for its friends, but there were only the four celestials and the wounded beast god. The suboriginator was nowhere to be seen. Roar. The little furball raised its head and roared. Its roar was filled with boundless grief. Lu Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Tears welled up in his eyes. The suboriginator had been with Lu Chen for a long time. It had been with Lu Chen since the second day. The suboriginator was the only puppet among all the battle pets, and it should have been emotionless and unconscious. However, Lu Chen could tell that the suboriginator had become different after spending time with him. The furball and rhubarb. Lu Chen didn't take the suboriginator with him during the 4th and 5th days. The suboriginator had its own mission, which was to protect the 3rd day. Lu Chen couldn't remember if it had been 5 or 6 years. The suboriginator was the only one guarding the 3rd day. The suboriginator missed its boss and the furball, but the 3rd day hadn't been stabilized yet. The suboriginator was still there in Lu Chen's name. Only recently did the suboriginator move from the 3rd day to the 5th day to look for them. When they first met, the suboriginator, the furball, and rhubarb were like friends who had been separated for a long time. They had killed the 5 ancient gods together. Even after such a long time, they were still working well together. At the last moment of its life, the suboriginator, which was known as a puppet, saved the furball and the beast god with its hard-earned life. Maybe the suboriginator thought that they could better protect their boss in the future. Suboriginator. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with tears. I'm sorry. Boss didn't protect you. The puppet master burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Solipsistic, aren't you arrogant? Your battle pet was killed by me, but you couldn't do anything about it. How pitiful. Come on. Inner demon, sacred lotus sword heart, come and kill me. Lu Chen's entire body trembled. His eyes emitted billowing green mist. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, I will tear you to pieces. The puppet master was not afraid at all, and he loudly laughed as he said, Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. I know you like the back of my hand. How can you kill me? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. That's right. This person was not only extremely strong, but a person who used a substitute puppet to self-destruct with an emperor cultivation. This strength was something Lu Chen had never heard of before. Most importantly, he knew his own methods too well. He knew all of his ultimate moves like the back of his hand. He had even avoided the single sword cleaving the heavens that he had used in his formless state. This meant that his preparations couldn't be any more adequate, whether it was the heart demon or the sacred lotus sword heart. Neither of them could kill this guy. Suddenly, Lu Chen revealed a cruel smile. Are you sure you know me well? Lu Chen's smile was so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. The puppet master frowned slightly. Solipsistic, stop lying to yourself. With me here, you have no chance of winning. This is your life. You can't change it. Lu Chen suddenly shouted angrily, My life is up to me, not the heavens. Suddenly, an item appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Upon seeing this item, the puppet master's eyes couldn't help but widen in disbelief. Dragon blood crystal. The black dragon blood crystal was almost as tall as Lu Chen, and the crystals were tightly clustered together. The mountain man said that his body couldn't withstand fusing with the dragon crystal, and he had to wait until he reached the human king realm before he could use it. From this, one could see the power of this item. I finally understand now. Lu Chen sneered. You used the corpses of the magical beast clan to make puppets. The magical beast clan probably dared to be angry, but didn't dare to say anything. They probably gave me the dragon blood because they hoped that I could kill you. Although I don't like them, I don't like you even more. With that, Lu Chen directly exited the soul-body fusion state and poured spirit energy into the dragon crystal. The dragon crystal instantly seemed to come to life and scattered into countless tiny diamond-shaped crystals, quickly climbing onto Lu Chen's body until it completely covered him. In almost an instant, apart from his face, his entire body was covered with black crystals. Lu Chen stared at the puppet master. You know everything about me, but I bet you definitely won't guess that I can fuse with the dragon crystal. Since you can't guess, then your undefeated streak doesn't exist. The puppet master finally panicked a little. He looked at Lu Chen in horror. Damn it, why you actually? Are you crazy? With your body, do you think you can fuse with the dragon crystal? I think the result is that I don't even need to do anything. You will die from the dragon crystal's backlash. Although that was what he said, the puppet master didn't dare to be sure. He hurriedly controlled the 4 supreme puppets to launch a fierce attack on Lu Chen. However, the dragon crystal was like a suit of armor, blocking all the attacks. The puppet master was at his wit's end. He could only watch Lu Chen fuse with the dragon blood crystal. At the same time, Lu Chen's face had turned pale because of the pain. All the bones, muscles, nerves, and cells in his body seemed to be crushed inch by inch. This kind of pain was simply unbearable. Lu Chen's vision began to blur, and he became delirious. He was about to faint. However, just as he was about to faint, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the little fur ball and the little beast lying in the distance. He couldn't die. If he died, who would avenge Originator? Thinking of this, Lu Chen forced himself to stay alert. Large amounts of blood gushed out from the corners of his eyes, ears, mouth, and mouth. It was like a stream of water gushing out continuously. Lu Chen only felt that his body was no longer his own. Even his breathing had stopped. His eyelids drooped again. It seemed that he couldn't hold on any longer. His physical body was indeed too weak. It was impossible for him to withstand the fusion of the dragon crystal. As Lu Chen's signs of life gradually weakened, the dragon crystal gradually stopped as if it had lost its vitality. I knew you couldn't hold on any longer. You really gave me a fright just now. The puppet master was relieved to see that the vitality on Lu Chen's face was fading away. Reason told him that the solipsistic couldn't complete the fusion. However, this guy had created too many miracles. Theoretically speaking, he wasn't safe. Solipsistic, I didn't know that I didn't kill you. I forced you to die. The so-called strongest original god. Ha, 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 how sad. What a pity for this dragon crystal. Damn it, you're already dead. You wasted such an important treasure. I'm so angry. Okay, it's time to put an end to this. Your battle pet will die with you. Sky-swallowing rat beast god, TSK, TSK, TSK. Winged dragon, you were killed by the solipsistic when you were alive. This time, I'll give you a chance to avenge yourself. Kill them. Remember, don't damage their bodies too much. I'm going to make them into puppets. The puppet master moved his finger. The winged dragon had already walked toward the wounded beast god and the little fur ball. The winged dragon raised its claw, ready to kill them. At this moment, the spiritual chi in the surroundings that had already stopped moving suddenly surged. Something seemed to be gathering quickly. Chapter 9:02. Everything had spiritual chi, and spiritual chi was everywhere. Many years ago, in the spirit-gathering mountain range of the second heaven, a ball of spiritual chi was accidentally turned into a small ball of air. The ball of air didn't dissipate quickly. Instead, as it rotated, the surrounding spiritual chi was constantly drawn to it. Day after day, year after year, the ball of spiritual chi became bigger and bigger. When an insect flew over, it would turn into an insect. When a bird flew over, it would turn into a bird. The bird didn't fly high, but it wanted to fly higher and higher. Finally, it rushed into the turbulence of spiritual chi and fell heavily to the ground. However, it didn't stop trying. It turned into a bird again and again to feel the turbulence, until one day, when it couldn't resist the turbulence again, it suddenly had an idea. It turned into spiritual chi. From then on, it could fly freely in the turbulence, even if it was in the form of a bird. One day, in the quiet spirit-gathering mountain range, a man broke in. He came to its residence and defeated it easily. In order to survive, the ball of spiritual chi hit a puppet. After that man got the puppet, it became that man's puppet. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Over the years, it gradually changed from a ball of spiritual chi, without consciousness, to a lot of changes. It had its own friend, a little white field mouse, and many other strange mythical beasts. It also had a master, the man who had broken in, who took it to fight everywhere. In the third heaven, its master had to leave it there for some reason, but it longed to continue its adventures with its master and the fluffy ball. In the third heaven, it got in touch with more and more people and understood many things that it didn't understand before. Its intelligence was also gradually becoming clearer. It knew its own strengths and weaknesses, and it knew how to make up for its weaknesses. In the fifth heaven, the fluffy ball was still so terrifying, and there was another guy beside its master. The fluffy ball said that he was a powerful beast god. Compared to these two guys, Originator seemed to be the weakest one. However, in fact, everyone got one thing wrong. In the past 5 years, Originator didn't become stronger. The only thing that changed was that it became more and more aware of what it was. Everything had spiritual chi, and Originator was formed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was not a puppet. It was the spirit of all things. It didn't need to become stronger. What it needed was to understand itself. Roar! A roar was heard. The surrounding spiritual energy instantly condensed into a huge pale moon silver wolf. In an instant, it appeared in front of the little fur ball and the little beast god. It stood up and clawed at the Kuei cow's body, tearing out several ghastly wounds. One could even see the mechanisms inside the wounds. The Kuei ox was known for its strength, and its defense was extremely high. However, it was unable to defend in time, and was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Little hairy ball and little beast god looked at the silver wolf in shock. Beast god said in disbelief, "Xiao Yuan." Just now, the 4 replicas of the 4 Supreme Being puppets had suddenly exploded inside their bodies. The energy that had been triggered was simply beyond their imagination. In order to protect them, Little Originator turned its body into a shield and blocked most of the damage for them. Just like that, the Beast God and Little Furball were severely injured. Originally, he thought that the Sub-Originator, who had suffered the most damage, would definitely die, but the Sub-Originator suddenly appeared in front of them. Furthermore, the Sub-Originator seemed even more terrifying than before. With a single attack, he had sent one of the four paragons, the Kuei Ox King, flying. That guy remained unharmed after the explosion of the four emperors' elixirs. The puppet master could hardly believe his eyes. No, it's even stronger. The puppet master tried to take control of the Kuei Ox King, only to find that the latter was more severely injured than he had imagined. The Kuei Ox King puppet was crippled with one strike. That's impossible. The Kuei Ox King's defense is invincible. It can't be that powerful. All of a sudden, the puppet master seemed to have thought of something. No, it has absorbed the energy from the explosion of the elixirs. Yes, the puppet master had noticed it when he was controlling the three Supreme Being puppets to fight against the three battle pets. At first, the puppet master was the least eye-catching one. Its defense was weaker than the sky-swallowing rats, and its attacks were weaker than beast gods. However, the puppet master had a horrifying ability. It was immune to all physical and spirit attacks, and would only be vulnerable to elemental attacks. It seemed that the puppet master would become more and more powerful as the battle progressed. The longer the battle lasted, the more horrifying the puppet master's attacks would be. As a matter of fact, the puppet master had done a thorough investigation of Lu Chen. He had studied Lu Chen's unique skills and his two battle pets thoroughly. That was why the puppet master was able to gain the upper hand in the battle and push Lu Chen into a corner. However, apart from the dragon crystal, there was something else that the puppet master had neglected. The Sub-Originator. The Sub-Originator hadn't been with the solipsistic since the beginning. It had returned to Lu Chen in the end, during the battle against the seven gods. The Sub-Originator's performance was far less impressive than that of the Furball and Beast God. The puppet master had taken the Sub-Originator's combat strength into account, but he didn't know that the Sub-Originator would become more and more powerful as the battle progressed. Of course, even if the Sub-Originator was strong, the puppet master was confident that he could kill the Sub-Originator. Who could withstand the explosion of four Supreme Being puppets at the same time? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Beast God and the Furball would have been killed if it weren't for the Sub-Originator. However, things seemed to be going beyond the puppet master's expectation. Not only had the Sub-Originator protected the Beast God and the Furball, it had also absorbed the spiritual power from the explosions, making it even more horrifying. The Sub-Originator was as horrifying as the explosion of the four Supreme Being puppets could be. What on earth is this guy? The Sub-Originator was as fast as a streak of light. It passed through the Torch Dragon's body in the blink of an eye. The puppet master tried to make the Torch Dragon Supreme puppet dodge, but he couldn't keep up with the Sub-Originator's speed. After a boom, the Torch Dragon Supreme's torso was blown up. The complicated structure inside Lu Chen's chest was revealed. Awoo! The Sub-Originator howled and cut off the winged dragon's neck the next second. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 Supreme Being puppets had been destroyed. The puppet master couldn't believe his eyes. That's even stronger than an immortal realm cultivator. The Sub-Originator was so fast, strong, and aggressive that even an immortal realm cultivator would be torn apart by it. That's impossible. Did I miscalculate? It was the most powerful battle pet. That's impossible. It can't be that strong. There was only one ancestor dragon puppet left. It couldn't have stopped the Sub-Originator. The puppet master quickly turned around and looked at Lu Chen. The guy probably didn't know that his battle pet was that strong, or he wouldn't have fused the dragon crystal in such a hurry. His body couldn't have withstood the power of the fusion. It seemed that the solipsistic was doomed. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to waste more time on that horrifying battle pet. With that in mind, the puppet master quickly opened a portal to the sixth heaven. Solipsistic, you may have passed my test, but so what? You're already a dead man. The puppet master roared and caught the suboriginator's attention. Bastard, watch carefully. Then the suboriginator kicked Lu Chun into the portal. The suboriginator was so angry that its eyes almost popped out. It picked up the beast god and the fur ball, then turned into a streak of light and chased into the portal. Chapter 903. This time, the puppet master was quick to react. No one knew what he did, but there was a slight change in the teleportation gate. But the originator didn't care about that at all, and jumped into the portal. The puppet master didn't breathe a sigh of relief until those people were sent to the sixth heaven. He had thought of everything, but he had missed one thing. He was almost killed by that guy. It's a pity that the three most powerful puppets are missing, but at least the solipsistic is dead. That guy can absorb so much spiritual power. No, I have to go to the sixth heaven as soon as possible and catch the three ownerless battle pets. The puppet master looked back at the broken puppets and felt his heart ache. I can't go to the sixth heaven so casually. I'd better fix these puppets first. There was no telling if Lu Chen was the first person in history to be kicked to the next level by a celestial realm boss. The place where he was born was a lake, and his heavy body was sinking continuously. Fortunately, the clear water orb was slowly rotating around Lu Chen so that Lu Chen wouldn't drown first. Boss, boss. Two voices were trying to wake Lu Chen up. Wake up! Little Green was at her wit's end. Boss's vital signs were fading fast, and his heartbeat and breathing were getting weaker and weaker. Boss, where's the originator? Why isn't the originator here yet? Go and save Boss. She watched the originator rush to the portal. Why hadn't it shown up yet? There was no telling how much time had passed, but the originator still hadn't shown up. Sister Green, the originator didn't go into the portal with Boss. Have they been teleported to somewhere else? Xiaomin asked, what should we do? There are so many monsters around. They couldn't see what was around them, but they could sense that a lot of huge shadows were moving around. It was hard to count how many of them there were. Maybe it was the dragon crystal that had attracted those monsters. Without soul body as one, Lu Yi and Xiaomin had almost no way to pull Lu Chen out of the water. At the bottom of the lake, huge creatures that could not be seen clearly swam past. They were very interested in this thing that had suddenly appeared, but they did not dare to approach it for the time being. They were still probing the surroundings. If this continued, Boss would be eaten by these fellows. Where is this place? Why are there so many magical beasts? Lu Yi was already worried to death. Boss, I beg you, quickly wake up. Even when Lu Chen fell to the bottom of the lake, he still showed no signs of waking up. The surrounding monsters actually began to fight each other. The water current shook violently, and it was filled with the smell of blood after an unknown period of time. From the moment they arrived until now, the killing in the surroundings had not stopped for even a moment. The area illuminated by the clear water pearl had already turned red. Are they fighting over who the boss belongs to? Xiaomin and Little Green, the two ghosts, stood guard by Lu Chen's side. Xiaomin sadly said, Sister Lu, Boss already no longer has any signs of life. Lu Yi was already choking with sobs. Boss, Xiaomin only felt that her entire world was collapsing. This invincible war god, no matter what kind of strong enemy he met, he could always turn defeat into victory. But this time, Boss had not been able to withstand the dragon crystal. The surrounding monsters became bigger and bigger. It was unknown where they had come from, but they were still fighting each other. When they're done fighting, they'll eat Boss. Don't tell me Boss's corpse won't even be whole. Lu Yi already wanted to cry, but no tears came out. These days, she had already cried all her tears. No, Sister Lu, there's still a way to revive Boss, Xiaomin suddenly said. Lu Yi suddenly looked up at Xiaomin. Sister Lu, do you still remember Boss has a stone called the Desolate Heaven Blood Demon Stone? That's a treasure dropped by the Desolate God. It can revive the body. Speaking of that stone, Lu Yi immediately remembered. Sister Lu, Boss gave you the authority to use his backpack. Quickly look for it. Lu Yi hurriedly searched Lu Chen's backpack and finally found that red stone. Found it. Sister Lu, this thing can't be directly consumed. Back then, Boss put another profound ice god's bloodstone into Sister Shuangling's body and saved her. Should we also? Lu Yi nodded. This god's bloodstone should be used directly on the body. It must be absorbed by the body. After saying this, Lu Yi took out a knife and pointed it at Lu Chen's heart. She was a bit unsure if she should do this. Sister Lu, hurry up. Boss doesn't have much time left. We can only gamble once. Lu Yi clenched her teeth and pressed her entire body against the knife. Now that the dragon crystal no longer had any protection, Lu Chen would not resist the attack. As long as she used some strength, she would be able to cut open Lu Chen's chest. With a pu sound, the knife accurately pierced Lu Chen's chest and opened up a hole where his heart was. However, after opening Lu Chen's chest, a large amount of blood flowed out from Lu Chen's body. It was completely unimaginable. Heavens, the dragon crystal had already shattered all of Boss's organs. His heart was also badly damaged. Even so, Boss was still able to hold on until now. Lu Yi's tears flowed down along with the flow of water. There was no time to lose. No matter what the situation was now, they could only try everything they could. Xiaomin pried open Lu Chen's wound, while Lu Yi stuffed the desolate ice god's bloodstone into the wound and quickly pressed down on the wound. The two of them tightly pressed down on Lu Chen's wound. From each other's eyes, one could see the nervousness, apprehension, anticipation, and fear. Please, it has to work. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Their heartbeats, like Lu Chen's, completely stopped. The battle between the monsters seemed to have finally ended. There were simply too many monsters. It seemed a little difficult to fight for first place. They only managed to get rid of some of the weaker monsters. The remaining huge shadows swarmed towards Lu Chen. Not good. We're finished. However, at this moment, a bloody light gradually appeared on Lu Chen's chest. Immediately after, the incalculable amount of blood in the surrounding water began to flow into Lu Chen's chest wound. Lu Yi and Xiaomin hurriedly released their hands to prevent them from hindering Lu Chen from absorbing the blood. A large amount of blood flowed into Lu Chen's body. At the same time, countless behemoths pounced towards Lu Chen. However, just as they approached, an extremely powerful suction force came over. These behemoths' bodies twisted crazily in the water, trying to resist this terrifying force. However, the moment they approached Lu Chen, their bodies were directly pressed into a pool of blood that continuously flowed into Lu Chen's body. One monster's body after another was absorbed by Lu Chen. The dragon crystal that had long lost its luster actually lit up again at this moment. Chapter 904. The thick blood attracted an endless stream of monsters, and in the end, they were absorbed by the desolate Heaven Blood Demon Stone. The blood of a large number of monsters dyed the entire area red, And this blood attracted even more monsters. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, 1 month, 2 months. Xiao Min and the rest now understood that they were not at the bottom of the lake, but at the bottom of the sea. The number of monsters absorbed by the desolate heaven blood demon stone was almost uncountable. 3 months later, the dragon crystal that covered Lu Chen's body suddenly underwent a terrifying change. It began to become even smaller and drilled into Lu Chen's body. The desolate heaven blood demon stone no longer absorbed any more blood, and the wound on his chest began to heal. 3 days later, the man who had been sleeping for 3 months finally opened his eyes. Lu Chen slightly opened his eyes, but before he could think, he suddenly found himself underwater. "Boss, is that you?" Little Green's voice sounded, making Lu Chen even more surprised. "If it's not me, who is it? Why am I here? Am I not in Tong Tian Tower?" Lu Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Boss, it's really you. We thought you were dead." Seeing Lu Chen's transformation with their own eyes, Lu Yi and Xiao Min were afraid that the person who had woken up might not be their boss anymore. But fortunately, this fellow had a confused look, indicating that he was still the original Lu Chen. "Boss, this is the 6th layer of heaven." 6th layer of heaven? Lu Chen blinked his eyes. When did he come to the 6th layer of heaven? Why didn't he know? Didn't I nearly die at the hands of the puppet master? How could I be in the 6th layer of heaven? Oh, right, where's the dragon crystal? Lu Chen touched his body. The crystals that covered his body were gone. "Boss, let's go up first. This place is too terrifying. We'll tell you what happened after we go up," Xiaomin said. She really did not like this place. There was blood everywhere. Lu Chen swam to the surface of the water and found himself in a vast sea. This is the 6th layer of heaven. Even Lu Chen found it hard to imagine his previous unimaginable experience. Now, he urgently wanted to know what happened during the period of time he lost consciousness. Lu Chen found a small island with great difficulty and swam to the shore. "So tired, this shouldn't be. How long have I swum? How can I be so tired?" Lu Chen found it strange. But after thinking about it, perhaps it was because he had been unconscious for too long. He did not have the time to care about that. He summoned Little Min and Little Green to ask about what had happened. The two of them hurriedly told Lu Chen everything that had happened before. After Lu Yi of heaven of heaven, E of hell, E of Xiao Min's face was full of excitement. Seeing their boss standing in front of them alive, and well, it was as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. Lu Chen blinked. He did not use the desolate heaven blood evil stone because he wanted to use it to save his life. But he did not expect the process to be so bizarre. "You're saying that I've absorbed the blood essence of countless monsters." Lu Chen looked at his chest. There wasn't even a single wound on his chest. "That's right, boss." "Oh, right. Take a look at your status panel." Lu Chen nodded. He had just woken up and was still in a daze, so he had forgotten about this matter. In his status panel, there were no changes to his attributes. But what was depressing was that other than his body being permanently damaged, he now had an additional status. Easy fatigue status. Physical and spiritual energy consumption increased by 300%. Damn, what the hell is this? Lu Chen was on the verge of collapse. Finally, at the bottom of his status panel, he found a few lines of data that had not been there before. Dragon type, unknown mutant dragon. Level, first job transition, type unknown. Currently, it is confirmed that the death rebirth effect cannot be activated. Lu Chen frowned. Did he really fuse with the dragon crystal? After the fusion, there was a mutation. Currently, the system was unable to detect the type of mutation. It could only confirm that he was not like other demon beasts who could be reborn several times after a few transformations. I don't even have the most terrifying ability of demon beasts. How the hell am I fusing with it? Lu Chen shook his head. There were some explanations below. Lu Chen continued reading. Due to forcefully activating the dragon seed without sufficient attributes, the host is currently in a weak state. In this state, the body is easy to fatigue. Physical and spiritual energy consumption increases by 10 times. Recovery skills and recovery pills cannot be used. In this state, the host is unable to increase any attributes. Attribute: Rearing Dragon Crystal obtained. It can remove the weak state. However, the method of removing the weak state for a dragon seed is currently unknown. Lu Chen was shocked. He had really fused with the dragon crystal, but the result of the mutation was that he was now very weak. His physical and spiritual energy consumption had increased by 11 times, and he could not recover. The key point was that he was now a cripple. His attributes were already half of normal. In addition, his consumption was 10 times higher than others. He was completely crippled. Oh my God, what the hell is this? What kind of bird dragon seed is this? Lu Chen broke down. I should have killed the 9-headed dragon back then. Otherwise, it would have used this thing to harm me. And that desolate evil bloodstone. The name is so awesome. Why did it mutate into such a thing? Other dragon seeds can be reborn. After each rebirth, they become much stronger. They also have ways to recover from the weak state. Mine has no ability at all. My weak state is even worse than others. In the end, I don't even know how to remove the weak state. Lu Chen looked hopeless. Comparisons were odious. This mutation of his felt that his weakened state was stronger than other dragon species. My consumption is 10 times that of others. Forget it. Don't stop me. Let this cripple die in the sea. Boss, actually, at least you survived. Xiao Min hurriedly comforted him. Lu Yi also said, if it wasn't for the dragon crystal and desolate evil bloodstone, you would have died in the hands of the puppet master. Even if you didn't die in his hands, you would have died in the mouths of those terrifying creatures just now. Boss, little originator, and the rest have also entered the 6th heaven. But it seems that the heaven domain boss used some method. We don't know where they are now. Lu Chen shook his head. It was not enough that he had suffered a blow, but he had also lost little originator and the rest. Damn it, the puppet master. Lu Chen's eyes were burning with rage. Lu Chen felt indescribably aggrieved about the puppet master. In fact, if the puppet master had not studied him so thoroughly, he might not have been able to suppress him. Now, not only did he almost kill him, but he had also lost Beast God, Furball, and Little Originator. Just you wait. One day, I'll go back and kill you. Lu Chen gnashed his teeth and said. Back at the moment, Lu Chen tried to find Furball and the others with the battle pet system, but to no avail. The maps of the other areas are not open. I can't find them. Lu Chen frowned. Yes, he was in the 6th heaven, a brand new heaven domain. Of course, the map was not open. Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked up at the surrounding environment. He was now on a small island surrounded by the vast sea. Was this the 6th heaven? The spiritual energy here was indeed much more abundant than in the 5th heaven. Even if the 5 spiritual veins in the 5th heaven were all normal, the spiritual energy here would still be far less abundant. It was not hard to imagine that if the 5 spiritual veins hadn't been blocked when Lu Chen entered the 5th heaven, the cultivators he would have met would have been much more powerful. His ranking among cultivators would have been at least 10 times lower. The 6th heaven, on the other hand, had no spiritual veins, which meant that the cultivators there were definitely horrifying. Chapter 9:05. The Mountain Man said that he had to keep a low profile in the level 6 heaven. It seemed that he had to take his words into consideration. Meng also said that he could go to the river of forgetfulness when he had the strength to break through the level 5 heaven. I wonder what kind of boss is in the river of forgetfulness and if it can drop something good. Lu Chen was thinking about another question. Boss, Meng Pis seems to want you to find the owner of the tear, not to get equipment. Lu Yi glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen sighed. Alas, with my current state, even if she remembers who I am, I'm afraid she won't have any ideas. Lu Chen was really miserable now. His arm was still missing. After fusing with the dragon crystal, it had mutated, and no one knew how to fix it. Now, there was also the fatigue status, which consumed 11 times more physical strength than others. The whereabouts of his 3 pets were also unknown. Having just arrived at the level 6 heaven, he couldn't be more miserable. Let's not think about it now. Although I've arrived at the level 6 heaven, I didn't come here because I have the corresponding strength. I'm afraid I can't go to the river of forgetfulness. If Originator can really defeat the 4 supreme puppets, at least the 3 of them won't be as miserable as me. Little Critter is also in human form, so it can pretend to be an animal trainer. It should be safe for the time being. Although Lu Chen was anxious to find Little Critter and the others, it seemed that it was impossible for him to do so in a short time. Lu Chen took a deep breath and began to look at the surrounding environment. He didn't know whether to call it lucky or unlucky. This small island seemed to be a deserted one, with no traces of habitation. The good news was that at least in Lu Chen's current state, he didn't encounter any powerful cultivators who could take his life as soon as they came up. The bad news was that he still didn't know anything about the 6th layer of heaven. He knew nothing about the strength of the people here, the distribution of forces, the state of the world, and so on. By the way, the people in the mountains gave me 2 tokens. Lu Chen suddenly remembered this matter and hurriedly took out the 2 tokens. After arriving at the level 6 heaven, the words on the tokens could be seen clearly. Wu Nian Sacred Courtyard's Superior Recommendation Token. Thunder Sacred Courtyard's Superior Recommendation Token. That guy in the mountains wants me to go to these 2 academies. Could it be that there's something in these 2 academies that can make me stronger? Lu Chen thought. The people in the mountains probably did not expect Lu Chen's current situation. There were 2 things that Lu Chen needed the most at that time: the Fiend God armor set, or the 8-9 scrolls of the 9 transformations of the Fiend God. As for other things, such as beast cores and extraction scrolls, they did not necessarily have to go to a specific place to get them. It was probably not the intention of the mountain people. Unfortunately, there were only these few words on the token. There wasn't even a location, let alone any other information. Lu Chen could only speculate about the intentions of the people in the mountains. Now was not the time to consider which academy to choose. Lu Chen put away the token. He then looked at his own cultivation level and found that it had been kept at the 6th heavenly layer. 1-star wild cultivator, ranking ominous. It was probably because his ranking was so low that he didn't want to count it anymore. Miserable. Lu Chen shook his head and sighed. I can only take it easy. At least I survived. Lu Chen stood up and rubbed his hands. Let's eat something first. I feel like I can eat a kuei cow now. Survival in the wild became survival on a deserted island. Lu Chen first found a cave in the reef area that could shelter him, then wandered around the island. He found fresh water resources. Little Green and Xiaomin also picked a lot of fruits and vegetables. 1 man and 2 ghosts brought a bunch of things back to their residence. After a busy day, Lu Chen was already very tired. He had used up 11 times his physical strength, and was still unable to replenish it. He clearly felt the horror of the fatigue state. If he encountered a protracted battle, he would be exhausted before the battle was over. "Boss, let's cook. You rest." Little Green saw that Lu Chen's expression was not too good, so he rushed to do the work. Lu Chen nodded. He sat there alone and stared blankly at the burning bonfire. Xiao Min sat beside Lu Chen and comforted him. "Boss, don't be discouraged. Everything will get better. You've gone through so many setbacks in the past, but you never gave up." Lu Chen shook his head. "I'm not discouraged. I'm thinking about how to leave this place. It's not easy to come to the sixth heaven, but I can't really live the life of a savage here." Lu Chen looked back at the island in the night. "With my current physical strength, I'm afraid I can't cross the sea. Even if I activate soul body as one, I only have an hour's time. Even if I ride the nine-winged, I probably won't be able to reach the mainland. So, we have to make a bamboo raft to leave this place." "Bamboo raft?" "Yes, most of the ingredients in my backpack are spoiled. I also need to prepare enough water and food. Damn it, we don't even know how big the sea is. And when we can go ashore." Unknowingly, the sky had darkened. Just as Lu Chen was carefully planning how to escape from the uninhabited island, a gust of wind blew over the sea. The previously calm sea suddenly had a violent storm, and huge waves surged to the sky. A single wave could almost reach a height of tens of meters. Lu Chen originally wanted to escape with the help of the bamboo raft, but when he imagined the bamboo raft being lifted off by the huge waves, Lu Chen could not help but shiver. With such huge waves, even a huge ship would be overturned, let alone a bamboo raft. What exactly is in this sea? Lu Chen stared with his eyes wide open. "Damn, with such huge waves at night, how can we escape?" A dignified cultivator, who had broken into the sixth heavenly layer, was actually trapped on an island. Lu Chen felt that no one would believe such a thing. On the 30th day of his arrival on the island, Lu Chen caught a lot of fresh seafood. He was humming a song while cooking delicious food. These days, the calm sea surface had a different appearance every night, as if the sea god was angry. There were a few times when the island was almost submerged. Lu Chen was very self-aware and canceled the bamboo raft escape plan. But to be honest, the island's resources were still very rich. The fruits were delicious, the seafood was fresh, and there was a variety of varieties. During the day, when there were no wind wolves, he could also bask in the sun on the shore. It was very comfortable. Lu Chen had lived here for a month and had already become a local. He knew everything on the island like the back of his hand. Just as Lu Chen was enjoying the delicious food, a huge dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. Lu Chen looked up at the sky, and his eyebrows gradually furrowed. Not long after, the huge clawed dragon directly landed on the island. 7 or 8 young men and women walked down from the dragon's back. They walked in front of Lu Chen as if nothing had happened. These days, Lu Chen's skin was dark. He had been fishing alone every day, and it had not been repaired for a long time. It was a little damaged. Furthermore, he only had one arm. Among the people, a few beautiful young ladies saw Lu Chen's cave residence from afar, and then looked at the person in front of them. "A Starfield great cultivator. You're a local here?" "A local." Lu Chen had only been here for a month, and he was very compatible with this island. "You are?" Lu Chen asked tentatively. "A few days ago, there was a blood fiend image here. Our master asked us to come and investigate. Hey, since you're a native of this place, have you noticed anything amiss around here?" A man asked. The other disciples whispered. "Master said that the blood fiend image here is extremely terrifying. It should be the birth of some extremely evil demon. Recently, I heard some prophecies about some strange movements in the ominous demon sea. I don't know if it has anything to do with this. Lu Chun was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the badges on their chests, and he could not see their level. Their technique should be similar to Luo Yao's spiritual power. In other words, the lowest level of these brats was at least a 5-star emperor. It was best not to have anything to do with the image of Blood Fiend. I didn't see it. Lu Chun smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth on his tanned face. Chapter 906. The person who asked the question glanced at Lu Chun and felt that he was very simple. How many years have you lived on this island? I don't remember. Lu Chun said, and that's pretty good. You're quite carefree and aloof from worldly affairs. Lu Chun nodded. On the surface, he answered all the questions and said everything he knew. However, at this moment, Lu Chen's heart was extremely excited. It was so hard to wait for someone to come. This was the only chance to leave the island. These people did not take him seriously. This way, it would be easier for him to hide and not arouse their suspicion. Everyone, you must be tired after coming all the way here. I just made some seafood here. Why don't you come and try it? It's rare for someone to come here. Let me do my best as a host. Lu Chun said enthusiastically. The 2 female disciples covered their mouths and snickered. It's only an hour or so. What's so hard about it? Don't say that. That's because we have 9 claws. For a grand cultivator like him, he probably can't even cross the sea of demons. Yeah, look at his broken arm. I guess he was attacked by sea beasts when he went out to sea. These people were not old. Seeing that Lu Chun was just a sea citizen, they did not have their guard up. It's rare for us to come out. Long seafood is not bad. Uncle, we won't stand on ceremony then. Lu Chun hurriedly smiled. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I don't have anything else here. I can't finish the seafood. Saying that, he quickly brought them to his cave. The grilled fish on the fire rack was almost done. The aroma spread out, making one salivate. Lu Chun slightly processed it and passed it to the 2 female disciples. Please wait for a moment. It will be done soon. The female disciple said, embarrassedly, Senior brother, I'll try it first. The 2 of them carefully took a bite. After tasting it carefully, their eyes widened, and delicious. Our school's food can't compare at all. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? Is it really that delicious? It's really delicious. I've never eaten such a unique grilled fish. Lu Chun heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that foodies were everywhere. Not long after, these people had already formed a circle around the bonfire. Everyone was full of praise for Lu Chen's craftsmanship. The atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. Uncle, your craftsmanship is really good. It's a waste of talent for you to stay on this small island. Uncle, what's the level of your cooking? Lu Chun smiled and said, Usually I don't have much to do, so I just study cooking. I'm now a 9-star cooking master. 9 stars, no wonder. Back where we are, everyone is thinking about cultivation. No one is so focused on cooking. Uncle, why don't you come with us to the academy? With your skills, it won't be difficult for you to find a job in the dining hall. When the time comes, we'll be able to enjoy it as well. Lu Chun said, Actually, I also want to leave this place. However, as you can see, I can't leave the Sea of Ominous Demons. The so-called Sea of Ominous Demons, Lu Chun didn't know about it at all. He only heard about it from these people. That's not difficult. If Uncle wants to leave, we can bring you out. It's just one more person. Lu Chen's face was expressionless, but he was so excited that he was about to cry. Finally, he was going to leave this broken island. 9 Claws' speed was several times faster than 9 Wings. It was really riding on the clouds. Not long after, Lu Chen could no longer see the small island. Looking down from above, Lu Chen could see the surrounding environment clearly. The sea of ominous demons was extremely wide. When the small island disappeared from his sight, he could only see the sea as far as the eye could see. If Master didn't lend us 9 claws, we wouldn't dare to come to the sea of ominous demons. A disciple said, "Now, the sea of ominous demons is still calm. When night comes, it will be a real mess. Even if we fall into the sea, only death awaits us." Lu Chen listened to these guys talking about the sea of ominous demons and felt suspicious. Was the sea of ominous demons so dangerous? He had stayed in the sea for God knows how many days, and God knows how many demon beasts he had absorbed. In the end, he mutated into such a trashy dragon species. He really wanted to cry, but had no tears. However, it seemed that 9 claws level was very high. It was the mount of one of their masters. They couldn't cross the sea of ominous demons by themselves. The heaven domain boss of the 5th heaven domain was really cautious. Knowing that he had almost no chance of survival, he still threw him into the sea of ominous demons. He was afraid that he wouldn't die completely. This debt he must settle with him properly in the future. After about an hour, Lu Chen saw the continent in front of him. Was that the continent of the 6th heaven? Everyone, may I ask, is that the continent of the 6th heaven? Lu Chen asked. As soon as he finished asking, the disciples looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle, have you really stayed on the island for too long that you don't even remember the outside world? Prosperous origin continent naturally belongs to the 6th heaven." The other party's answer stunned Lu Chen. This continent was called Prosperous Origin Continent, but it wasn't the 6th heaven. It only belonged to the 6th heaven. In other words, there were many such continents in the 6th heaven. Lu Chen knew that if he continued to ask, the other party would inevitably be suspicious. He could only suppress his doubts and follow these disciples. Half an hour later, 9 claws circled a few times in front of a towering mountain peak and stopped. Lu Chen noticed the name of the academy. It was called Paladin Academy. It wasn't one of the 2 great academies recommended to him by the people in the mountains. "Uncle, are you sure you don't want to stay in our Paladin Academy? The treatment here is quite good," a female disciple said. Lu Chen smiled. "Thank you. I want to go out and take a look." Then, "All right, take this temporary pass down the mountain. The pass is effective for 2 hours. You have to leave the mountain as soon as possible during this time." Lu Chen took the talisman. "I'm really grateful to all of you. If there's a chance in the future, I will properly thank all of you. Of course, we don't ask for much. Just treat us to a meal." The girls smiled. Lu Chen was grateful to this group of disciples from the bottom of his heart. Although he didn't treat them honestly, it was also because he had his own difficulties. If others linked him to the blood fiend elephant, with his current strength, he might not be able to contend against them. In short, he had a good impression of this Paladin Academy. Right, there's one more thing I want to ask all of you. May I ask if you know about Void Academy and Thunder Academy? We haven't heard of Thunder Academy. However, since it's called Academy, it means that it's very strong. Oh, of course, Void Academy is an exception. They can't even be considered as an academy. The disciple couldn't help but laugh. The 6th heaven is called the Cultivation Heavenly Domain. This is the Golden Cultivation Heavenly Domain. Whether or not you can lay a solid foundation for a higher heavenly domain depends on this. There are countless great academies, powers, and sections. We don't know all of them. Uncle, why are you asking this? Lu Chun hurriedly smiled. Oh, I've only heard about it. It's nothing. All right, uncle. Then you should quickly leave the mountain. After the pass is ineffective, you won't be able to pass through the mountain. After Lu Chun thanked them again, he quickly went down the mountain. He finally came out of the sea of ferocious demons. However, it seemed that he had more and more questions in his heart. Damn it, what the hell is this sixth heavenly layer? Lu Chun couldn't help but curse. Chapter 907. The market at the foot of the mountain was very lively, but strangely, the people here only sold basic materials. Lu Chun had not seen anything related to immortal cultivation. The fifth heaven was so turbulent, and there were immortal cultivators opening shops to do business. Up until now, the sixth heaven felt quite peaceful, except for the blood demon phenomenon, and there were no immortal cultivators to be seen. Lu Chun was bored by himself, so he let Little Green accompany him for a stroll. The level of the commoners doing business was not low. Most of them were great cultivators, and some were earth cultivators. Interestingly, their badges seemed to be different from Lu Chen's. Other than the cultivation level, their badges had a variety of shapes. It looked a bit like the emblem of the Heart Refining Academy, but with the cultivation level added on top. Watching a young earth cultivator roll up his sleeves and pour a box of sea fish into the water tank, Lu Chun felt his scalp go numb. A dignified earth cultivator doing this? Hey kid, looking for a job? That person saw Lu Chun strolling on the street, and his gaze stopped at his badge and missing arm. Our academy won't accept people like you. Lu Chun felt like he was struck by lightning. He did not plan to look for a job, but the other party ruthlessly hit him. No one would want someone like him, even if he moved goods. Lu Chun asked, "Little brother, you're also from the academy?" Of course, only by joining the academy can you get cultivation resources. But now I can't become an official disciple, so I'm temporarily helping the sect take care of some daily business. I see. Then, little brother, do you know about the Thunder Academy and the Wu Nian Academy? The Wu Nian Academy closed down. Thunder Academy, never heard of it. After the little brother finished speaking, he turned around and went to unload the goods. Lu Chun was stunned. The Wu Nian Academy closed down. When the little brother came back, he found that the man with the missing arm was still standing there. He looked up at him in surprise. "Why haven't you left?" "Little brother, I'll bother you again. You said that the Wu Nian Academy closed down. When did this happen?" "Sai, you're so strange, as if you've just arrived at the sixth heaven. With your level, it's impossible for you to have come from the fifth heaven. How about this? I'm almost done with my work. Do you have the money to treat me to a meal?" Lu Chun was speechless. Could an earth elementalist only be able to freeload? "Yes. All right. Then wait for me for a while. I'll unload 2 more boxes. Let's go to Rui Restaurant. Since you don't have much money, let's get some cheaper food." Not long after, the young man finally finished his work. He changed his clothes and went to eat with Lu Chun. The young man said that he didn't want to drink. He had to work in the afternoon, so he only ordered a few dishes and a bowl of rice. It seemed that he was starving. "Little brother, you're an earth cultivator. Don't you have any spirit stones on you?" Lu Chun asked curiously. "Do you know which academy I'm from? I'm from Tianxian Academy. Do you think the 5 million admission fee is fake? I borrowed 3 million from a former friend, and now I have a huge debt." The man explained as he ate. "That's right. Hey, do you want to go to Wu Nian Academy? I understand. With your qualifications, I guess only Wu Nian Academy would accept you." Unfortunately, they were ranked at the bottom of the academy rankings this year, so They were forced to close down. Lu Chen frowned. After they close down, what will happen to the academy's things? They will be distributed to the surrounding academies. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. The people in the mountains must have given him these 2 tokens for a reason. Maybe Wu Nian Academy had what Lu Chen wanted. In the end, Wu Nian closed down, and the things were divided. How was he going to find them? Oh, the things have been divided, but the site is still there. In 2 weeks, powerful experts will compete for their old site at Wu Nian Academy. They will compete for the qualifications to establish a sect. When the time comes, I don't know which school will take Wu Nian's old site. After all, Wu Nian Academy is of the saint generation. Even if it is not what it used to be, and has closed down, their site is still quite good. As long as they have enough financial resources, it should be possible to establish a lower house in a short time. Lu Chen hurriedly asked, compete for their old site? Yes, in the 6th heaven, the academy is the basic unit here. Some big forces want to have more academies under their name, so they will compete for the old site of some closed academies and reestablish branches. What's so strange about this? The table was full of dishes, but Lu Chen had no appetite at all. The treasures of Wu Nian were divided, but the old site was still there. He didn't know if there was anything he wanted in the old site. That place must be taken. Little brother, what are the conditions to compete for the old site? It must be the academy that has been selected to send disciples to participate in the competition. Even for the old site of Sacred Academy, there are at least 20 competitors. They will send disciples within 10 years to compete for the old site. Oh, of course, the students of Wu Nian are also eligible to compete. However, since they are ranked last, they basically have no chance to win. They can be ignored. Lu Chen's eyes widened. What about the people of Wu Nian? People of Wu Nian? Humph, they must have scattered when the tree falls. They all ran to other academies. Even the instructors there have jumped ship. I guess only the original dean is left. No matter where he goes now, no one will want him. Where is he? I don't know. After the little brother finished speaking, he asked the waiter to add another meal. The meal cost Lu Chen a few hundred spirit stones. The prices in the 6th heaven were really expensive. According to the prices, Lu Chen thought that the drunken immortal of the people in the mountains was probably not the best wine. From the little brother who unloaded the goods, Lu Chen finally got some useful information. Not only that, he also learned the location of the old site of Wu Nian. It was actually hundreds of miles away from here. There were only 2 weeks to compete for the old site of Wu Nian. Lu Chen went straight to the old site of Wu Nian without stopping. A week later, Lu Chen finally arrived at the old site of Wu Nian. The Wu Nian Academy was on Wu Nian Mountain. It occupied a very large area, at least 3 or 4 times the size of Paladin Academy. The buildings were all ancient and well preserved. However, at this time, only the skin of the Wu Nian Academy was left. The mountain gate was sealed, and a notice of closure was posted. Looking in from the mountain gate, there was not a single soul. The students left in a hurry, leaving a lot of trash behind, scattered in the wind. In short, it was a mess. Lu Chen stretched his head and looked up from the mountain gate. At this moment, he found that there was an old man beside him, who was also stretching his neck to look inside. Both of them felt strange and looked at each other. "You are from Wu Nian Academy. You are from Wu Nian Academy." The two of them spoke in unison. I am. They spoke in unison again. After saying the same thing twice in a row, the two of them were confused. "Hey kid, do you really think I'm old and confused? Although Wu Nian has closed down, I still remember every academy. You are not from Wu Nian Academy at all." The old man's gaze stopped on Lu Chen's badge and broken arm. It was not known if it was really because of his good memory or if it was inferred from Lu Chen's conditions. Old man, you are not the old dean of Wu Nian Academy, are you? Lu Chen asked. Nonsense, of course I am. Sigh. Okay, I know. You are going to say that I am a commander without an army. The old man's face was full of pride at first, but soon his expression became lonely. Lu Chen was about to cry. After being in the sixth heaven for so long, he finally got lucky for once. He took out a token from his backpack and handed it to the old dean. I am not lying to you. I am from Wu Nian Academy. From the looks of it, I am the only disciple. Chapter 908. The old man trembled as he looked at the token in his hand, then looked at Lu Chen repeatedly. His expression seemed to be even more desolate. Where did you cheat this token from? Lu Chen's enthusiasm suddenly plummeted. I didn't cheat this. A good friend gave it to me. The old man shook his head and stuffed the token into Lu Chen's hand. Sigh, forget it. Anyway, that guy cheated me more than once or twice. This time, he won't be able to cheat me. Young man, let's go. Wu Nian Academy is a thing of the past. Lu Chen hurriedly pulled the old man. Dean, you have to believe me. Believe you? Look at you. Your physical body is seriously damaged. Your attributes are probably less than half of what they should be. You're still only a great cultivator. There was no hope in the old man's eyes. Do you know the strength of the disciples who came to compete for the Wu Nian Academy? I don't know. Is there Theo the Great? Lu Chen must be comparing them with the ancient seven gods. Yes, so what do you think a one-star great cultivator can do? Forget it. Go back early. Besides, I'm already tired. In fact, no matter who takes over the Wu Nian Academy, they will know after they enter. It's not that I'm incompetent, but that thing can't be controlled at all. Don't, Dean. Lu Chen grabbed the old man tightly. At the very least, let me participate in the competition. Anyway, it won't be worse than you think, right? The old man frowned and looked at Lu Chen. But I'm afraid of losing face again. Lu Chen was really anxious. He had to take down the old site of the Wu Nian Academy, but this old man was obviously disheartened and had no fighting spirit. Then give me the position of dean of the Wu Nian Academy. In a hurry, Lu Chen suddenly said, Anyway, when the time comes, it's my business to lose face. It has nothing to do with you. The old man was a little surprised now. Give the position of dean to this kid? If it was in the past, he couldn't wait to kill this kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth on the spot. But it was different now. Now, as the principal, he was burdened with crimes and infamy. Dean, think about it. In the future, when people talk about the sacred courtyard of Wunyan, they will definitely say that the sacred courtyard was ruined by your hands. But if I become the dean, then all these will be counted on my head, right? Lu Chen stared at the old man. During the competition, even if I lose, I'll be the one to lose face. Also, when the time comes for the handover of the old site, you don't have to show up. I'll do it. If I manage to snatch the old site, I'll return the position of the principal to you when you return. With so many reasons, O.L. Amos' expression seemed to indicate that he was indeed tempted. Wu Nian Academy will be gone soon. It's useless for you to be the dean. Instead, it will become a burden. Maybe it will affect you to join other academies. Young man, you have to think carefully. The old man stared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen took a deep breath. I've thought it through. If Dean can fulfill my wish, I, solipsistic, will be eternally grateful. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. This kid didn't seem to be joking. Plus that token of extraordinary significance. After pondering for a long time, the old man slowly took out a token from his waist and placed it in Lu Chen's hand. The dean is yours. Even if you win the competition, you don't have to call me back. After saying that, the old man turned around and left alone. Lu Chen looked at the token in his hand. On it were written the words, Dean of the Sacred Courtyard of Wunyan. It was really unexpected. Lu Chen originally wanted to join Wunyan, be an ordinary student, and cultivate well. In the end, he became the Dean of the Sacred Courtyard of Wunyan. What's the situation? Lu Chen sighed. Since entering the 6th layer of heaven, everything was developing in an unpredictable way. When he opened his personal panel, Lu Chen saw that there was an additional asset under his name, Sacred Courtyard of Wunyan, and he also had an additional title, the Dean of the Sacred Courtyard of Wunyan. Opening the Sacred Courtyard of Wunyan, all the assets inside were frozen. There was not a single disciple in the Sacred Courtyard. In such a large list, he was the only one. Damn it, I'm really a commander without an army. However, in the menu of the Sacred Courtyard of Wunyan, there was a piece of useful information. 8 days later, the disciples of 20 sects would compete for the venue of the Sacred Courtyard of Wunyan. There were a total of 100 people, and the name of each school was on it. Lu Chen shook his head. In his current state, if he fought a protracted war, he would die. Where are the little hairball and the others? Lu Chen missed them very much. In other words, if they were here, he wouldn't have to work so hard. Lu Chen now had no right to deal with any items in the school. He couldn't even enter the Sacred Courtyard of Wunyan. He could only find an inn at the foot of the mountain and stay for the time being. At night, Lu Chen didn't cultivate, nor did he sleep. He was sitting at the table, looking at the Wunyan mountain under the moon. Boss, take this medicine. Lu Yi brought up the freshly ground herbs. She had not given up on helping Lu Chen relieve the current negative state. Little Green, my hand. Lu Chen turned to look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Lu Chen. Boss, to regenerate my body, I have to break through to become a 9-star alchemist. Lu Chen had been a 9-star cooking master for a long time, but to break through this level was too difficult. In fact, he didn't know how to break through. Opportunity, or some rare tool. There was no explanation, but the proficiency level reached its limit and couldn't increase anymore. Cooking was already so difficult, let alone being an alchemist. Naturally, the difficulty was even greater. Lu Chen nodded. Don't think too much. I'm just asking. In fact, I'm used to having one arm now. Boss, don't worry. Even if Little Green has to risk his life, he will help you heal. Fool, what risk? You are much more important than my arm. Lu Yi was suddenly stunned, and her heart warmed. In 8 days, those guys will come to snatch the territory of Intentionless Academy. In the end, I'm the only one here. What happened to the Intentionless Academy? Lu Yi sat beside Lu Chen. Boss, I think that old man doesn't seem to be the kind of person who doesn't care about management. He also went to check on the Intentionless Academy today. It shows that he still has deep feelings for the Academy. Yes, I think so too. He said today that there is something uncontrollable in the Academy. I don't know if it's what I'm looking for. Boss, you have to be careful. To be able to torment the Academy to such a state, I'm afraid it's not something easy to deal with. Lu Chen nodded. The more powerful it is, the more I look forward to it. Forget it. Let's snatch the territory of the Intentionless Academy first. But boss, your current body, I don't know where Little Furball, Beast God, and Little Originator are. Otherwise, they could still help you. Xiao Min and I are really useless. Don't talk about this. You have your specialties. Lu Chen smiled. Besides, I'm just exhausted. I didn't say that I can't fight. I want to see if these people in the sixth layer have the ability to snatch the intentionless academy from me. Chapter 909. These days, there were people from other academies staying at the nearby inns. The time for the final competition for Wu Nian Academy was getting closer and closer. Lu Chen really had nothing to practice. There were no cultivation resources at the foot of the mountain, so Lu Chen could only cultivate the spiritual power of his war soul. Little Green's medicinal treatment could not eradicate the two negative states, but it made Lu Chen lively all day. Most of the time, he could only eat, drink, and rest well. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition for Wu Nian Academy had arrived. The gate of Wu Nian Academy opened, and groups of people walked up the mountain. Among these people, some were here to participate in the competition, and some were here to watch. After all, not everyone could be selected to compete. However, the competition between experts was the most vivid lesson. Standing in front of the mountain gate, Lu Chen took a deep breath and stepped in. As the dean of Wu Nian Academy, Lu Chen had to follow others to the martial arts practice field. The martial arts practice field here looked like it had been there for a long time. The blue stone on the ground had been stepped on by the students, and there were all kinds of weapons on the side of the field. They were all low-level dark gold equipment. At this time, the martial arts practice field was full of people, at least a few thousand people. Most of them looked relaxed and at ease. They had already taken their seats and were waiting for the competition to begin. Seeing that the competition was over, not long after, an old man in a white robe walked to the middle of the martial arts practice field. He cupped his fists to everyone and bowed slightly. Everyone present also returned the greeting. First of all, on behalf of Shenyuan Continent's Qi Xian Pavilion, I thank everyone for coming from afar. I also look forward to the wonderful performance of many juniors this time. As everyone knows, Wu Nian Academy also has a glorious history. The founder of Wu Nian Academy, Wu Nian, led 50 academies to the south to the Sea of Ferocious Demons, the north to the Netherworld Prison, and the west to the Corpse King. From then on, Wu Nian Academy's position as the Sacred Academy was established. Now, Wu Nian Academy has come to this point, which is something we did not want to see. However, although the sixth heaven is a holy land for cultivation, the competition is also very fierce. Since Wu Nian Academy is difficult to maintain, then we will follow the procedure and compete for the venue of Wu Nian Academy. I hope that no matter who wins and obtains this treasured land, they will be able to create more glory. Even if the holy courtyard of Wu Nian had closed down, these words still had to be said. Everyone listened to him quietly. All right, now I will announce the names of the academies. Disciples of the academies participating in the competition, please come up to the martial arts stage. Paladin Academy. When Lu Chen heard this, he couldn't help but look in the direction of Paladin Academy. The few youths who had rescued him from the island had also followed over, but it seemed that they didn't have the chance to go on stage. Their 5 senior brothers and sisters had walked onto the martial arts arena with large strides. Azure Blue Academy. Another 5 people went on stage. Shanghai Academy. Immortal Path Academy. Immortal Qin Academy. Northern Sacred Institution. People glanced towards the same direction after hearing this name. Look, that's the Sacred North Pole Institution's disciple, one of the top 10 in Shenyuan Continent. Senior brother, are they very strong? Look at those few who came out. They're all so arrogant. Nonsense. Those who could enter the North Pole Academy were all geniuses. If you want to hear the stories of those heaven-defying geniuses, just go over there and ask any one of them about their experiences. Is it really that exaggerated? Of course. Among their disciples, the demon race, the god race, and the other top races make up the majority. Moreover, they are constantly increasing their recruitment of superior races. I estimate that this year, their ranking will go up. They will probably reach the top 7. The 5 participants over there were all tall and sturdy figures, and their eyes shone brightly. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single human among them. There were 2 demon race, 2 god race, and 1 god race. Fortunately, these races didn't look too different from humans in terms of appearance. Firmament Academy. The host continued to announce the next name. This time, even the people from the Sacred North Pole Institution looked at each other. This was their strongest opponent in this competition, the Sacred Institution, which was also in the top 10. The 5 people on stage were mainly from the Heavenly Demon race and the Primordial Elf race. They were all well-known experts among cultivators of the same age. Wan Yao, you and Hong Lian are both 3-star Theo the Great. A male demon race leader of the Sacred North Pole Institution suddenly asked a demon race disciple who walked onto the stage. These experts probably all knew each other. The man named Wan Yao looked at the flirtatious woman behind him and smiled. Junior sister, someone seems to be very concerned about us. The woman, who was dressed in red, covered her mouth and laughed. Jinghong, since you asked, it seems you've already reached 3-star Theo the Great. The man from the Sacred North Pole Institution smiled. It seems you don't plan to tell me, but it doesn't matter. I'll know your level soon. Yes, it's said that there are treasures in the Sacred Institution of Wu Nian. Who wouldn't want them? When the time comes, I'm afraid we'll have to do our best. Treasures? How come I don't know? But the Sacred Institution of Wu Nian has excellent feng shui and abundant spirit qi. It's the most suitable place to be our branch. It's still too early to say if it can become your branch. There are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons coming to fight for territory. Brother Jinghong, you have to be more careful. Of course, but Wan Yao and Hong Lian don't just remind me. You have to be more careful yourselves. The competition hadn't started yet, but between the academies, there was already a knife hidden in a smile, fighting openly and secretly. There were 20 academies, including 2 sacred academies, 18 academies. As for the lower academy, there wasn't a single one. It wasn't known if the lower academy wasn't qualified to participate in the drawing of lots. 100 top disciples of each academy stood on the martial arts field. Is that the strongest 10-year disciples of the 20 academies? How impressive. They're really the elites of the elites. Don't think that the disciples of the academy don't have strength. Some academies, such as Black Spear of Kanglin and Wuchang of Sacred Martial, are famous geniuses. It seems that in order to compete for the Sacred Institution of Wu Nian, the academies have also sent their best disciples to participate. Isn't that so? A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. How glorious was the Sacred Institution of Wu Nian back then? How many people in their territory are envious? After the host counted the number of people, he looked around. The participants of the competition have been determined. Next, according to the academies, the elimination round will be carried out. The first round, Sacred Martial against Kanglin. The rest of you go down and wait for the end of the competition. At this moment, someone suddenly walked up the ring from the side of the field. This person was dressed as a fisherman. His skin was dark with a hint of haggard. The left arm of his clothes was empty. It was actually a man with a broken arm. The badge on his chest was particularly eye-catching. Others' badges were covered in a layer of mist and couldn't be seen clearly. Only his president's badge could be seen clearly, a star field great cultivator. The old man presiding over the competition's eyebrows were almost knitted together. Who are you? Do you know what you're doing here? You dare to go up on stage? Lu Chen shook his head. I'm sorry. Senior, did you forget a segment? I waited for a long time, but you didn't say anything. I can only go up on stage. Chapter 9:10. The people in the mountains said that after coming to the sixth heaven, one must keep a low profile. Lu Chen had always remembered this. Moreover, Lu Chen was very sure that he had done the same. With a smile on his face, he asked politely, and his movements were very low-key. Everyone present looked at Lu Chen in shock, especially the disciples of the Academy of Sacred Martial Arts. When they saw Lu Chen, their eyeballs almost fell out. Wasn't that a native of the deserted island? How could he suddenly appear in this place? The old host frowned. I have presided over hundreds of such competitions. And you say, I missed a segment? Well, then tell me, what did I miss? Senior, I remember the rules say that when fighting for the old site of the Academy of Intentionless, its own people can participate in the competition without drawing lots. The old man thought for a moment and immediately looked up at Lu Chen. There is such a rule, but so what? A sea of clouds is the only one left in the Academy of Intentionless, and as the dean, he can't participate in the competition. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Senior, you don't seem to be very well informed. In fact, there is still one more disciple in the Academy of Intentionless. Impossible. The old man immediately checked the information of the various academies. After finding the Academy of Intentionless, he pushed out a translucent window. See for yourself. According to the registration of the Academy of Intentionless, there is only one person in the entire academy, and he is the dean. Lu Chen shook his head. This matter was really difficult to explain clearly. To be honest, actually, I am the Academy of Intentionless first. In short, I am the current dean of the Academy of Intentionless. You are the dean of the Academy of Intentionless. This time, the scene was boiling. Ha 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 ha, are you kidding me? He is the dean of the Academy of Intentionless? I'm dying of laughter. You must be dreaming, kid. Please take a look at yourself. You call yourself a dean? Even if the Academy of Intentionless has closed down, you can't be the dean. This person must have lost his mind. I'm dying of laughter. A disabled person fantasizing about being the dean? No one would buy him even if he sold fish. Hong Lian couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This person is really interesting. Did he get kicked in the head? Wan Yao smiled and said, I've participated in several competitions, but this is the first time I've met such a fool. The old man was also amused by Lu Chen. He walked over and shook his head with a smile. Kid, hurry up and leave. I'll just treat your words as a joke. If you continue to cause trouble here, then don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Chen frowned. Sure enough, no one believed him every time he spoke the truth. Speaking of which, it was true that even if the old dean, a sea of clouds, saw the collapse of the holy courtyard of Wunyan, he would not let him be the dean. It was all because of that idiot Yamanaka, who insisted on introducing him to this defunct school. Lu Chen could only take out his token. Senior, this is the dean's token of Wunyan Academy. Please take a look. The crowd suddenly quieted down. The old man took the token and examined it carefully. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. There was no problem with the token. In other words, this kid was really the current dean of Wunyan Academy. Where did you get it? The old dean gave it to me. Lu Chen put away the token. That's why I said senior is missing a link. Although I'm the dean of Wu Nian Academy, the rules do not stipulate that the dean can't participate. As long as he meets the age limit, he can participate. I haven't been in level 6 for long, definitely not more than 10 years. You mean you want to participate in the competition? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, I want to participate in the competition too. With a boom, the crowd exploded again. Looking at Deacon Han's reaction, he's really the dean? A sea of clouds is going to break the pot, so he passed the position of dean to him. That's not right. Even so, he's a one-star great cultivator. How dare he compete with those super geniuses? Isn't that courting death? Deacon Han frowned. Kid, you can participate in the competition, but you have to think clearly. Although it's a martial arts competition, with your strength, even an accidental injury may take your life. Any random person here is at least 3 major realms higher than you. Lu Chen also put away his smile. I know, but it doesn't matter. Well, since you already understand the rules, then I won't say anything more. According to the rules, you have to accept challenges from at least 3 academies in a row. Of course, there may be more academies that are not convinced by you. You have to accept the challenge unconditionally. Logically speaking, your Wu Nian Academy can send out 100 people, but now it seems that the entire Wu Nian Academy only has you. That is to say, you may be challenged by these 100 elite disciples in turn. Each academy has a total of 5 people, and the system is 2 wins out of 3. If you lose to any of them, you will be disqualified directly. And during the competition, life and death are allowed. You understand? Lu Chen nodded. He was not good at protracted battles now, but the rules were for protracted battles. It was a little troublesome. However, he could not back down now. The Wu Nian Academy must be protected. Lu Chen nodded. Understood. Very good. Then, Deacon Han suddenly turned to the audience and said loudly, now, the Wu Nian Academy will accept the challenge of the 20 academies. After the challenger wins, he can directly skip the first round of competition. The last sentence had a fatal attraction to all the teams. It was self-evident which was more cost-effective to fight with those 5-person teams of similar strength or to fight with the only person from the Wu Nian Academy. As soon as Deacon Han's voice fell, the representatives of all the teams wanted to fight for this spot. It seems that all 20 academies have signed up. Kid, how should I address you? Lu Chen originally wanted to use solipsistic, but suddenly thought of the mountain people's advice and said, Nameless. Nameless Dean. Well, then you can now choose an academy to challenge. Lu Chen thought for a moment. I can only challenge them one by one? Ha ha ha, kid, don't worry. The rules restrict them. They can only challenge them one by one. Although the results are the same, you don't have to worry about them swarming up. Deacon Han obviously misunderstood Lu Chen's meaning. Lu Chen shook his head. It seemed that a protracted battle was unavoidable. Well, I'll take the Ling Shao Academy. Wan Yao couldn't believe his ears. Out of the 20 teams, that kid chose him. The junior brothers and sisters were excited. It was like taking a direct train to the second round. This luck? Ha ha ha. Wan Yao looked like he had won. The people from the North Pole Academy looked gloomy. Is that guy crazy? Why did he choose the Ling Shao Academy? Let them enter the second round without any effort. We'll be under a lot of pressure later. It doesn't matter. Wan Yao and Hong Lian still don't know senior brother's true strength. We'll try not to let senior brother fight in the first 3 rounds. In a corner of the audience area, an old figure was hiding in the crowd with a wine pot in his hand. He looked at the martial arts field with drunken eyes. He looked at the lonely figure on the battlefield. The other disciples were in groups, accompanied by masters and elders of the academy. Only that person had no companions around him, no senior brothers, no master. At this moment, he represented the Wu Nian Academy, the once top academy. At this moment, he was the Wu Nian Academy. Mountain people, what kind of idiot did you recommend to me? The old man took another big gulp of wine. Well, he'll only die on the stage in the end. Just like the Wu Nian Academy, he'll become a laughing stock. Chapter 9:11. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the soaring firmament Sacred Academy student walked onto the stage with his head held high. It felt as if he had already entered the next round. Lu Chun quickly calculated in his mind. His biggest problem now was stamina consumption. However, although there were 100 students challenging him, he only needed to fight 60 battles. As long as he defeated 3 of them, he would be eliminated. However, there was only one person on his side. In other words, as long as he lost a match, he would be eliminated. Defeating 60 students in a row, Lu Chen was very clear that his stamina would be exhausted first in a normal battle. He had to use the shortest time to kill his opponents and save his stamina. Yes, save his stamina. This was the most important thing. Thinking of this, Lu Chun took the initiative to activate his various statuses: Divine Demon Symbiosis, Battle God Possession, Devil Transformation, Land of Death, Dragon Blood Boiling, 3 Lives Reincarnation, and Soul Body as one. Because there was no one to guide him, Lu Chen's understanding of the 6th Heaven Battle Soul was limited to 2 points. The Battle Soul in the 6th Heaven could last for 30 minutes at most, half of the time of the 5th Heaven. In addition, the Battle Soul's recovery speed was much slower, taking 3 days to recover for 10 minutes. As for the other changes, he did not know for the time being, but it should not affect his battle for the time being. 30 minutes should be enough. Lu Chen did not expect to enter his strongest state as soon as he entered the 6th Heaven. Unfortunately, no one in the 6th Heaven knew what this meant. In front of Theo the Great, the turbulent spiritual energy storm could be dispersed with a wave of his hand. Facing Lu Chen's transformation, the people of the soaring Firmament Sacred Academy did not care at all. Yo, he's quite serious. He looks a bit like a human, but it's a pity that he's still trash. What did he use just now? Divine Demon Symbiosis. It doesn't matter. He'll die no matter what he uses. He's facing the soaring Firmament Sacred Academy. Don't waste time. Hurry up and kill him. Don't let this clown waste our time. In fact, Lu Chen chose the High Firmament Sacred Courtyard first because he considered his exhaustion. Choosing a strong opponent first would lessen the pressure later on. Soaring Heaven Academy's Jinghong was the team's leader. He stood in front of Lu Chun, curiously sizing up their opponents. 1-star Field Great Cultivator. It looks like that old guy from a sea of clouds has really given up. In any case, the Sacred Academy of Intentionless was once glorious, but in the end, it has fallen to its current state, letting a cripple become its dean. Lu Chen was also looking at Jinghong. This guy seemed to be from the demon race, but he looked quite different from the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon looked cooler. Speaking of which, the Flame Demon probably wanted to nurture his son more. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have gone to the 5th Heaven long ago. You dare to be distracted in front of me? Haha. Looks like you don't have any battle experience at all. You chose Soaring Cloud first because you want to die a more heroic death, right? Unfortunately, with your strength, you're not worthy. First round. Little junior brother, you come. I'll give you 10 seconds. Quickly finish him off. Then, Jinghong and the others retreated, leaving behind a 17 or 18-year-old demon race youth. The age of the demon race couldn't be judged from their appearance, but the horns on this guy's head hadn't fully grown, so he was probably a youth in the demon race. Although he was a youth, the demon race youth was more than 2 meters tall. He held a golden spear in his hand, and the muzzle was full of barbs. As long as it was scratched, the wound would probably be very difficult to heal. Starting from the 5th heaven, people began to pursue more and more injuries to the body. The 10-second time limit had already entered the countdown. The youth didn't even use his domain or soul body as one. His figure turned into a golden light, and he shot towards Lu Chun. His speed was extremely fast, almost comparable to the speed of a 9th transformation stage magical beast. The leakage of spiritual energy wasn't obvious. It seemed that he controlled his spiritual energy very well, and all of it was concentrated at the tip of the spear. Just by looking at this move, Lu Chen knew that this guy's strength was very strong. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Lu Chen. When an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was a real expert. The surrounding spectators could already see Hao Zhen's potential from this simple spear move. This is the difference between Theo the Great and a grand cultivator. They're not even on the same level. Look at that cripple. He didn't even have time to react. He's already a dead man. Hao Zhen is indeed very strong. His spiritual energy is condensed, and his spear is like lightning. I estimate that in a few years, when the Soaring Firmament Sacred Academy participates in this kind of competition again, Hao Zhen will be the one to carry the flag. The Soaring Firmament Sacred Academy is also known as the Spear Academy. Their martial Dao spear department can at least be ranked in the top 5 of Shenyuan continent. In the crowd, an old man raised his wine gourd and drank in large mouthfuls. He also didn't know why he came here. As long as one's brain was normal, they should know that there was clearly no hope. In the end, he still came to watch the last remaining member of the Wu Nian Academy get killed on the Wu Nian Academy's martial arts field. However, when he raised his head to drink, his dazed eyes were still looking at the figure on the martial arts field. Other than activating a few seemingly powerful amplification techniques and injuring himself severely, that idiot had been fighting the entire time, not moving at all. That was the real not moving an inch. In any case, he should have walked a few steps. He shouldn't have been so easily killed on the spot like a target. If this were to spread out, he would probably be laughed at. Would walking a few steps tire him to death? In the blink of an eye, Hao Zhen's mysterious gold spear was already in front of Lu Chen. "Go to hell! Trash!" Hao Zhen shouted angrily, just when everyone thought that the competition was over, and that this clown who had suddenly jumped out was done. An extremely strong white light suddenly exploded on the field. That white light only flashed for a moment, but the entire 5-year mountain seemed to have been illuminated by it. In just an instant, that blinding white light flashed and disappeared. When everyone anxiously looked at the field again, time seemed to have stopped. Hao Zhen's spear was only 10 centimeters away from Lu Chen's snow-white face, while the dean of Wu Nian Academy was still standing in the same spot, as if he hadn't moved at all. However, the scene froze at this 10-centimeter distance. With a puff, Hao Zhen's entire right arm, along with the mysterious gold spear, fell from his body. The field was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone, including Hao Zhen himself, widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Is this my illusion? Oh my God, what just happened? Why, when did Hao Zhen's arm fall off? That's the Soaring Firmament Academy's #1 spear. 3-star Theo, the great Hao Zhen. How could this be? Impossible. Hao Zhen looked at his arm and raised his head with great difficulty, looking at the person in front of him in horror. You used formless. Lu Chen didn't have any intention of explaining to him. His gaze swept past Hao Zhen as he spoke to the challenger from Soaring Firmament Academy. I was in a hurry, so, next. Chapter 9:12. A sea of clouds had been holding back his liquor for a long time, but now he was like a sprinkler. The people around him understood this old man very well. At this moment, whoever drank would spit it out. A 1-star cultivator defeated a 3-star Theo the Great in seconds. Even if Theo the Great did not activate the soul body as one state, or if he was careless, the result was still shocking. A sea of clouds was quite embarrassed, but he did not care about his image anymore. The result just now was too unbelievable. That ordinary-looking kid defeated a genius from the Soaring Firmament Academy, and it was an instant kill. 10 seconds was too long. He defeated Hao Zhen in less than a second. This kid. I'm not dreaming, am I? At this moment, the disciples from the Soaring Firmament Academy, who were still proud of themselves, turned pale. Hao Zhen's seniority was the lowest, but those who were selected to compete for the old site of the Intentionless Academy were all top experts in the academy. His cultivation level had broken through to 3-star Theo the Great a few months ago. Hao Zhen's seniority was low, which meant that he entered the academy late. However, he was able to become one of the 5 strongest people in the academy in such a short time, which also meant that his combat ability was very strong. In the end, he was defeated in seconds. At this moment, Jinghong looked at Lu Chen in a completely different way. That guy, what the hell is he? Hey, are you guys still going to fight? Lu Chen was a little impatient. However, none of the disciples from the Soaring Firmament Academy dared to answer him. They all looked at Jinghong. Senior brother, this, as the team leader and senior brother, Jinghong had to stay calm. He took a deep breath and stared at Lu Chen. Don't panic. Hao Zhen was careless just now. This time, I'll do it. After that, Jinghong took a few deep breaths and walked toward Lu Chen. Soul body as one. Overlord spear combat body. Overlord inheritance. Demonic blood channel opening, second stage. Jinghong immediately activated the soul body as one state. In an instant, Jinghong was surrounded by a bloody light, and his long hair fluttered in the wild, spiritual energy. He looked like a demon war god. Overlord domain. Nameless, don't underestimate the Soaring Firmament Sacred Academy. Jinghong regained his confidence. Just now, Hao Zhen had lost because of his carelessness. Although Nameless Formless had indeed intimidated him, as long as he went all out, he would not repeat the same mistake. How dare you hurt a disciple of the Soaring Firmament Academy? I'll let you have a taste of my demonic spear. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present couldn't help but stare fixedly at Jinghong. Jinghong pulled out a blood-red spear from the void. The body of the spear was 3 meters long, and the spearhead was glowing with a cold red light. Demonic spear Shuaran. Senior brother is bleeding. Once Shuaran appears, no one can compete with him. Even the old students of the academy are quite fearful of the demonic spear Shuaran. Sai, senior brother originally planned to use Bloodstain when dealing with the myriad demons, but I didn't expect to use it now. However, that nameless thing is really quite evil. Jinghong exerted force in his hand and poured spiritual energy into it. Then, the demonic spear was stained with blood and exploded with a terrifying bloody light. Bloodthirst has been activated. As long as one is injured by Shuaran, their blood essence will be sucked dry. It's really a demonic spear. That spear is one of the top sacred weapons in the entire Shenyuan continent. Lu Chen glanced at Jinghong and frowned slightly. Interesting. It can actually make Wuji excited. Lu Chun raised his right hand slightly, and a 4-foot-long black and white double-colored sword appeared inch by inch from the void. On the side of the long sword, black and white spiritual energy flowed slowly, but they were clearly separated. Everyone present only felt their weapons vibrating violently. The moment the godly demon, limitless sword appeared, it was as if a king had descended. Demonic spear Shui Ren also seemed to feel a huge pressure, causing the spiritual energy around him to surge faster, as if he was facing a great enemy. Shui Ren. Jinghong looked at the long spear in his hand in shock and disbelief. He had fought with Shui Ren for many years, and it had always been demonic spear Shui Ren's weapon that suppressed others. Even if he couldn't completely suppress them, he wouldn't be suppressed by them. However, in front of that long sword, Shui Ren was indeed very nervous. What kind of weapon could suppress demonic spear Shui Ren? Why would such a weapon appear in the hands of a grand cultivator? Hurry up, Lu Chun said indifferently. If you don't make a move, then I will. Jinghong's eyes were about to split open. You're just a grand cultivator. What right do you have to be so arrogant? I don't believe it. 9 extreme demonic dragon spear, 6 paths. Jinghong shouted, and at the same time, his figure instantly merged with the spear chi. It's the 6 paths celestial form. This is the skill celestial form, the perfect fusion of the physical body and the skill independently forming the celestial form that can complement the profession celestial form. Myriad Fiend opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect that his opponent had actually comprehended the skill celestial form. Senior brother, Jinghong's realm should have already broken through the 4-star Theo the Great. Red Lotus narrowed his eyes. Indeed, he hit it very deeply. During the battle 4 years ago, he wasn't even a 3-star Great Emperor's teacher. In just 4 years, he actually rose from 2-star to 4-star. This person is indeed qualified to be our opponent. Myriad Fiend frowned and said, at that time, he was already a 3-star Theo the Great. He was just hiding his strength. You and I have also reached the 4-star Theo the Great. It's not surprising that Jinghong has reached the 4-star Theo the Great. But what surprised me is that he actually mastered the 6th layer of the 9 extreme demonic dragon spear. That Nameless is indeed very strong. His sword move was extremely fast. Moreover, his control of his spiritual power has reached an unbelievable level. Before and after the move, there wasn't a trace of spiritual power leaking out. It makes it hard for others to catch his technique. However, Nameless level is still too low. How can a 1-star Great Cultivator be compared to a 4-star Great Emperor's teacher at his peak state? Within the 6th Dao, every time he uses a Dao, the speed and power of the spear will increase by 1 level. There will also be an additional elemental attack in his attack. When all 6 Daos are used, he will be able to kill even gods and Buddhas. Haojin really suffered from underestimating his opponent. However, Jinghong is already fighting with his full strength. Within the Overlord domain, the opponent's aura is suppressed and all his abilities are weakened. In the Overlord domain, even I don't dare to take Jinghong's 6 Dao head-on. Even Senior Brother couldn't block it. Red Lotus turned to look at the battlefield. At this moment, Nameless still didn't move. With the support of the 6 Dao, the bloodstained spear tip contained an unimaginable attack. At this moment, the spear was like a bolt of lightning piercing towards Lu Chun. This move is very strong. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes and held the limitless demonic god sword with one hand. It's been a long time since I encountered such a powerful technique. But I still have to tell you, being low-key doesn't mean admitting defeat. All of you remember this. This is my territory. None of you can touch it. As the 6 Dao neared, Lu Chun roared, "Sky-breaking sword." two super powerful skills, sharp as needles, collided head-on at this critical moment. Turbulent spiritual power rolled and exploded outwards, quickly forming a ball of spiritual power, completely wrapping the two of them inside. The spiritual power in the ball of spiritual power rolled crazily, accumulated, and expanded. A sea of clouds couldn't hold the wine jug in his hand anymore and fell to the ground. He looked at the battlefield in shock. That kid took the 6 Dao head-on? Chapter 9:13. The spiritual energy ball couldn't withstand the explosion of spiritual energy and exploded in the arena. The ferocious spiritual energy transformed into a hurricane, sweeping outwards in all directions. The spectators had no choice but to use their chaotic spiritual energy to block the terrifying spiritual energy shockwaves. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the arena. Demon spear Shue Ci stabbed Nameless. No, to be precise, if Nameless had a left arm, this spear would have stabbed him. However, Nameless didn't have a left arm, so this spear only passed through his side. On the other hand, Jinghong's chest was badly mutilated. This is impossible. That guy actually won. I feel for the first time that not having an arm is more advantageous than having an arm. He turned his disadvantage into an advantage. My God, this is too crazy. Jinghong didn't have time to check his injuries. He looked at Lu Chen in shock. Impossible. How can your sword break my overlord spear battle body and demon blood meridian opening? How can this attack of yours be so powerful? Who are you? Lu Chen said indifferently. Didn't I say that I'm from Wu Nian Academy? But I have to say, are all 6th heaven people so strong? You should be just an ordinary disciple, but your strength is already quite terrifying. Lu Chen said, sincerely, it seems that guy told me to keep a low profile for a reason. Thinking back, when he had just reached the 5th heaven, he had already destroyed a small sect. Jinghong could still hold on for a while, but when he heard Lu Chen's words, he couldn't hold on anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ordinary disciple? He was from Soaring Firmament Academy, which was ranked in the top 10. He was the strongest in his batch. Even in Shenyuan continent, he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. In the end, that guy defeated him with a sword, but he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, his face was full of worry. With his body and mind damaged, Jinghong couldn't hold on anymore. His body leaned to one side and fell down on the side of Paladin Academy. A few disciples who came to learn on the spot almost dropped their jaws to the ground. Senior brother, that guy, is he really the aborigine on the deserted island? Why is he so strong? A girl's eyes widened in panic. How would I know? My God, luckily I was polite to him at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed us on the island. That's right. Master told us not to be too arrogant. It really makes sense. However, I don't understand why he would be trapped on the island with his strength. Naturally, they did not know that it was that damned mutated dragon species that trapped Lu Chen. If Xiao Chun traced the source of this, it was all thanks to the puppet master, who forced him to hastily merge the dragon crystal. Otherwise, nothing would have happened if he had just advanced to the sovereign stage. At this moment, everyone from the Lingxiao Sacred Institute was completely dumbfounded. If Hao Zhen had been defeated, it might have been because he had underestimated his opponent. However, even his senior apprentice brother Jinghong had been defeated in a single blow. This was no longer something that could be explained by underestimating his opponent. Demonic bloodline channel opening is a high-level enhancement technique passed down by the demonic clan. Together with the Overlord Spear combat body, soul body is one, and the Overlord Spear Realm, based on the previous data of Level 4, Senior Apprentice Brother's shield should have healed at least 20 billion HP. How could he not be able to block a single blow from him? It's not just 20 billion. Have you forgotten how much defense the Overlord Spear adds? It can block at least 90% of the attack. Not far away, Wan Yao shook his head. Those Ling Xiao disciples are still calculating the damage. Can't they see that the key to victory is not in the damage? Red Lotus nodded. The most terrifying thing about that guy is that he hasn't moved at all. That guy's sky-piercing sword is indeed powerful. However, the power of the 6 Dao is not to be underestimated after being strengthened 6 times. If Nameless was hit, it wouldn't end well, Wan Yao said. However, an expert like Jing Hong actually missed. It's impossible that Jing Hong doesn't know that Nameless doesn't have a left arm. There's only one explanation as to why he missed. Nameless stabbed Jing Hong first, causing Jing Hong's spear to miss for a moment. Nameless used this opportunity to dodge demonic spear Shuaran's attack. Red Lotus thought carefully and realized that her eldest senior apprentice brother's analysis was more unique. He was able to deduce what had happened in the blink of an eye from the ending. She squinted her eyes and stared at Nameless. It should be Wu Shi when he defeated Haojin. However, even if I have the ability, I wouldn't dare to bet everything on that moment. Wan Yao frowned and said faintly, "This guy is a madman." In fact, Lu Chen didn't want to do this either. Unfortunately, his body didn't allow him to. He didn't have the stamina to deal with these people and slowly find the best way to attack. The sky-piercing sword just now consumed a lot of energy. He didn't know if he could last until the end. However, at this time, the people from the soaring firmament sacred court just stood there and didn't take the time to continue the challenge. This made Lu Chen very anxious. Lu Chen frowned and impatiently shouted at the other side, "Can you guys hurry up? If no one comes, I'll do it myself." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the people from the soaring firmament sacred court couldn't help but take a step back. At this time, an old man walked out of the crowd. His rank couldn't be seen on his badge, but it was obvious that he was the same as the disciples of the soaring firmament sacred court. He seemed to be a teacher of the soaring firmament sacred court. After he got on the stage, he clasped his fists at Lu Chen. "Young friend, no, Nameless Dean, we forfeit this round." "Forfeit?" Lu Chen finally heard a piece of good news. "Yes, forfeit. Our soaring firmament sacred court has lost this round, and we will also lose the right to continue fighting for the old site of the void thought sacred court. Nameless Dean, please show mercy, and let me take back Jing Hong." Lu Chen looked at Jing Hong in front of him. He was lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The green bricks on the ground had been dyed red. Lu Chen roughly understood that they valued Jing Hong more and were afraid that he would kill him. Lu Chen frowned slightly and snorted. "What if I don't agree? Just now, this person said that he wanted to kill me. Do you think I will let him go so easily? And you people, do you really think that there is no one in the Void Thought Sacred Court? How dare you come to the Void Thought Sacred Court to fight for the territory? Don't you know my feelings for the Void Thought Sacred Court?" In a rage, Lu Chen directly stabbed Jing Hong's back. The group of people was stunned, and at the same time, they were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. Didn't this guy just become the dean of the Void Thought Sacred Court? Was it so easy to form feelings? Also, that guy was too ruthless. Jing Hong had already lost the ability to fight, and he actually added a stab. They didn't know if Jing Hong could survive. Could this guy be a disciple of the Void Thought Sacred Court? That's not right. A sea of clouds was the only one left in the Void Thought Sacred Court. Could it be that he has a deep relationship with the void thought sacred court in the past? And that's why he stepped forward at the critical moment. Is he really going to kill those people from the Ling Shao sacred court? It doesn't matter if they live or die in the arena. If he really wants to kill, even the dean of the Ling Shao sacred court can't do anything. The disciples of the immortal Chen Academy looked at their instructor. Master, that John Doe, is he going to start a massacre? The master glanced at his disciple. He knew what this kid was thinking too well. Jinghong had been defeated. They were afraid that they would be killed in the arena. Nameless is indeed a little scary. Let's wait and see. Let the other teams exhaust themselves. Maybe we will have a chance. At this moment, Nameless suddenly shouted angrily, "No one is allowed to give up on the arena. You must fight all 5 rounds." Chapter 9:14. The remaining 3 disciples of the soaring Firmament Sacred Academy turned pale. This lunatic, not only did he not want them to give up, but he also wanted them to fight all 5 rounds. How crazy was this? Just as Lu Chun was approaching, Deacon Han suddenly walked onto the arena. He cupped his fists at Lu Chun and said, "Nameless Dean, according to the rules, if one side gives up, then there's no need for you to continue with the next round." The instructor of the Soaring Firmament Sacred Academy saw Deacon Han and hurriedly said, Yes, Deacon Han, Nameless Dean, we give up this round." "Nameless Dean, I think we should proceed with the next round as soon as possible. You don't have enough time to deal with the challenges of the 20 academies," Deacon Han said. Lu Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. "Since Deacon Han said so, then I'll let it go this time." "Who's the next one?" Lu Chen's gaze swept across all the major academies. After sweeping a circle, none of the disciples of the major academies dared to meet his gaze. Finally, Lu Chen's gaze landed on the Paladin Academy. Deacon Han." Suddenly, an instructor of the Paladin Academy said, "Nameless Dean is too powerful. We also give up." Deacon Han nodded at him, indicating that he had received it. Deacon Han, our immortal Chen Academy gives up." On the other side, someone called out several times to get Deacon Han's attention. "Deacon Han, our Void Academy is here to broaden our horizons. We have no intention of fighting for the old site of the Nameless Academy. Now it seems that the Nameless Dean is in a bad mood, so we won't cause any more trouble and withdraw from this round. Deacon Han, our Xianen Academy, gives up." For a moment, the sounds of forfeiting rose and fell. In just a short moment, more than a dozen academies had given up. Wan Yao and Hong Lian turned to look at their master, their eyes full of questions. An elder behind them narrowed his eyes slightly. If the other academies gave up, then so be it. Even if they participated, they probably wouldn't be able to get it. However, Kanglin and Immortal Chen also gave up. This was a huge opportunity for the North Pole Academy, but the old man looked at the field again. The one-armed man stood calmly in the middle of the field. Beside him, the strange black and white twin swords were suspended. The swords were surrounded by black and white spirit energy. What level is that guy's strength? He was a little hesitant. Another instructor behind him narrowed his eyes. Elder Su, this person isn't simple. If I'm not wrong, Wu Shi should be able to split and fuse his skills as he pleases. Not to mention fusing the skills together. Just to be able to do this, he must have an extremely high degree of control over his spiritual energy. Elder Su frowned. He had Wan Yao and Hong Lian as his subordinates. He was confident that he could defeat the Lingxiao Saint Court and take the old site of the Wu Nian Saint Court. Elder Bai, Wu Shi doesn't increase his skills. It's just the way he uses his skills. I think Jinghong's defeat was accidental. Wan Yao is good at movement techniques, and Hong Lian is good at long-range spells. They might be able to fight. Elder Su said. Elder Bai let out a long breath. But look at that Nameless. He's also ruthless and crazy. Haotian is seriously injured and Jinghong is on the verge of death. Moreover, we challenged him after he issued a warning. I'm afraid he'll kill us if we challenge him now. Elder Su, I know you've wanted to set up a branch academy for a long time. However, the dean and I talked about the old site of the Wu Nian Saint Court before. Many people know that there's something mysterious here. However, looking at the history of the Wu Nian Saint Court for 300 years, it's not difficult to find that in the past 300 years, the Wu Nian Saint Court has been declining year by year. Even if there's an extremely strong dean, he can't reverse the decline. A sea of clouds was originally not weak, but he could only watch the Wu Nian Saint Court fall. I have the same idea as the dean. The things in the Wu Nian Saint Court seem to be getting stronger and stronger in the past 300 years. Even if we seize this old site, I don't think we'll be able to control the mystery inside. When the time comes, we'll really suffer a double loss. Elder Su closed his eyes in pain. Elder Bai was his close friend. His words were very clear, and his analysis was also very thorough. He had the intention to set up a branch academy, but the 1,000-year foundation of the Wu Nian Saint Court had been exhausted. Did he really have the strength to set up a branch academy here? His disciples, Wan Yao and Red Lotus, were rare talents. Their futures were limitless. If they fell when facing that madman, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. After thinking about it, Elder Su finally opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Elder Bai is right. There are countless opportunities in Zhouqian, but we can't just take them for ourselves. Well, we don't have to choose such an evil place like the Wu Nian Saint Court to set up a branch academy. Let's wait until the next fight for the old site. After thinking it through, Elder Su also said loudly, Deacon Han, the North Pole Academy will withdraw from this fight. Then he looked at Nameless and snorted, Nameless, I think you're also here for the treasures of the Wu Nian Saint Court. You're not qualified to compete, so you're trying to trick the dean of the Sea of Clouds. You're really scheming to compete with these juniors. However, let me give you a piece of advice. There are countless opportunities in the world. Those who aren't lucky won't be able to obtain them. I wonder if you have such luck. Wan Yao, Red Lotus, let's go. Lu Chen looked depressed. That old man thought he saw through everything. It was all nonsense. He was tricked by the people in the mountains. They introduced him to 2 academies. One of them was nowhere to be found, and the other had already closed down. Not long after, the last academy, Paladin Academy, also decided to withdraw. Paladin Academy had a few experts, but they were not as good as Jinghong. Originally, according to the normal process, they would have a chance to avoid Lingxiao and North Pole in the first 2 rounds if they were lucky. Even if Nameless came out, they might still have a chance if the other academies took turns to fight. However, no one was willing to be cannon fodder. In the end, they had no choice but to withdraw. Things were a little unexpected. Lu Chen had been counting the number of teams that had withdrawn. There were exactly 20 of them. At this time, Deacon Han turned to Lu Chen and said, Then congratulations to Nameless Dean for taking the old site of the Wu Nian Saint Court. At this point, Nameless Dean can establish an academy here. However, there are a few things to note. First, even if Nameless Dean took the old site of the Wu Nian Saint Court, the Wu Nian Saint Court has still been deregistered. The old site is determined to be under your name. This marks the end of the final disposal of the Wu Nian Saint Court's assets. The Wu Nian Saint Court is officially removed from the Zhongxiange. Please remove the dean's seal, Deacon Han said. Lu Chen took out the dean's seal and found that the words on it had unknowingly disappeared. Your Excellency needs to establish a new academy. After the establishment, the Dean's seal will also have a new name. Taking the old site of the Wu Nian Saint Court does not mean that you completely own the address. We have a minimum requirement for the newly established academy. Every month, there must be at least 50 disciples joining the new academy. We have set up array seals in all the areas of the Wu Nian Saint Court. Only when this requirement is met will it be opened to the public. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Recruiting 50 disciples every month? What the hell? When recruiting disciples, you need to pay attention. The minimum fee must not be less than 1 million spirit stones. This is also to avoid bad competition. Of course, you can also raise the fee if you want. Deacon Han did not give Lu Chen a chance to ask questions. Second, the new academy has a certain amount of time to develop. However, after 2 years, it must begin to participate in various competitions in Shenyuan continent to gain points and calculate the academy's ranking. The grades of the academy are divided into lower academy, upper academy, holy academy, and immortal academy. Each grade has its own ranking. Nameless Dean can check the academy's panel. After 2 years, if your ranking continues to be in the bottom 10 of the same grade for 3 months, we will directly announce the closure of your academy and distribute the assets under your name. Lu Chen was already speechless. In other words, his position as dean was not something that could be casually taken. Damn it, Deacon Han, is it too late for me to give up now? What about that guy from earlier? Don't go. I'll give you the academy as long as you agree to let me in. Chapter 9:15. Lu Chen was the only one left in the huge Wunian Academy. It was only now that Lu Chen truly felt like a commander without an army. Lu Chen hurriedly called out Little Green, Xiaomin, and Rhubarb. No matter how angry he was, at least he was not alone. Looking at the messy academy, Lu Chen let out a long sigh. There's not even a cleaner, not even a mentor. How the hell am I going to recruit disciples? If it was an academy like the Lingxiao Academy, he would also be a famous academy. There would definitely be many who would come because of its reputation. Naturally, he would not have to worry about recruiting disciples. However, he did not even have a name for the academy. The sixth heaven was a golden area for cultivation. Everyone was racing against time to cultivate. Who would not want to come here to cultivate? The most important thing was that Lu Chen couldn't enter most of the areas in the academy. The experts of the Pavilion of Immortals had set up a ceiling formation. Lu Chen knocked on the formation until it was rumbling, but he still couldn't break it. He didn't know what kind of profound and complicated formation it was. Currently, only the martial arts arena and a few small houses in the teaching area were open. There was a small courtyard in the residential area. He could not enter other places at all. Thinking of his future situation, Lu Chen sat down on the steps of the martial arts arena. Thinking of his miserable experiences since coming to the sixth heaven, Lu Chen was burning with anger. Coming to the sixth heaven was the least prepared he had ever been. First, he was separated from the little critter and the others. Then, he almost died in the ominous demon sea. After fusing with the dragon crystal and the desolate heaven blood demon stone, he mutated into a useless person. Then, he was trapped on a deserted island, and the academy closed down. Then, he mysteriously became the dean of the academy. He did not even have time to deal with his own affairs, and still had to face the pressure of recruiting disciples. Lu Chen had never been so miserable. Puppet Master, I will settle this score with you in the future. Boss, Lu Yi looked at Lu Chen's helpless expression and felt her heart ache. She had never seen her boss so unlucky. She knew boss's current situation very well. If they couldn't remove the restrictions in all areas, then they wouldn't be able to find out if the holy courtyard of intentionless had what they were looking for. Boss was now in a dilemma. Boss, don't be discouraged. At least you still have us. Little Green suddenly said, Xiaomin, Rhubarb, let's clean up the teaching pavilion and the rooms in the dormitory first. If new disciples come, they won't feel dirty. Good. Boss, do your best. We know you can do it. Lu Chen looked up at the two ghosts in surprise. Xiaomin smiled and looked at Lu Chen. Boss, we all know that you've had a hard time during this period of time, but we also know that you won't give up so easily. After that, Xiaomin and the others went to get busy. Let's go, Rhubarb. Take a look around and see if there are any treasures. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. They still believed in him so much. Well, since I know that there is something unusual in the holy courtyard of Wu Nian, why am I still hesitating here? I must find the treasure. Isn't it just enrollment? I don't believe that I can't beat the other academies. Lu Chen finally pulled himself together and opened the academy's panel. The first thing was to give the academy a name. Other people's names seemed to be domineering, like Sacred Martial Soaring Cloud. My academy will be called. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and then entered the name of the academy. Demonic Academy. Lu Chen's abilities were inextricably linked to the demon god set, so he used this name as the academy's name. On his token, the ink was rearranged to form a new font, Demonic Academy Dean's token. Perhaps Lu Chen didn't know now, but many years later, what kind of terrifying majesty these 7 words would represent. The 9 teaching areas are currently all blocked, and there are only a few public teaching pavilions. Lu Chen looked at the academy map in the panel. Then let's use this place first. Under the name of the Demonic Academy, there was only one dean, and behind the dean's name was his basic information. Demonic Academy, Lower House. Dean, solipsistic, Dean Strength, 1-star field Great Cultivator, cultivation level ranking below 1 billion reputation, silent and nameless current reputation authority, able to participate in the activity 4 Seasons Parade. After the winter parade begins 1 month later, after signing up for the activity, you can bring an academy instructor to the newcomer area to recruit new people. Number of disciples under name. 1, not in the 6th heaven, not included in the academy's population. Lu Chen frowned slightly and said strangely, Why am I still a field Great Cultivator? Because you are the founder. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned his head and saw an old man walking towards him with a wine jug in his hand. Old Dean, Lu Chen looked at this person in surprise. A sea of clouds smiled slightly. There was a hint of loneliness in his smile, but he seemed relieved. You don't have to call me Old Dean. Now you are the dean of the new academy, and it has nothing to do with the Wu Nian Academy. The reason why you are still a field Great Cultivator is very simple. It is because you are the founder of this new academy. A sea of clouds walked to Lu Chen and sat beside him. Just like when we talk about the founders of other academies, Senior Ling Xiao of the Ling Xiao Academy founded the Ling Xiao Academy. We will say that Senior Ling Xiao was once a disciple of Immortal Xingyun and was a disciple of the Purple Garden Immortal Academy, but you won't say that he is a disciple of the Ling Xiao Academy. Will you? Lu Chen thought about it carefully. It seemed to make sense. So, you didn't belong to any sect before, and you didn't have a master. Even if you are the dean, you are still a wild man. I am not a wild man. I am a field Great Cultivator. Lu Chen corrected him. A sea of clouds laughed. It's up to you. Anyway, in the eyes of others, you are no different from a wild man. Lu Chun had nothing to refute this time. When others saw his badge, their expressions were indeed similar to that of a wild man. The sixth layer of heaven was a little better. Maybe the people here were more knowledgeable. By the way, Senior A Sea of Clouds, you came at the right time. Why don't I give you the position of dean? I don't plan to be a dean at all. Give it to me. A Sea of Clouds looked at Lu Chun with a hesitant expression. Finally, he took another sip of wine. Nameless, you will definitely be the dean. The Wu Nian Academy is gone. The academy now is not my academy, but yours. With your strength, you don't even need to think about it. You must be a powerful figure in the first few layers of heaven. Even the wind wolf came. Then, what are you afraid of in the sixth layer of heaven? A Sea of Clouds suddenly looked serious. Lu Chen shook his head. I'm not afraid. I still have a lot of things to do. In fact, I have no clue about my own affairs now. I have a very important war, friends who are separated. I have to find them as soon as possible. Then you should make your academy bigger and stronger. A Sea of Clouds said affirmatively. Do you know how difficult it is to find someone in the sixth layer of heaven? Do you know how big the sixth layer of heaven is? This question, Lu Chen not only did not know, but he also wanted to know very much. The sixth layer of heaven. How many continents are there? Lu Chen asked. Countless. A Sea of Clouds said. Countless. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Yes. A Sea of Clouds looked up at the evening sky. Some bright stars were clearly visible. Can you count the stars in the sky? Solipsistic. My dream was to take the Wu Nian Academy out of prosperous origin planet and compete with the academies of other planets. Lu Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Other planets. The sixth layer of heaven had more than one planet. Chapter 9:16. Lu Chen never dreamed that the sixth layer of heaven was so terrifying, with countless planets. Compared to this, the fifth layer of heaven was just child's play, looking for little beast God, and the rest on countless planets was like looking for a needle in a haystack. A Sea of Clouds continued. No matter how great your reputation is, outside of prosperous origin planet, no one will recognize you. However, the academy is different. If you can become an immortal academy, even people from other continents will come. Moreover, the academy's disciples will spread your name and the academy's name throughout the sixth layer of heaven. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched. It's over. Now, not only do I have to be a good dean, but I also have to make the demonic academy bigger and stronger. Fortunately, when naming the academy, he didn't let himself go too far. He chose something like Ren Afeng or Quang Lang, if little beast God, and the rest heard about the demonic academy, they might think of him. Is it because you don't have anyone under you, so you don't know where to start? A Sea of Clouds looked at Lu Chen with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lu Chen nodded. Then, if the dean doesn't mind, this old man would like to apply for a position as a teacher in the new academy. Are you willing to accept me? Lu Chen widened his eyes. Senior A Sea of Clouds, you want to apply for a position as a teacher? A Sea of Clouds smiled. After all, this used to be the Void Academy. If I can spend my life here, it can be considered as fulfilling my wish. As for the salary, you don't have to give it to me in the early stages. The new academy doesn't have a ranking, so I can't get the rewards and various resources. However, as a new academy, they still have subsidies. You can look at the academy's panel. There is a detailed explanation. Lu Chun hurriedly opened the panel. In the last two rows of the academy, there were really subsidies for the establishment of the new academy. Rewards: 500,000 per month, immortal level pills, 200 three-dimensional attribute pills per month, 100 immortal level pills per month, 300 other immortal level pills per month optional, and a corresponding number of immortal level pills will be issued. The grade of the pills issued will be random. You can also receive a corresponding number of medicinal ingredients to refine the pills yourself. The medicinal ingredients collection ratio is based on 20% success rate. The above subsidies can be received unconditionally for the first time. For the second time, the new academy needs to meet the enrollment requirements for the month to apply. Subsidy lasts for 24 months. Lu Chun was stunned. 500,000 cash, withdrawal rolls. The strongest thought in his mind right now was to take the first month's worth of cash withdrawal rolls and immortal pills and run away. A sea of clouds did not know what Lu Chun was thinking and continued. There aren't many resources in the early stages. There are 50 disciples a month, and each person will only receive 10,000 yuan in cash. However, the students have just been established, so Zhongxian Gu can't give out too many resources. Wasn't this a lot? Lu Chun had never seen a 500,000 cash withdrawal note in his life. However, when he thought about it carefully, the levels of the students were all very high now. Earth elementalists could only unload goods and do odd jobs. If they were in Theo the Great, even 500,000 yuan would not be enough for them to rise by 1 star. What's more, there were so many people in the academy. After the distribution, the number of cash withdrawal scrolls that the disciples received was pitifully small. In the future, if you want to get cash withdrawal rolls, you won't be able to buy them on the market. You'll have to participate in the academy's competition and get a ranking, or you'll have to bring your disciples to kill monsters, start a profitable business, and so on. Oh, it'll be better in 2 years. With the academy's ranking, Zhongxian Gu will give out a lot more cash withdrawal rolls. A sea of clouds was the old dean after all. He knew the ins and outs of this very well. After thinking about it, Lu Chun decided not to take the money and run away. 500,000 yuan might seem like a lot now, but in the future, it would not be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Besides, he still had to investigate the mysterious changes in the old site of the Academy of Intentionless and find the little beast god. Senior, a sea of clouds. Do you really want to apply to be a teacher? Of course. When have I ever gone back on my words? A sea of clouds laughed. Actually, teaching disciples is not difficult. They spend most of their time cultivating by themselves. You just have to guide them well. The reason we're delaying now is to find disciples with potential. A disciple with potential can even support half of the academy. When Jinghong was seriously injured, didn't the people of Soaring Clouds voluntarily forfeit? It's also because of this reason. Lu Chun frowned. Now, we can't even find disciples. Where can we find disciples with potential? They should also join the academy. The Academy of Intentionless Academy won't be interested in the lower academy, right? I do have a few candidates. When the Academy of Intentionless closed down, they refused to leave. I was the one who chased them away. A sea of clouds shook his head and said, it seemed that he was still brooding over this matter. Really? That's great. Lu Chun was pleasantly surprised. How many people are there? There aren't many people. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. How many are really willing to stay? About a dozen. In addition, some may join other academies and may not follow. I estimate that it's not bad if 5 people are willing to come and take a look. A sea of clouds said helplessly. Are these the former elites of the Academy of Intentionless? Yes, they are all young people with potential. There are 1 or 2 older ones whose strength is above Jinghong. It's just that they have cultivated longer than Jinghong. Lu Chen wouldn't be picky now. It was good enough that he could recruit the first batch of students. Senior, a sea of clouds, then you can contact them and see if they are willing to come over. A sea of clouds nodded. I have already sent a message to them. Only 3 people replied to me. As for the others, it's up to fate. Oh, you don't need to call me senior in the future. Just call me a sea of clouds. You are the dean, and I am your mentor. As for the other places, although the Academy of Intentionless was ruined in my hands, in fact, some people know the reason. It's not entirely because of my poor management. There is something in the academy that destroys the spiritual source, causing the students to progress slowly. Sigh. In short, my reputation is not so bad that it can't be used. I can at least recruit a few people. Tomorrow, let's take a look at the former disciples of the Academy of Intentionless. Then I will go to the recruitment office at the foot of the mountain to see if I can recruit new people. Lu Chen was a little depressed before. It wasn't that he had no confidence at all. It was mainly because he had no experience at all and didn't know where to start. But now that a sea of clouds had joined the Demonic Academy, the situation was suddenly different. They could recruit elite disciples as soon as they opened, which made Lu Chen's confidence return instantly. Senior, a sea of clouds. I'm actually not used to calling you that. Then I'll call you Old C. I'll go with you tomorrow. Okay, the news of you taking over the Academy of Intentionless has been released. Maybe some people will come because of your reputation. Then how much is our recruitment fee? 1 million? Lu Chen thought for a moment. He remembered that the unloader paid 5 million spirit stones to enter some academy. The Demonic Academy was now a lower academy, so the price should be much lower. 10 million spirit stones. Lu Chen thought carefully and suddenly jumped out a number. 10 million. John Doe, did you make a mistake? The Academy of Intentionless charges 10 million. Weren't you worried that you wouldn't be able to recruit people? This price will scare a lot of people away. Lu Chen's eyes were like torches, and he nodded affirmatively. Old C, my price is already considered low. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to recruit people, but I never thought that my Demonic Academy would be a grade lower than others. On the contrary, since I'm the dean, the Demonic Academy must be higher than others. Chapter 9:17. That night, a sea of clouds also stayed to help Lu Yi and the others clean up the teaching pavilion and the dormitory area. Lu Chen received the first subsidy. When choosing the elixir, Lu Chen was a little hesitant. Logically speaking, giving the herbs to Little Green would definitely give him the highest profit, but Little Green didn't have all the elixir formulas. If he wanted to get the herbs, he needed to get the formulas first. In the 6th heaven, these elixir formulas shouldn't be particularly difficult to get, but he was afraid that it would take time. When the disciples came in, it would be troublesome if they didn't have the elixir to assist their cultivation. So Lu Chen chose to take 300 cultivation pills for the first month and chose the herbs for the 3-dimensional attribute elixir and the immortal elixir and let Little Green refine them in the future. Early the next morning, Lu Chen went to the mountain gate to change the plaque, renaming the Wunyan Academy to the Demonic Academy. Unfortunately, there was still a lower academy in the lower right corner of the Demonic Academy's name, which made Lu Chen a little unhappy. Must it be written on the plaque? Lu Chen stood in front of the plaque and shook his head. Just these 2 words stopped many students at once. Demonic Academy. A girl's voice came from behind him. Lu Chen looked back and saw 3 immortal cultivators standing in front of the mountain gate, also looking at the new plaque. These 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. 2 men One of them was burly, nearly 2 meters tall, had a beard, and wore sleeveless leather armor. In comparison, the other person was skinny, about 1.8 meters tall, and wore a gray robe. The only woman was the one with the best looks, but she wasn't a stunning beauty. In the Jiuqian, where fairies ran around the streets, she wasn't too outstanding. Sure enough, it was taken away. The female disciple shook her head, her eyes full of melancholy. I thought it would be taken away by Ling Shao or the North Pole Academy to be their branch. Senior sister Bai Yi, since the Wu Nian Holy Courtyard is gone. Why did the dean let us come here? The bearded man said. Sai, I don't know. Maybe something from the Holy Courtyard of Wu Nian was left here. In short, the dean has orders and we will obey. Speaking of which, second senior brother, little junior brother, I didn't think that you guys still haven't joined the other academies. The tall and thin man had a disdainful look on his face. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Even if I, Gray Crow, leave the Wu Nian Academy, I will never forget my teacher's kindness. How can I change my sect so casually? That's right. I, the Black Armor King, only have one master. Since my master has left, I will only recognize the Saint Courtyard of Wu Nian. Lu Chen, who was at the side, heard everything clearly. These three should be the new disciples that Old Hai had recruited, speaking of which, the bearded man was actually the junior brother. He looked a little rushed. However, they didn't seem to know what Old Hai wanted them to do. Hey, are you a disciple of this lousy school? Gray Crow asked in a bad mood. He didn't want to be polite to someone who had robbed Wu Nian Academy. Lu Chen frowned slightly. You were introduced by Old Hai? Old Hai? You mean Uncle A.C. of Clouds? You are just a gatekeeper disciple. How dare you call him that? The bearded man's face was fierce. Lu Chen didn't argue with them. Come with me. Old Hai is waiting for you guys up there. The three of them looked at each other. This guy still didn't change his words, and he gave people a feeling of arrogance. Not long after, Lu Chen brought the three of them to an instruction pavilion. Now, even the reception hall was not open. At present, they could only use the instruction pavilion to receive guests. A sea of clouds was meticulously cleaning the room. After the three disciples saw it, they hurried over. Uncle, why are you doing this kind of rough work? Did they make things difficult for you? This is too much. Uncle, you are the dean of the Sacred Academy. How could you be forced into such a situation? Even if we break the sky today, we three brothers will help you get justice. Hey, boy, where are the disciples of your demonic academy? Ask them to come out. If there is one, I will beat one. If there are 100, I will beat 100. Lu Chen stood aside with an awkward expression. Speaking of disciples, the demonic academy really didn't have any. If they wanted to challenge, there was only one mentor and one dean. A sea of clouds laughed and pulled the three of them. Why are you fighting and killing as soon as you come up? When did I say I was bullied? I'm volunteering to clean this place. Voluntarily. The three of them were surprised. Come. Sit down first. Xiao Min, please pour us a cup of tea. Xiao Min came out with a rag from the inner room. Looking at the situation, she hurriedly put down the rag to boil water and make tea. The situation is a bit complicated. Listen to me slowly. Dean, come and sit down too. Next, a sea of clouds repeated the whole process to the three of them in detail. The three of them frowned as they listened. This. Bai Yi looked at Lu Chen, who was leisurely drinking tea, in shock. You, wait a minute, let me think about it again. Martial uncle passed the dean to you, and then you, as the dean of the Wu Nian Academy, snatched the old site of the Wu Nian Academy from the hands of Ling Shao and the North Pole and the 20 other academies? Lu Chen took a sip of tea. Something like that. But at that time, I only fought Lingshao Academy. After seriously injuring 2 people, the others all forfeited. You seriously injured Jinghong and their strongest newcomer, Haozhen. Gray Crow's eyes widened. I have been in the 6th heaven for almost 20 years. I can't guarantee that I can fight these 2 people consecutively. Although Wu Nian Academy has been removed, you were once the dean of Wu Nian Academy. If that's the case, it's equivalent to Wu Nian Academy being reopened in another form. Black Armor King muttered to himself. Yes, when I heard that the old site of Wu Nian Academy was going to be publicly contested, I thought that Wu Nian Academy would become a laughingstock for a long time. But this way, Brother Nameless has preserved the reputation of Wu Nian Academy to the greatest extent. A Sea of Clouds said with a smile. That's why I came to be a teacher of the Demonic Academy. Ah, Uncle, you came here to be a teacher. The 3 of them were even more shocked. A Sea of Clouds nodded. That's right. After all, this used to be Wu Nian Academy. Nameless is one of us. The Demonic Academy can be seen as the continuation of Wu Nian Academy. It can also be seen as a kind of new life. The 3 of them fell silent. They could understand Uncle A.C. of Clouds' thoughts. Along the way, they were more familiar with the roads than Nameless, who was leading the way. They remembered the stones by the roadside, the mountain paths, the pavilions, and the long corridors. Every room in the instruction pavilion was filled with countless memories of his fellow disciples and instructors. They had stayed here for more than 10 years. Wu Nian Mountain was their home. I say, Gray Crow by E. Black Armor King. I'm very happy that you, the 3 heroes of Wu Nian, can still come back. If you still believe in my vision, come back. Now, the Academy needs you. The words "come back" made the eyes of the 3 homeless people wet. After a moment of silence, Gray Crow suddenly looked at Lu Chen. Nameless brother, I want to thank you first for preserving the reputation of Wu Nian Academy. It's not impossible for us to join the Demonic Academy, but I don't want to experience the pain of losing the Academy again. Lu Chen frowned and waited for him to continue. We only heard that you defeated Jinghong and Haozhen. I still don't quite believe that you, a 1-star great cultivator, can defeat Theo the Great. If you want us to join, it at least proves that you have the ability to revive Wu Nian. Oh, no, you have the ability to lead the Demonic Academy to rise. Hearing these words, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Since the other party said so, it seemed that the first batch of disciples was settled. Chapter 9:18. Gray Crow, Theo the Great, 4 stars. By E. Theo the Great, 4 stars. Black Armor King, Theo the Great, 3 stars. Dean of the Demonic Academy, Nameless, 1-star Grand Cultivator. Looking at the 4 people standing on the martial arts field, A Sea of Clouds shook his head. Xiaomin, is your boss sure he wants to fight 1 against 3? The 3 of them used to be known as the 3 heroes of Thoughtless. They are quite strong. If he can't beat them, then he won't be a new disciple. Xiaomin said, he's lazy. If he can finish it in 1 round, he usually won't split it into 2 rounds. Sure enough, she was the one who followed Lu Chen the longest. Xiaomin knew Lu Chen too well. But my boss has been unlucky recently. His most powerful helper is not here, and his body is weak. His strength may be reduced. I know he has a broken arm, but a broken arm can't be healed in a short time. I'm not talking about a broken arm. In short, my boss is very weak now. Didn't you see Sister Green giving him medicine every day? It's just that he hasn't been getting better. I don't know when it will end. A Sea of Clouds thought carefully. Lu Yi indeed had to cook medicine for the dean in addition to alchemy. His body is so weak, but he can still win the Academy of Thoughtless. A sea of clouds' heart suddenly tightened, and he was indescribably touched. This guy, if I knew, I wouldn't have let him accept the martial arts competition. At this moment, the fight had already begun. The two sides had agreed before the competition that they would compete in the state of soul and body, and no physical injuries would be allowed. They would only compete in combat skills, skill strength, and soul strength. Gray Crow, by E. and Black Armor King were known as the three heroes of Thoughtless. They usually cooperated together, and the three of them had a clear division of labor. Black Armor King, who was a main monk and a secondary fighter, was a tank. He could fight and defend. Gray Crow was the main attacker. He controlled the sword with one hand and shot with the other. He could maximize the damage output from a distance. By he practiced medicine, poison, and venomous insects. At the same time, she also learned the skills of a talisman master. In the face of the opponent's tight attacks and entanglement, Lu Chen directly rushed to the back row with 9 void steps. "You want to ambush me? Impossible!" Black Armor King roared as 2 huge golden arms appeared behind him. They were at least 100 meters long. Black Armor King's fighting soul quickly merged into the 2 arms. Golden light Buddha body. Huge palms suddenly pressed down on Lu Chen from both sides. Buddha's palm of the universe. The center of the Buddha's palm formed a spiritual energy sealing area, seemingly wanting to trap Lu Chen to death. "Senior brother, senior sister." Black Armor King turned around and shouted, "Attack! Immortal trapping domain." 9 immortal slaying swords. 9 swords returned to 1. Poison spirit domain. Heaven tormenting poison. Spirit poison explosion. Ghost order talisman. 100 wraiths. Gray Crow and Bai Yi attacked at the same time. The Buddha's heaven and earth palm trapped the enemy. The 9 banishing immortal swords attacked. The Lingshot poison explosion used spiritual energy as a medium to spread the poison explosion. Finally, there was the restriction-type Ghost Command Talisman, which sealed Lu Chen's movement skills. Moreover, their astral bodies and territories were only used at the critical moment. This made it difficult for Lu Chen to know the characteristics of the astral bodies and territories in advance, and he could not react in time. He had to admit that the 3 of them worked well together. This kind of attack and defense were integrated into one, and it was extremely powerful. The 3 of them controlled their positions very accurately, and they did not panic in the face of the battle. There was almost no pause in the chain of skills. Lu Chen could even be sure that they would follow up with another move. The thoughtless 3 heroes were quite strong. At this moment, Lu Chen roared, "Divine Demon Astral Body, come out!" In an instant, Lu Chen's figure was extremely fast. 9 banishing, immortal swords, and 100 wraiths could not lock onto him. What fast speed? What kind of astral body is this? Gray Crow's eyes widened. An astral body that does not use any skills? I have never seen such a strange astral body. Black Armor King was originally in the state of the Golden Light Buddha body, but at this moment he was forced to use his giant Buddha arms. Why is my Golden Light Buddha body ineffective? At this moment, 10 streaks of sword chi shot towards him. Formless. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. A sea of clouds was originally a little nervous, but at this point in the battle, seeing that Nameless was almost killed by the 3 heroes, he could not help but feel nervous. Why would Nameless choose to attack Black Armor King? His fighting soul's defense is the most terrifying. He is Theo, the Great 2-Star, under the Divine Demon Astral Body. Lu Chen's moves were extremely fast. Black Armor King could not dodge in time, and could only take them head-on. Golden Arhut's protection, Battle God's iron wall. However, the 5 streaks of sword chi broke through the Golden Arhut's protection and Battle God's iron wall. Then, hundreds of streaks of sword chi hit Black Armor King. After a series of explosions, Black Armor King was sent flying hundreds of meters away. After Black Armor King was sent flying, Buddha's Palm of the Universe was immediately deactivated. Lu Chen dodged and avoided the range of the poison explosion. He turned around and unleashed several streaks of sword chi towards Grey Crow. Grey Crow was shocked. Impossible. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart is such a powerful skill. How can it be used infinitely? Just as he was hesitating, the streaks of sword chi had already reached him. Heaven and Earth Sword Array, countless streaks of sword chi blocked Grey Crow and quickly formed a defensive array. The defense of the U did not seem to be fixed. Every time the streaks of sword chi hit the U, Grey Crow's face turned paler. However, the U did not break. Lu Chen was also slightly surprised. Grey Crow's U seemed to be related to his own spiritual energy. He could continuously inject spiritual energy into the array and continuously resist the opponent's attacks after activating it. As a sword controller, this skill was very useful. Imperial Sword Astral Body. Just as Grey Crow was about to use the Imperial Sword Astral Body to escape, a strong repulsive force squeezed his astral body out of the sword chi. Astral body is useless in front of me, Lu Chen sneered. At this moment, Bai Yi quickly threw out a talisman. Senior brother, retreat quickly. Speed Golden Talisman. Lu Chen naturally would not let this talisman help Grey Crow escape. He shot out a streak of sword chi towards the Speed Golden Talisman. Grey Crow saw this, and also shot out 9 streaks of sword chi to intercept Lu Chen's sword chi, a golden talisman, 9 streaks of sword chi from Grey Crow's 9 immortal slaying swords, and 1 streak of sword chi from Lu Chen's sacred lotus sword heart collided with each other from 3 directions, causing a loud explosion. The aftermath of the spirit chi dissipated. Although Grey Crow used 9 streaks of sword chi to protect the golden talisman was still penetrated by the sacred lotus sword heart. What kind of skill is this? Why is it so overbearing? Bai Yi frowned. It could even penetrate the golden talisman. At the same time, after blocking a few streaks of sword chi, Grey Crow's U finally could not hold on, and the U collapsed. A streak of sword chi mercilessly pierced Grey Crow's chest, nailing him directly to the black bricks of the martial arts practice field. In the next second, Lu Chen had already flashed in front of Bai Yi. Whether it was a pharmacist or a talisman master, it was very dangerous to be close to someone. However, Lu Chen did not continue to attack. He just looked at Bai Yi indifferently. Do we still need to continue fighting? Don't be so smug. I haven't lost yet. Bai Yi was also hot-tempered. However, just as she was about to attack, she suddenly realized that the spirit chi around her was completely out of her control. Lu Chen smiled slightly. I knew you wouldn't give up so easily. However, this is also good. The academy, I want should be like this. Genesis. Dozens of sword chi appeared around her. Even though Bai Yi desperately dodged, she was still unable to dodge more and more sword chi. The origin god once said that if you wanted to deal with status skills, you had to have a stronger status skill than him. Unfortunately, Bai Yi had yet to comprehend a realm stronger than Genesis. At this time, a sea of clouds was already dumbfounded. Genesis, he is just a 1-star great cultivator. How could he comprehend such a skill? This guy's actual combat is too terrifying. Chapter 919. As a pharmacist and a talisman master, Bai Yi's movements were quite agile. She dodged the sword shadows again and again. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Finally, facing more and more sword shadows, Bai Yi's dodging was futile. Seeing that Bai Yi couldn't hold on any longer, Lu Chen put away the Genesis. At this moment, Bai Yi's war soul had suffered countless injuries. Her spiritual energy was exhausted, and she collapsed to the ground. Lu Chen naturally didn't go all out in the competition, but the strength of these 3 people surprised Lu Chen. Black Armor King's shield blocked the 5-sword Saint Sword Lotus Heart, and the War Soul was hit twice before she was sent flying. His defense was terrifying. Gray Crow's sword formation was quite mysterious. It could borrow strength and neutralize 6 or 7 sword chi. Bai Yi could hold on for more than 5 minutes in the Genesis. Her endurance and movement were quite strong. Unlike Black Armor King and Gray Crow, Bai Yi stimulated almost all of her potential in the Genesis. Her movement, celestial body, on-the-spot reaction, and so on were all displayed to the extreme. There was no lack of wonderful performances. Even Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The thoughtless 3 heroes really live up to their reputation. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. However, no one around could agree with Lu Chen. A sea of clouds walked over in shock. 1 against 3, the battle was over in a few minutes. However, after the battle, this guy still acted as if nothing had happened. Obviously, he didn't use his full strength. Even if it was him, facing the 3 of them together, it wouldn't be easier than nameless. Dean, you've comprehended your own status skill. Lu Chen nodded. It's not very strong at the moment. If I encounter an expert, it's difficult to have enough time to activate it. I'm just taking advantage of the fact that they don't know me well. A sea of clouds' eyes widened. This guy actually thinks that his status skill isn't strong enough? Should I say that he's insatiable? Or should I say that he's hardworking? Students who can comprehend status skills can directly enter Immortal Academy. A sea of clouds couldn't help but emphasize. Moreover, the principle of world creation coincides with Wuji giving birth to Taiji, Taiji giving birth to Yin and Yang giving birth to the 4 divisions, and Yin and Yang reinforcing and restraining each other. Isn't this kind of state skill powerful? Lu Chen shrugged. Why make it sound so mysterious? In short, in my opinion, the use of actual combat is still limited. Not only does it require enough time to activate, but it also requires a large amount of spiritual energy. In the end, it's still a little lacking when dealing with top experts. You don't know how lucky you are. A sea of clouds couldn't think of a better description. Why didn't he come to Wu Nian Academy earlier? Why didn't he meet such a student when he was the dean? Perhaps this was fate, because there was no physical damage. The 3 heroes of the Thoughtless Sword returned to their original states without any injuries. The 3 of them returned to Lu Chen and looked at each other. Nameless, what kind of skill is your Sacred Lotus Sword Heart? How can you keep using it? Gray Crow said, unconvinced. Lu Chen smiled slightly. My Sacred Lotus Sword Heart can be used at most 2,160 swords. At most, it can be used 4 times in a battle. It's just that my physical body is damaged, so I can't use many skills. We're just comparing notes, so I naturally have to use it sparingly. I'm just using the formless technique to split a move. When everyone heard this, their faces changed greatly. 2,160 swords. Is this true? Lu Chen smiled slightly, turned around, and waved the remaining 1,000 swords together. In an instant, the overwhelming sword chi shot up into the sky. The clouds in the sky were directly cut into pieces. This time, the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart couldn't be kept for long, so it wasn't a pity to use it directly. This was the terrifying part of the formless technique. Originally, Lu Chen's sacred lotus sword heart could only be used once. If it wasn't against a boss, it would be fine if it didn't hit, but if it did, the damage would definitely be far greater. But now, Lu Chen could split these sword moves, so there was no need to waste damage at all. 1 move to 1,000 moves. If I'm hit by the entire sacred lotus sword heart, what kind of terrifying damage would that be? Gray Crow's eyes widened. My imperial word technique can only deal 6 or 7 swords to Huaxia, 5 swords to break through 2 of my defenses. Is this damage really at the 6th heaven? Black Armor King was still scared. Then, Nameless Dean, how did you comprehend Genesis? If you don't take it back, will it continue to exist indefinitely? Bai Yi was more concerned about Genesis. After all, she didn't feel the power of the sacred lotus sword heart. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, I comprehended the 72 chaos heaven dipper formation modified by the yin-yang pearl in the god's illusion. I experienced the scene when the heavenly star source world was first created, then changed the attribute of my spiritual core. I integrated my consciousness into it in the state of an état and comprehended Genesis. If I don't take it back, unless you can break Genesis, it will continue to operate. Once you inject spiritual energy, it will become more and more perfect. The 3 heroes, including a sea of clouds, were all stunned. God's illusion. What was that? They had heard of the 72 chaos heaven dipper formation before. It seemed to be a high-level formation, but what the hell was it that it was modified by the yin-yang pearl? The scene when the heavenly star source world was first created, changing the attribute of one's spiritual core. Using spiritual energy, an état, even Theo the Great hadn't come into contact with these things. Even the Sacred Academy couldn't come into contact with them. What kind of existence was this person? Why did he know so many things that others didn't know? The most precious thing was that he was willing to tell them these things. There was no doubt that they could learn more advanced knowledge by following this nameless Dean. Then they cupped their fists and bowed to Lu Chen at the same time. Gray Crow took the lead. Dean's strength has convinced the 3 of us. The 3 of us are willing to join the Demonic Academy. There's no place more suitable for us than here. From now on, the 3 of us are disciples of the Demonic Academy. Please take us in, Dean. Bai Yi said, Please take us in, Dean. Black Armor King cupped his fists and said. Lu Chen looked at a sea of clouds, who smiled at him. Lu Chen said with a smile, Welcome home. The Demonic Academy finally had students. Looking at the names of the 3 students, on the interface, Lu Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. From now on, you are the founding members of our Demonic Academy. Lu Chen looked at the 4 people in front of him with a smile. By the way, Old Sea of Clouds, are there any other disciples of Thoughtless? A Sea of Clouds shook his head, helplessly. At present, only Gray Crow, Bai Yi, and Black Armor King have replied. The others, Bai Yi suddenly said, Uncle, except for the 3 of us, the other brothers seem to have joined other sections. Oh, there's a new disciple. What's his name again? He seems to be stubborn and has been wandering outside. Who is he? A Sea of Clouds asked. What's his name again? Let me think. I think his name is Yifan. Yifan? A Sea of Clouds suddenly exclaimed. Lu Chen asked curiously, Old Sea of Clouds, why do you have such a big reaction? A Sea of Clouds didn't seem to want to mention this in front of others. He just said perfunctorily, Oh, nothing. I'm just curious. He has only been in the Demonic Academy of Thoughtless for a few months. Why is he unwilling to join other academies? Speaking of which, It seems difficult for that child to go to other academies. He can't afford the tuition. Chapter 9:20. Oh, by the way, remember to pay your tuition fees. A sea of clouds changed the topic to tuition fees. 10 million each. 10 million. The three of them were stunned. 10 million. Isn't it a bit expensive? Gray Crow asked. Luchan shook his head. It's still the same price. The tuition fees won't change. The three of them looked at each other. Actually, Luchan didn't need them to say anything. They must think it was expensive, but they were too embarrassed to say it out loud. Bai lowered her head and thought for a long time. With the president's strength, 10 million isn't too expensive. Just now, I seem to have some enlightenment. Suddenly, Bai took out a black card from her backpack and placed it on the table. President, this is my tuition fee. Inside is 10 million spirit stones from the spirit stone business. Senior sister, you're rich. Black Armor King's eyes widened. Bai glanced at Black Armor King. Come on, don't tell me you don't have money. There are few wars in the sixth heaven and frequent trade. There are even star-level merchant ships. One trip can make hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Black Armor King smiled and took out a black card. President, this is mine. I've taken a lot of private jobs recently and made some money. Only Gray Crow took out a few cards. This one is for 500,000. This one is for 100,000. And this one, this is the VIP card of 100 Flowers Park. I'm sorry I took the wrong one. Strange, why do I have this? Someone must have put it here. The group looked at him for a long time and managed to gather more than 4 million spirit stones. President, I only have 4,323,000 spirit stones. Can you let me gather some more? Luchan was speechless. It was a miracle that this guy still had money on him. Senior brother, I'll lend it to you first. 1 month's profit is 10%. Black Armor King found a business opportunity and took out another black card. You damn fatty. How much did you earn? 1 month's profit is 1 million spirit stones. Are you a loan shark? I'm your senior brother. How can you give me such an expensive loan? Senior brother, you still have the nerve to talk about me? Who told you to always go to 100 Flowers Park? Besides, I'm not rolling interest with you. Anyway, whether or not you can become one of the first elders is up to you. I'm not forcing you. If your batch doesn't make it in, you'll have to call me senior brother in the future. Hey, you damn fatty. Gray Crow was about to go crazy. See how I'll deal with you in the future. First, I'll borrow 6 million. 7 million. I'll have to keep some for myself. To 100 Flowers Park. Black Armor King smirked. It's none of your business. Give it to me. It had to be said that in the 6th layer heaven, people were really willing to spend money to increase their strength. In the blink of an eye, Luchan had earned 30 million spirit stones. When Luchan was in the 4th layer of heaven, he was filthy rich. When he reached the 5th layer of heaven, he did not have to worry about food and clothing. When he reached the 6th layer of heaven, from the expressions of these 3 people, it seemed that his few million was not even worth mentioning. Say, do you think the tuition is set low? Luchan pondered. A sea of clouds, Gray Crow, Bai and Black Armor King, hurriedly stood up and rushed to Luchan. Dean, it's not low. Please don't raise the price. We can't afford it if it's raised again. Dean, how evil are you? How can a lower house charge more than the Sacred Institute? It seemed that everyone was against him raising the price. Luchan had no choice but to maintain the original price for the time being. The 3 heroes of Thoughtless had now become the 3 heroes of Immortal and Devil. With their addition, the Demonic Academy finally gained some popularity. Lu Yi came to the room with a bowl of medicine. Everyone was surprised to see Lu Chun drinking the medicine. Dean, why are you still drinking medicine? Are you injured? Yi asked, can I take a look? Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have asked for the competition. Black Armor King was ashamed. Don't mind it. Lu Chun waved his hand. It's an old problem. Little Green can take care of me. In the afternoon, we'll go to the recruitment office to recruit new people. As a new academy, we have to recruit 50 people in the first month. Now I've only recruited 3 of you, so I still need 47 more. Dean, we'll go with you. You're weak, and Uncle Master is old. You can leave some trivial things to us. Yes, now we're also members of the Demonic Academy. It's our duty to help. Lu Chun smiled. Okay, let's go after lunch and see if we can get a good seat. Gray Crow liked to visit the 100 Flowers Park, but he was very reliable when there was a need. At the recruitment office, the Demonic Academy spent money to rent a recruitment office. The tables, chairs, banners, and bulletin boards were all made by him. Yi stood in front of the booth and handed out flyers while Black Armor King shouted. In terms of recruitment, the Demonic Academy was no different from the other academies. Lu Chun and a sea of clouds sat there and rested. Old Sea, are all these new people from the 5th heaven? Lu Chun asked. Yes, there are many new people entering the 5th heaven every month. This is the best place to learn about the other academies. Is there more than one 5th heaven? Of course there's more than one. A sea of clouds looked at Lu Chun in surprise. Their dean was strong, but his basic knowledge was too weak. Lu Chun nodded. Now he understood. It probably meant that it was like the first layer of heaven to the second layer of heaven, and a large number of 5th layer of heaven combined. But now it was merged into a real world. Then how do we return to the previous heaven domain? When your reputation reaches a certain level, you can use a special teleportation gate. However, Shenyuan continent is too small, so there's no such teleportation gate. Reputation? Yes, don't you have a reputation in your academy panel? At the same time, it's also your personal reputation. It's just that as the dean, your personal reputation is merged with the dean's reputation. In addition, the dean's reputation is different from personal reputation. The dean's reputation comes from the results of the academy, the fame of the students, and so on. It's mainly linked to the academy. As for personal reputation, it's your own fame. The dean's reputation is gained quickly, the upper limit is high, and the authority is great. However, it requires a lot more reputation to level up. Lu Chun nodded. He had the dean's reputation. It could be said that there were pros and cons. There were many new people around, but those who knew about the recruitment hall were not like Lu Chun, who knew nothing about the 6th heaven. Most of them had been in the 6th heaven for a few months and had a certain understanding of it. They were just conflicted about which academy to choose. Demonic Academy? I've never heard of it. A few new people stopped at their recruitment hall. What? A lower house? Boring. Seeing the academy's introduction, those people immediately turned around and left. This was not the first batch of people. Many people left without even asking when they saw that they were from a lower house. However, there were a few greedy people who came to ask about it. In the end, when they were told that the tuition fee was 10 million, they ran away. No one could stop them. It had been 2 hours since they arrived at the recruitment hall. The surrounding recruitment halls, regardless of the size of the academy, were filled with people asking all kinds of questions. Only the Divine Devil Academy was deserted and deserted. Dean, no one came to ask about the admission. Black Armor King returned to the backstage with a sad face. Gray Crow and the others also came back. Sigh, Once they see the lower house, they don't care about other questions at all. We don't even have a chance to explain. If this goes on, the requirement of 50 people per month will be a little difficult. Dean, we have to think of a way. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Indeed, he had to think of a way. Generally speaking, in order to attract customers, businesses on Earth would organize activities in front of their shops. Suddenly, Lu Chen had an idea. He walked to the open space in front of the Demonic Academy's recruitment hall and asked Bai Yi to set up a formation to block off a large area. Then he opened the Genesis array and injected some spiritual energy. Gray Crow, set up a sign here. Whoever can last more than 10 minutes will be rewarded with 10 million spirit stones. Chapter 9:21. When the notice board was released, a large group of people had gathered in front of the Demonic Academy recruitment point. What's going on? Stay here for 10 minutes, and the reward is 10 million spirit stones, except for the simple defensive array outside. There's only a unique space inside. For the newcomers from the 5th layer of heaven, most of them didn't even know about the existence of status skills. It feels very calm inside, and the fluctuation of spiritual energy is very small. Is there any danger here? Someone stretched his neck and looked inside. It can be sealed by such a simple defensive array. How powerful can it be? An elf cultivator opened his heavenly eye and observed carefully for a while. He frowned and said, "Not only is the spiritual energy inside unusually calm, but it's also very thin. Who can't last 10 minutes in such an environment?" Demonic Academy? I've never heard of this name, but it seems to be very rich. 10 million. With this money, you can go to any academy for tuition. As more and more people gathered, many people naturally noticed the recruitment notice of the Demonic Academy. Lower house. 10 million for tuition? Have they lost their minds? It doesn't matter. You don't have to enter their academy if you pass the test. They said so themselves. You can use any skill. Damn, they probably think we're all rookies. I wonder how we came to the 6th layer of heaven. As long as they entered the 6th layer of heaven through the Tower of Heaven, normally, who didn't have confidence in themselves? Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, a sea of clouds was a little uncertain. He said to Lu Chen, "Dean, how many spirit stones do you have with you?" "A few hundred. It's enough to finish dinner." "It's not dinner. What I mean is, look, there are so many people around now. There are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. What if someone survives for more than 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Lu Chen smiled slightly. Bai Yi only lasted for 5 minutes. How many people can compete with Bai Yi when they just arrived at the 6th layer of heaven? And the intensity of the last 5 minutes is not comparable to the first 5 minutes. While they were talking, someone had already entered the creation space to try. The first to eat crabs was a devil race cultivator. The devil race was powerful to begin with, and their racial advantage made them set their sights very high. Red Devil, don't hold on for more than 20 minutes. Otherwise, the Demonic Academy will give you 20 million. His friend joked leisurely. That's not bad either. It'll be great if we can earn our tuition fees as well. When the time comes, we'll take the money from the Demonic Academy and go to Xinghua Sacred Academy. Wouldn't that be great? Another person said. Red Devil smiled. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to earn money, do it yourselves. Don't waste time on this kind of opportunity to pick up money. I'll go first. Red Devil smiled confidently at Bai Yi. Beauty, do you want to open the defensive array yourself, or do you want me to break it? Bai Yi coldly snorted. This array formation is the most basic array formation. Now, Our demonic academy is recruiting students. If you think you can beat me, then join our academy if you have the ability. With that, Bai opened a passage. Go in. Red Devil smiled. Don't think of using this method to trick me into going to your trash academy. I'm here to make money. With that, he strode into the creation space. As soon as he entered the space, he directly floated in midair. The demon's control of spiritual power is indeed amazing. He can actually use spiritual energy to float in the air. The time has already begun. The key is whether or not the demon god will pay in the end. If they don't pay, their reputation will be completely tarnished. Red Devil floated in midair and looked at Bai leisurely. He raised his eyebrows. That's it. Anyone can hold on for more than 10 minutes. Your demonic academy can just wait to go bankrupt. Just as he finished speaking, spiritual energy gradually formed a vortex around him. Then, a black and white sword gradually appeared. Then, the long sword stabbed at Red Devil. Red Devil snorted. Is this the mystery of this space? It's really disappointing. He casually sent out a palm wind and forced the long sword back. However, after the long sword was forced back, it quickly split into two and stabbed at Red Devil again. Red Devil frowned slightly. What's going on? Are you kidding me? It's just two swords, demonic halberds. Break for me. The long sword was no match and was directly sent flying. However, a moment later, the two long swords split into four. This time, the speed of the four long swords was even faster than before. This, Red Devil's eyes widened. What kind of strange space is this? A sea of clouds, who was watching the battle from afar, asked Lu Chun in surprise. Dean, why is the creation space weaker than before? Before, Bai Yi had to face dozens of sword shadows at the beginning. Lu Chun shook his head. That was a martial arts competition. Naturally, I wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. I injected a lot of spiritual energy, but now let them play a little more. It's just nice to attract some people. A sea of clouds finally understood that the Dean's creation space was simple mode. On the other side, after Red Devil swung away the sword shadows several times, the number of sword shadows inside began to increase exponentially. The speed of the sword shadows also began to increase. Red Devil, who had been full of confidence, had no choice but to dodge. However, once the creation space was opened, even if the people inside collided with the sword shadows, the creation space itself was also constantly splitting, transforming from nothing to something. As a result, the sword shadows inside began to become more and more terrifying. 20, 50, 100. In 2 minutes, the sword shadows in the creation space had instantly increased to 360. They crazily chased after Red Devil. Red Devil had just made a bold statement. Now, facing more than 300 sword shadows at once, he was already struggling and couldn't take care of himself. Damn it, how could this be? Soul and body as one. In 2 minutes, Red Devil activated soul and body as one. Lu Chun shook his head. It only took 2 minutes to activate soul and body as one. This space is far inferior to the one Bai Yi is facing. This person's strength is not very good. If he signs up, we don't want him. Gray Crow was responsible for recording everyone's situation and made a cross behind Red Devil. After activating soul and body as one, Red Devil's speed skyrocketed, and his defense greatly increased. However, in the face of the relentless pursuit and more sword shadows, in less than 20 seconds, Red Devil's body was hit by many swords and was immediately in a thrilling situation. Let me out! Quick! I'm going to die here. In the distance, Lu Chun raised his hand, and all the sword shadows in the creation space dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Red Devil staggered out, from inside. When he passed by E sneered, "The strength of the space is not even 1/10 of my training. You can only hold on for 2.5 minutes. You still want to break my formation? Go and train for a few more years." Red Devil had a belly full of anger, but he couldn't release it at this moment. Your academy's training uses this thing?" Bai naturally wouldn't say that she was defeated by the space when she was competing with the dean. "Yes, what's wrong? Then what are you so proud of? With this kind of training method, I only need 3 years to surpass you." Red Devil's face was unconvinced, but soon his momentum weakened again. I want to sign up at your academy. I'm willing to pay 10 million. Where can I sign up?" Gray Crow walked over. "I'm sorry. We're not very satisfied with your test results. The dean said that we won't accept any money." "What? I'm still young. I can grow. I have potential and determination. I'm very strong at our place. It's useless even if you're strong. The dean didn't take a fancy to you." Gray Crow said ruthlessly. You didn't say at the beginning that it would depend on the test time. I can actually hold on for a while more. Friend, didn't your friends say that you want to go to Starlight? It's better to go there and take a look. They're the Holy Academy. We're just a lower academy, and the fees are expensive. We can't compare to them. No, this space is too useful for cultivation. I must enter your academy. Give me one more chance, just one more time. This time I must perform well. Senior brother, you go and plead with the dean. Gray Crow was dumbfounded. Why did this guy suddenly change into a different person and shamelessly insist on going to their demonic academy? He even called him senior brother directly. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Chapter 9:22. Red Devil was too stubborn. Gray Crow had no choice but to run back to Lu Chun to ask for his opinion. "Dean, what should we do if he insists on entering our academy?" Lu Chun thought for a moment and said, "Do you think I can't see his potential? Sai, if he really wants to try, let him try again in 2 days." "Oh, okay." Gray Crow passed on Lu Chen's words to Red Devil. Red Devil excitedly opened his eyes wide. "Okay, when I recover, I will definitely do better than this time. Senior brother, senior sister, just you wait. I will definitely become your junior brother." He couldn't help but want to laugh. Don't be fooled by how arrogant this guy was at the beginning. He didn't give up so easily. Red Devil lasted for 2 minutes and 31 seconds before instantly losing. When everyone saw this, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. "Is there an array here? But I didn't find any array core. It's a bit strange. I thought that the demon guy was quite strong. In the end, he only lasted for 2.5 minutes. Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover. The Demonic Academy uses this kind of training method. That seems interesting. Let's give it a try." It seems that to join the Demonic Academy, other than the ridiculously expensive tuition, you must also achieve a certain result in the test. Otherwise, they won't accept you. I wonder how long I can last. Next, the people who tried the test began to line up. The second person activated Soul Body as one at the beginning and only lasted for 1 minute and 18 seconds. After that person came out, he looked as if he had benefited a lot. "Senior sister, with my results, can I join the Demonic Academy? I can pay twice the tuition." "Your results are not as good as Red Devil's. This is not a problem of the tuition. In fact, our dean said that he set the price at this level considering that newcomers don't have much money." Black Armor King said seriously, "What we want is not money, but a heart that desires to become stronger." I have it. I have a heart that desires to become stronger. This space is simply a cultivation paradise. I've been here for just over a minute, but the endless pressure made me feel like I was about to have an epiphany. If you do, why are we all newbies? You are so much worse than Red Devil, Black Armor King said, shaking his head. He's a demon. I'm a half demon. I'm at least in the top 10 of my race. Young man, we don't care about race. As long as you're strong enough, it's fine. It seems like your top 10 isn't enough. Keep working hard. There are still many people lining up behind you. Come on, next one. The second tester walked to the recruitment point of the Demonic Academy in frustration and refused to leave for a long time. All of a sudden, people from the recruitment office began to rush towards the Demonic Academy crazily. They were not there just for show. Once they came, they could not leave. They surrounded the open space in front of the recruitment office, forming several circles of people. He tested 7 or 8 people, and only one of them took 2 minutes and 10 seconds. The other's performance was average. Dean, you've rejected several people. Let's at least recruit a few to fill the bottom. A sea of clouds could not sit still anymore. There's no loss in recruiting them anyway. Lu Chen shook his head. Old C, the goal of our Demonic Academy is not just to meet the enrollment requirements. We have to participate in various competitions in the future. If the disciples are not strong, I can't be the one to compete every time. I'm just a dean. It's not good for my reputation to compete with those students every day. A sea of clouds thought about it and felt that it made sense. Looking at the current situation, it did not seem too difficult to recruit 50 people a month. The testing speed was very fast. After all, each person was done in 1 or 2 minutes. 10 million was a large number for many newbies. However, as long as they were disciples from the creation space, they did not think about money at all. They surrounded the reception desk of the recruitment office and asked about the Demonic Academy. Senior brother, are my results really not enough to enter the academy? Please make an exception. I lasted for almost 2 minutes. Can you give me another chance? It's so difficult. How can anyone last for more than 5 minutes? Yes, it's too difficult. I was fine in the beginning, but the difficulty increased sharply. If you were slower, I would have died in there. What do you know? This is the only way to stimulate the greatest potential. Think about it. If you can have such high-intensity training every day, how much benefit will it be to your cultivation? Senior brother, am I right? Black Armor King was so annoyed that he had to run back and ask Lu Chen, Dean, should we set a result? How long can we last to meet the requirements? They all come to ask me. I'm so annoyed. Lu Chen frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then asked a sea of clouds. Old C, what do you think? How many minutes can a newbie that you're interested in last? Using Bai Yi's situation as a reference, I estimate that more than 5 minutes is an excellent newbie. 5 minutes? Isn't that too short? Dean, the difficulty of this creation space increases too quickly. A difference of 1 minute is like heaven and earth. You can't use yourself as the standard. Otherwise, I'm afraid our academy won't be able to continue operating. After all, we still need to recruit people. People like you are basically, not normal people. After hearing this, Lu Chen nodded heavily. It made sense. Then 6 minutes. 6 minutes. This requirement is really low. If you can't even reach 6 minutes, I won't have much interest in accepting you. 6 minutes. Okay, Dean, then I'll add this to our recruitment notice. The standard of the Demonic Academy was out, at least 6 minutes in the unique space. This way, they could spend 10 million spirit stones to enter the Demonic Academy. After the notice was posted, The group of people outside almost exploded. 6 minutes? What a joke. That's at least 1 or 2 stars for Theo the Great. Cultivation level is secondary. The key is actual combat ability. That kind of attack is to force people into a desperate situation. Without actual combat ability, what's the use of cultivation level? The requirements are too high. Those who can enter the Holy Academy may not be able to enter the Demonic Academy. But there's no such training method in the Holy Academy. I'd rather enter the Demonic Academy. No, I have to go back and study it. I must break through 6 minutes. Unknowingly, the recruitment office in front of the other academies suddenly became deserted. Occasionally, kittens and puppies would pass by. What's going on? Where is everyone? The students in charge of recruiting walked out one after another. Looking around, everyone seemed to be in the same situation. What do you mean? There's no one in front of the Holy Academy. Where did all the newbies go? While they were talking, they saw a large group of people in a secluded corner. There were at least 1,000 of them. Their side was deserted, but the other side was exploding with people. Which academy is over there? I heard that it's the Demonic Academy. They're doing a test. A person who had just inquired about the news came back and informed everyone. What's going on? The students of Xinghua Holy Academy were full of anger. The few demons that they had agreed on before actually said that they wouldn't join Xinghua and wanted to go to the Demonic Academy. Let's go and take a look. I want to see just what kind of methods this Divine Fiend Academy used to be able to pull people from our starflower. Chapter 9:23. As more and more people came to take the test, some experts began to emerge. 308, 342, for 25, the record was being broken again and again. The one who just took 425 was a demigod. He had long pointed ears and was communicating with the Black Armor King. I can't even get into the Demonic Academy with this result. Your result is indeed the best, but our dean said that you have to last for at least 6 minutes. That's too much. I've defeated so many experts along the way. I just came to the 6th layer of heaven, and I already received invitations from 3 sacred academies. Why don't you go and take a look at those 3 academies? The other party was actually pushing him away. The demigod expert gnashed his teeth in hatred. However, it seemed that every galaxy and every race had one thing in common, which was that they were cheap. The more they rejected it, the more he wanted to enter. I've already told you, don't bully the young for being poor. Just you wait. I'll prepare for 2 days. I'll definitely break through 6 minutes. Looking at the demigod expert leaving in a huff, the Black Armor King turned back to look at the dean, sitting behind. At this time, the continuous testing made the dean a little weak, although he didn't need to care about the operation of the creation space. When the tester couldn't take it anymore, the dean had to pull him back and restore the space to its original state. Logically speaking, this kind of spiritual energy consumption wasn't much, but the dean seemed very tired. Suddenly, a warm current flowed into his heart. Unknowingly, Gray Crow came to the Black Armor King's side and looked at the dean. Sigh, the dean's health is really worrying. The 3 of us were so insensible at that time and fought with the dean, Fatty, in order to develop the Divine Devil Academy. The dean spared no effort. It's really too hard. The Black Armor King nodded. I heard Marshal Uncle talking about the fight for the old site of Wu Nian Academy. At that time, the dean challenged all 20 academies alone. His body was obviously so weak, but in order to take over Wu Nian's territory, he gave it his all. Just thinking about it, the Black Armor King's eyes were a little wet. If only we were there at that time, the dean wouldn't have to shoulder everything by himself. Fatty, do you think the dragon rain pill will have some effect on the dean's body? He's obviously weak and needs to be nourished. Cut the crap. Do you think the principal is like you, going around 100 Flowers Park every day? The dean's body was weak, not his kidney. He must be injured. Look at his arm. I really can't imagine what kind of super expert could cut off the dean's arm. Hey, what are you two doing? There are so many people here. You say you feel sorry for the dean, but can't you do more work? He glared at the two of them and said fiercely. On the other side, Lu Chen felt a little better after drinking the medicine that Louis had given him. In fact, using Genesis repeatedly was quite beneficial to him. After all, Genesis had just been formed. Every time he used Genesis, he would become more familiar with this skill and have a deeper understanding of it. However, the physical exhaustion was still too great. It seemed that he would be able to test another 4 or 5 people today. Boss, you have to rest well. Little Green looked at Lu Chen worriedly. Yes, I'll test a few more. I should be done by today. Lu Chen then looked at the testing area and shook his head slightly. It's a pity that I still haven't recruited anyone. A sea of clouds muttered at the side. It's all because your requirements are too high for minutes. It's already not easy for a newcomer to last 4 minutes. Every extra minute increases the difficulty by several times. Just look at that demigod, just now. In the past, I would have chased after him. Lu Chen laughed. Old C, today is only the first day. What's the rush? The few people who took the test later all had good results, lasting more than 3 minutes. Of course, this did not mean that the Red Fiend was weak. After all, he was impatient. The first one to take the test would always be at a disadvantage. Everyone who came out of the Genesis space was shocked. For an immortal cultivator, experiencing the feeling of being forced into a hopeless situation with their own eyes was the best training. It's more difficult than I thought. Just now, I used all my skills to the extreme. It felt like if I stopped for half a second, I would die in there. This kind of high-intensity training is what I need. It can combine all of my combat skills together. This is many times better than any teacher's guidance. Senior brothers, have you been around recently? I'll come back tomorrow. I'll definitely enter your demonic academy. At this moment, the demonic academy issued a notice. After the last 5 people were tested, today's enrollment was over. Many people who did not get their turn were extremely disappointed. They all asked the demonic academy about the arrangements for the next day. At this moment, a large group of people pushed through the crowd and walked to the testing area. When the other newcomers saw the badges on their chests, they had to suppress the anger that had just risen. A few people went to look at the notice next to the testing area and read it out loud in a strange voice. If you last 10 minutes, you'll be rewarded with 10 million spirit stones. If, you last 6 minutes, you'll be qualified to join the Demonic Academy bracket lower house. The few people in the lead were all disciples of the more famous academies in the recruitment area. Star Glory Academy, Heaven Pavilion Academy, 5 Elements Academy. There were about 70 or 80 people in total. When they heard that person finish reading the notice, they sneered. I was wondering why there were so many people here. It turns out that someone put in a lot of effort. Gray Crow saw these people and walked over with a frown. Hey, what are you doing? This is the recruitment area of our Demonic Academy. Why don't you recruit in your own place? Why are you here? You're interfering with our normal enrollment. He glared at these people. If you want to make trouble, we'll report you to the recruitment office immediately. You're looking for trouble, right? You can choose the place, but don't interfere with our enrollment. Black Armor King stood aside. This guy didn't look very tall sitting there. Now that he stood up, his body was as strong as that of demons, heavenly demons, and even half-orcs. He was quite sturdy. Speaking of which, these three people were all old disciples of the Wunyan Academy. These disciples were far less experienced than them. Of course, they were not afraid at all. Among these academies, there was only one sacred academy. Naturally, the people from Xinghua Sacred Academy became their temporary decision-makers. That person snorted coldly. Watch your tone when talking to people from Xinghua. Any one of our senior brothers can challenge your entire demonic academy. A newly established lower academy dares to be so arrogant. Of course, we're not here to cause trouble. Can't we learn a little? They didn't even think of the demonic academy. They were worried about the rules of the recruitment office. Every academy here was recruiting their own. They were not allowed to cause trouble. Even Xinghua was no exception. That person rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "What kind of special space is this? Surviving for 10 minutes will reward 10 million? I don't think there's a rule that it has to be a newcomer's test." Gray Crow and the others suddenly felt their hearts tighten. Damn, when they wrote the notice, they didn't expect such a thing to happen. So they wrote it more concisely. In the end, they seemed to have found a loophole. Oh, it didn't say how many times a person can take the test. Ha 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 ha, how did you write this notice? Since that's the case, then why don't you let us brothers earn some spirit stones? Chapter 9:24. The entire testing area was in an uproar. These old disciples of the academy were actually going to challenge the special space. Oh my God, wouldn't they definitely be able to pass 10 minutes if they came? This is going to bankrupt the demonic academy. Even Star China is here. Then the demonic academy is finished. Although the seniority of the people in charge of recruitment is not high, in order to show the strength of the academy to the newcomers, they are all very strong. Bai Yi was very flustered. This creation space was far weaker than the one that defeated her. The disciples of Star China Academy were very strong. Would they be able to last more than 10 minutes? There was an oversight on the notice, but fortunately they had already announced that there would be 5 people in the final test. Thinking of this, Bai Yi hurriedly said, "We have already said that there will be 5 more tests. If you want to challenge it, you can only challenge it 5 times. In this way, even if they passed, they would lose 50 million at most. But even 50 million for the newly established demonic academy was enough to make the demonic academy on the verge of bankruptcy. They couldn't even afford the recruitment fees. If the dean had accepted a few people, it wouldn't have ended up like this. You guys, if you want to challenge it, you have to line up." Black Armor King found a good reason. The Star China disciples said to the newcomers, "Everyone, do you want to see who can last more than 10 minutes? If you want, then let us take the test first. This way, you can also see if their God Demon Academy is worthy of you joining." These newcomers ultimately chose the academy. So many people had taken the test before, but none of them could last more than 10 minutes. They really wanted to see if anyone could last more than 10 minutes. This senior brother, "You guys go first." The newcomer in front said, "We also want to see how strong 10 minutes is." "Yes, you guys go first. We can also see the gap between us and the old disciples." The person behind also said. The Star China disciple smiled. "Thank you. All right, this time the last move had been resolved. Now, can we begin?" Gray Crow, Bai Yi, and Black Armor King's faces were extremely unnatural. They had to let these people in now. Otherwise, their reputation would be ruined, and they would not be able to recruit people in the future. Let them try. A voice suddenly came from behind. The three of them looked behind them. It was Marshal Uncle, a sea of clouds. Uncle Master. A sea of clouds walked to the front of the crowd and looked at them. Our dean is also tired, so there are only 5 spots. You can make the most of it. By E, open the formation. 5 spots? Senior Yun, you want to minimize the losses, right? But it doesn't matter. 50 million is 50 million. After all, you godfiends don't have much money. With Marshal Uncle's instructions, Bai Yi finally opened the array formation. The first to go up was a disciple from Heaven Pavilion Academy. This person seemed to be the senior in charge of their recruitment this time. Thank you, senior brother Yen. I won't stand on ceremony then. I'll earn 10 million first. Senior brother Lianzhan, please come to our 100 Flowers Park after you've earned enough money. Hee, don't worry, just order whatever you want. Lianzhan chuckled and walked into the creation space. In the beginning, the spirit chi in the space was thin and the circulation was slow. However, when someone came in, the circulation of the spirit chi began to accelerate. Gradually, the first sword shadow was formed. That's it. You're using this kind of trash to trick newbies? Lianzhan put his hands behind his back and easily dodged the attack. Not long after, the second sword shadow was formed. To be honest, if I wasn't in a hurry, I could stay here for as long as I wanted. In 10 seconds, 4 sword shadows appeared. At the same time, the speed of the sword shadows was faster than before. In 20 seconds, 8 sword shadows appeared. In 40 seconds, there were 16 sword shadows. It was unknown if Lianzhan had heard of some trick, but he didn't take the initiative to block the sword shadows. Or maybe he looked down on the creation space and only wanted to dodge with his body, so he didn't fight back. Coincidentally, the number of sword shadows in the space did indeed slow down. However, in 1 minute and 20 seconds, there were still 32 sword shadows. At the same time, the speed of the sword shadows was very fast. As long as they were dodged, they would quickly condense again and chase after Lianzhan. At this moment, Lianzhan began to narrow his eyes. Every time he moved, a sword shadow would immediately follow. When he moved again, the sword shadow would quickly catch up. He didn't activate any status, but it was already a bit strenuous for him. Phantom Doppelganger. Lianzhan began to use his skill. His doppelganger quickly dispersed the attack of the sword shadows, and the pressure on the main body suddenly decreased. However, the doppelganger was not the main body. They began to block and even attack the sword shadows, and this immediately activated another attribute of the creation space. As long as they were attacked or blocked, the sword shadows would quickly split up. 1 became 2, 2 became 4 became 8. Lianzhan had just relaxed for a few seconds when he suddenly realized that the number of sword shadows around him was increasing crazily. In an instant, it had exceeded 100. This wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the larger the base, the more terrifying the growth of the sword shadows. In the blink of an eye, 100 became 200. This time, the space became lively. Hundreds of sword shadows crazily pierced through the doppelganger. Not good. I can't block it. When Lianzhan realized this and quickly recalled his doppelganger, it was already too late. Thousands of sword shadows, like a sword dragon, crazily chased after Lianzhan. Damn it, why are there so many? The speed is several times faster than before. Lianzhan's eyes were about to split open. He quickly activated Soul Body as 1. Wind God Possession, Martial God, Astral Body, Phantom Perplexing, Step, Starry Sky Leap. This Lianzhan was quite strong. Facing thousands of sword shadows, he managed to hold on for more than 3 minutes. In 5 minutes and 38 seconds, thousands of sword shadows shot towards Lien Zhan from all directions. Lien Zhan's body was covered in wounds. His skills and spiritual power could no longer keep up. Damn it! I can't block it. Quick, let me out. Slash, 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 slash. Lien Zhan's eyes were filled with despair when the sword shadows around him suddenly disappeared. A strong suction force directly pulled him out of the creation space. Lien Zhan's body was covered in wounds. Fortunately, his physical injuries were not serious, so his life was not in danger. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily. When he turned back to look at the empty space, his eyes were filled with horror. It was really too terrifying, just now. The feeling of facing the Grim Reaper was hard to erase from his mind. The first few minutes, he was sightseeing, but in the last 2 minutes, he had used all he had learned in his life. Not only that, but he had also used all his battle skills, and experience to the extreme. Senior brother, what happened? A few disciples of Heaven Pavilion Academy hurried over to help Lien Zhan up. Lien Zhan's eyes widened. My God, it's too scary. Really, I feel like I've gone through a baptism. Suddenly, Lien Zhan looked at Bai Yi. Does the demonic academy really use this method to cultivate? Bai Yi looked at him with disdain. Yes, can't we? What method we use to cultivate is none of your business. No, I'm not. What I mean is that, does your academy have an exchange program? Don't all the big academies have this kind of exchange program? No, even if there is, it won't be your turn. Gray Crow said impatiently. You can't even last 6 minutes, and you want to come and farm spiritual stones? Let me tell you, 6 minutes is the minimum requirement for new recruits. Chapter 9:25. The Heavenly Pavilion Academy was one of the more famous academies, but their disciple couldn't even last 6 minutes. Oh, my God, he can't even last 6 minutes? Can't anyone beat him in 6 minutes? Actually, his performance is already pretty good. Did you notice that in this space, you can't resist at the beginning? Dodging is the best option. Dodging is useless. It will generate sword shadows by itself. Later on, there will be more and more of them, and you can't keep dodging. Once you resist, you won't be far from being eliminated. However, the last 1 or 2 minutes are really a great inspiration for cultivation. Even a small mistake can lead to eternal damnation. The people from the Star Glory Academy widened their eyes. Their goal was to farm spiritual stones, but Lien Zhan couldn't even last 6 minutes. Yen Su frowned. I've fought with Lien Zhan before. His strength is not much lower than mine, but Lien Zhan's doppelganger was a failure. Without the doppelganger, he should have lasted 6 minutes. Senior brother, Yen, let me try. A Star Glory disciple stepped forward and was the second to enter the creation space. This time, he utilized the valuable experience he had gained from Lien Zhan to the extreme. In the beginning, he used pure dodging. After 2 minutes, there were about 100 sword shadows. When it was difficult to dodge all of them, he tried to block as few sword shadows as possible with the least cost. But even so, after 5 minutes, the number of sword shadows suddenly increased. The speed was so fast that he couldn't care about tactics at all. Soul and body as one, profession astral form, and all kinds of enhancement skills were used. Under the pursuit of the sword shadows, he was defeated. 5 minutes and 27 seconds. No, I can't hold on anymore. Let me out. Just 3 seconds. The second person didn't even last 6 minutes. His result was even worse than Lien Zhan's. How can this be? I've already delayed for a long time before I counterattacked. That person was confused. Yensu suddenly said, I understand. Lien Zhan's doppelganger caused the sword shadows to double, but we neglected the fact that the doppelganger also shared most of the sword shadows. This is a double-edged sword. It's not necessarily better to not use the doppelganger. If you can control the doppelganger and not let them fight back, you might be able to last 6 minutes. Bai Yi listened to their serious analysis and said with disdain, You're here to mess things up? I can even hold on for 5 minutes in a space stronger than this. What? There's a space even stronger than this. Someone with sharp ears suddenly exclaimed after hearing Bai Yi's whisper. This discovery immediately caused an uproar. It can't be. Is there a space stronger than this in the demonic academy? In other words, they will constantly use a stronger space to train their disciples according to their strength. My God, then I won't have to worry about my future cultivation. The disciples of the demonic academy are so lucky. They can use such a strong training method every day. You're jealous. 10 million is really not expensive. Damn it, I've decided. I must gather 10 million in 3 days. I want to enter the demonic academy. Yen Su and the others came up with another strategy. Someone immediately volunteered. Senior brother, let me do it this time. Let me do it. Let me try this new tactic. If I succeed, you guys can go. Let me do it. You know that I'm good at using clones. I'm the senior brother. If I say I'll do it, I'll do it. Senior brother, if you say so, then it's not appropriate. Senior brother, Yen didn't fight to go. Gray Crow opened his mouth and looked at these people who came to mess things up in shock. Are you kidding me? He was more serious than anyone when he analyzed how to break through. Now, they are fighting to break through the space. Senior brother and junior brother almost fell out with each other. Aren't they here to mess things up? Why did things turn out like this? Speaking of which, when the dean is done resting, should he make a space for himself? The third person was Glorious Star's second senior brother. He used the strategy that everyone discussed and lasted for 5 minutes and 56 seconds. After coming out, the group cheered. Just a little bit more. What a pity. Just a little bit more. And it would have been 6 minutes. That person imparted his experience and said, This time my clones shared a lot of the sword shadows. But later on, I encountered a problem. First, the clones did share the sword shadows. But later on, the sword shadows were extremely fast. Their attacks were tricky and didn't stop for a moment. Then I couldn't control the clones, which led to the sword shadows increasing rapidly. Another problem is that after 5 minutes and 30 seconds, the sword shadows attacks became several times sharper than before. That is a watershed. Next, you guys must pay attention to this timing. Oh, so it's like this. I was wondering why after 5 minutes and 30 seconds, Senior Brother and Lien Zhan were defeated so quickly, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Remember, Senior Brother Yen, there are still 2 spots left. Let me go. You guys can't go alone. We have people here too. That's right. Let's at least share a chance. What are you guys arguing about? Don't you know your own strength? Even though Glorious Star is strong, I haven't seen you guys last for more than 6 minutes. What did you say? Seeing that they were arguing, Black Armor King hurried forward. Stop arguing. If you want to fight, don't fight here. Gray Crow felt as if he was living in a dream. Why were these people fighting? They had to be responsible for stopping the fight. After some discussion, they decided to send someone from another school. That person was not as strong as Lien Zhan and could only last for 5 minutes. Out of the 5 spots, there was only 1 left. This spot was reserved for Yen Su, and the others had no objections. With everyone's experience, Yen Su walked into the creation space under their expectant gazes. At first, he tried to dodge as much as possible. After that, he chose not to use his doppelgangers and used his original body to dodge quickly. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The speed and attack of the sword shadows increased exponentially. At this time, there were hundreds of them. At this time, Yen Su activated Soul Body as one and used all kinds of enhancement skills to dodge crazily. 6 minutes and 8 seconds, 6 minutes and 11 seconds, 6 minutes and 15 seconds. At this time, the speed of the sword shadows splitting was very fast. With every second, the danger increased by several times. Everyone held their breaths, as expected of a disciple of Glorious Star Academy. Yen Su has only been in the academy for 3 years. His abilities are far stronger than the others. Yen Su was also the focus of Glorious Star's training. It's already been 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Can he last more than 7 minutes? Yen Su was hit many times, but he still persisted. 6 minutes and 53 seconds. Yen Su finally could not withstand the sword shadows. I can't hold on anymore. I have to go out. In the end, Yen Su broke the record with a time of 6 minutes and 53 seconds. When he came out, everyone rushed forward. Senior is indeed our senior. He's too strong. The sword shadows behind him are too scary. 6 minutes and 53 seconds. 7 minutes to go. Senior is so strong. Yen Su let out a long sigh of relief. This training has really benefited me a lot, but it's also thanks to the experience that you guys have gained. Otherwise, I'm afraid I could only last for 6 minutes by myself. Black Armor King frowned and looked at Gray Crow with a puzzled expression. He saw that Gray Crow's mouth was still open. It seemed that his senior was as confused as he was. Did these people forget one thing? They were here to cause trouble. He really wanted to remind these people that they were so happy after 6 minutes. Did they forget that their goal was 10 minutes? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.